renowned brands, an enthusiastic audience, and individual content that enriched the entire day's proceedings. On the second day, that is today of the conclave, distinguished industry leaders and key stakeholders will continue the discussions and knowledge sharing on sustainability and India's big leap to G20 presidency. We will witness thought provoking panel discussions, captivating keynote addresses, and an immersive workshop that aims to captivate and, of course, inspire. Following a series of enthralling sessions and thought provoking discussions, we will venture into the realm of recognition with India's most sustainable companies list 2022 and 23 for the sectoral leaders in the Sustainability Charter. But before we move forward, may I please request my team to play today's event AV. BW Businessworld, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwbusinessworld.in. As we flag off Day 2, I encourage everybody to please join in the conversation and share the learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Most Sustainable Companies. Also, before I move forward, I would like to take this moment to thank our partners for today. A silver partner, Gale Limited, a co-partner, Tata Motors, a knowledge partner, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, our associate partners, Calculus Carbon, Descartes Innovations Private Limited, Himadri Energy International, our sustainability tech partner, Recycle.com, our lanyard partner, Merchant IT LLC, and also our event partners, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, and JustBath.ai. And with that, it's also time to move towards a first panel discussion for today. I believe that today my team doesn't really want to be wasting time at all. That's why we straight away jump to a panel discussion. Arjun, you're coordinating this one? That's why you're smiling, no? Good. The first panel is on closing the loop, making circular economy a reality. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Vijay Nand, Head of HAC and Sustainability at Hero Forshore Energies, Surya Prakash Valuri, Chief Sustainability Officer, Grasim Industries, Uday Mahajan, Head of ESG Indus Towers, Vaishnavi P, Head of Sustainability, Tata Powers, K.N. Srikumar, Vice President, Smart Infrastructure, Siemens, and this session will be chaired by Arjun Yadav, Correspondent, BW Businessworld. Please.
Check, check. Thank you, Aditya. Good morning, everybody. We're doing the first panel on closing the loop when it comes to circular economy. You know, while I was preparing for it, I remembered that for the first time during my school, when this concept of 3 Rs was introduced in the environmental science subject, I was in class 3. And, you know, throughout the school life and, you know, through our education, be it school or college level, it had a very micro approach towards it. Now, as today, 15, 28 years later, when India is fighting an intense battle against climate change, it has net zero target of 2070 and, you know, its commitment towards sustainable development goals. This whole idea has taken a very macro approach, and that's why we're discussing it this morning. And panelists, my first question to you, you know, in your opening comments, I want to understand from you that when it comes to the transition, when we're talking about that transition from a linear economy to a circular economy, where does India stand at this point in time, and what more needs to be done to, you know, to make that transition effective? Vijay, if you would like to start.
Thank you. Okay. So very rightly said that, of course, not in school, but definitely in the early years of college, we had this. I'm a student of environment science, so reduce, reuse, recycle was the core of environmental science at that time. And now in the circular economy, we talk about transition to the circular economy. This R has to be further extended. Terms like renovate, refurbish, remanufacturing, you know, these kind of terms has been added, and these needs to be practiced every day. So for some companies or industry or sector, maybe, you know, a bigger cycle of one bigger cycle could be of more use. But for certain process industries, there could be small cycle of many cycles. And maybe, so I represent a renewable company. So solar PV is one of the greatest example where the circular economy can come into the picture very effectively. Already, I think solar panels are being discarded, but there is a not very effective mechanisms are available to recycle, reuse, and that there are precious materials are used in solar PV right now. So, and unfortunately, these rare earth metals, mostly 90% is coming from China right now. So dependency for as an Indian, a dependency on China is too much for a renewable company. Definitely we have to change it. For change, one of the earliest opportunity with us is on reusing, recycling, or maybe recovering the materials that are used in many, you know, process stuff. So that is one thing. And there are other examples, like there are peer companies. We do a lot of research on a specific area where the solar potential or wind potential is high. We can, you know, share among the peer companies the information. Maybe a particular area could not be of very interest for me, but there could be other company who is very interested in that region. So they spend time, money, and the resources finally to, you know, go and do the same research we already had. So we have to find opportunities and instances where we can really collaborate and keep it going.
Thank you, Vijay, for your opening comments. Ms. Prabhakaran, your thoughts on where does India stand in terms of its transition to a circular economy, and what more can be done to make it effective?
Thank you. I think that's a very pertinent question because what we are experiencing is a great amount of impetus on this subject from the government of India. And Niti Aayog has constituted 11 committees in specific areas where there is to be a transition from linear economy to circular economy. And some of these areas are very pertinent to Tata Power. So like, for instance, if you are looking at the fly ash management, it's no longer considered that ash is a waste. It's a byproduct for the cement industry or for the infrastructure sector. If you are looking at batteries, so the entire EV charging ecosystem that we are working on, what is the second use of batteries that we can look at? If you are looking at e-waste, again, very pertinent point brought in, we are growing so fast in the solar generation space. But what about end of life consideration for PV panels? Do we have adequate, collection mechanisms so that we are able to have the scale that is required to optimize the recycling that is required? So while there is a lot of conversation that is happening from the government, I think we as the industry are also equally responsible to participate in these discussions, and that's what we've been attempting.
Thank you, Ms. Prabhakaran. Mr. Majan, your thoughts on it?
Same topic. Yeah, I think I come from an industry which is somewhere between telecom and infra. We have telecom infra actually, Indus Towers. And we've got 2 or 3 very unique challenges which are perhaps specific to only our industry and some peripherals around us. We use a lot of generators, for example, because we're trying to bring that down to a very large extent. We use a lot of batteries to power backup. Now, batteries are a front runner in terms of recycling. And I think what we could do with help from the government is have more policies and frameworks around recycling of things like batteries. Right. That's a big item for us. On the other hand, we've got some great support from the government in terms of policies around green open access, which is again a power solution that we're looking at, green power. So there are pockets of great things coming from the government side. And there are areas that we could perhaps use some more help on. The other one is e-waste, for example. With the laptops, to take an example there, the life of these gadgets is now coming down, right? And we need faster recycling techniques. If a car company can buy back a car, why cannot a Lenovo buy back a laptop and make it more sustainable for the economy overall? So there are things that are happening and there are things that can be done as well. 2070 being the net zero goal for India, I think we are on a very, very sharp trajectory in terms of growth. So we have to maintain a very delicate balance between making sure we grow and we grow sustainably.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Majan. Mr. Srikumar, your opening comments?
I think circularity is an important topic. By default, we assume as India, it's in our ethos, that we generally don't waste things. Traditionally, we reuse. But somehow, as industrial progress comes in, a lot of waste is generated. The first thing about circularity is before you bring it back, recircle, you have to make the circle long enough. So we need to make products, solutions which are long lasting, which reduce or avoid waste. And then we talk about recycling, repairing, and even if recycling is not possible, let's say composting. So this is important for circularity. And somewhere like my fellow panelists said, we have to think of things which last more. We don't throw in 3 years, we need to have electronic equipments which probably last more. I guess this is also, regulations coming in Europe, where they expect even mobile phones to be lasting for a specific period before being recycled. So it's a challenge for industry to have this achieved, but I think this is the way to go. As an example for Siemens, like many other industrial companies, we are also getting into what is called robust eco-design. Yeah, whether it is, there are already international standards which expect you to follow it, whether it is IEC 62430 or ISO, I think 14006 or 14009. So robust eco design considers not only, let's say, one aspect of emissions, but it also considers life cycle emissions of a whole product, whether it is in while it is made, while it is, let's say, used, and while it is disposed. So overall approach is required in managing this. Last point I would like to say, see, these are all possible only when you have adequate mechanisms to evaluate how you're doing. Digital technologies are therefore helpful, whether it is using a digital twin in producing something so that you know which goes into your production and what is, let's say, staying how long, and also having transparency of how efficient your asset is being utilized. So digital technologies are a pathway to doing this. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chinupar. Mr. Veluru, your quick thoughts on it.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. I start with the consumer awareness first. There has been a lot of demand, especially with the new generation, Gen Z and all. They start asking, what is this product and why I'm paying so much, where it is coming from. They are so conscious and so aware of what this product's impact on the natural resources. So the demand started coming from there for circularity. Then the ecosystem, like the regulators. Regulators are very active. My co-panelist has told about the Niti Aayog has constituted 11 from different studies. And they also come up with a lot of policies like, natural resources efficiency policy, like extended producers responsibility, plastic waste disposal responsibility. All these things are coming up. Over and above, the second most important thing is the dilemma among the industry about the kind of markets that they are addressing for the products. There's always a, domestic market where you are still at a starting phase in all this, versus the mature markets where they are almost talking about imposing penalties, etc. So that dilemma is again one of the major driving factor of what to do, when to do, how to do. And the third most important thing is the regulations that are already in place. You look at, say, European Union. They started very recently the digital product portfolio platform, DPP. That is, you are supposed to have your data managed in such a way that circularity is the center of your product design. So they will be now very soon coming up with the product design specifications as well. The design is in such a way that it should be circular. It should be recyclable. In that, if you see the DPP, one of the most important element is like how this product can be repaired, recycled, and it can be refurbished. You need to come with the policy in such a way that you need to come out with all the modalities of how this particular product life can be extended by having the repair, etc. So this whole ecosystem is changing towards circularity. So that is a large, change and mindset today about it. As very rightly said my co-panelist, that it's not about the regulators, even the companies started thinking in this direction. And I'm from Grasim. One of our portfolio in Grasim is pulp and fiber. We are into fashion value chain. So I face this regularly. I keep going to European markets and talking to some of our customers. While these policies are coming up and emerging in the European Union, most of the brands in the Europe, where the maximum amount of consumption happens for the fashion product, they already started talking about it, implementation of these things. So this is the kind of scenario right now on the circularity. It's very exciting and at the same time, a lot of responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Veluri, and all the panelists for your opening comments. Now, all of you mentioned the thrust that the government has given, some of the policies that you've mentioned. Now, I want to understand from you the potential of collaboration in terms of government and corporate India on these policy initiatives to foster that an environment for circular economy. Vijay, if you would like to start.
Yes, starting like a stay on the renewable energy only, the company. So, as I said in my previous comment, the solar PV, It's one of the pertinent example, but there are so many questions around the recycling, refurbishment, recovery of a solar PV, which is uncertain. There is a huge cost right now. Whether government is going to, they have taken first initiative coming with the new e-waste policy and rules. And in that rules, there is specific mention, a specific chapter regarding the solar PV. Earlier, there was no information, nothing in the regulations what to do with this PV panel, which is going to be a huge problem for us as a country, also as an industry, also in coming 10 years when all these old plants will be starting to get decommissioning. So definitely first policy, first rules is out, but definitely there are other actions that needs to be taken from the government and by the industries also, like setting up large recycling units. And there is a problem of these plants are all across India. There is a huge cost of transportation. Who is going to take care of that? Whether government is going to incentivize something on that in terms of people using recycled solar PV. We don't know right now on the whether these, if we are going to have solar PV recycled, whether the performance will be at par with a new PV. So there are so many other questions, but yes, somebody know, but it's government and industry both have to take steps forward and then converge into a good solution, which is a win-win solution for both of us.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay. Ms. Prabhakaran, similar thoughts considering the synergies between the sector?
Yeah, I think very much so. Only one additional aspect that I would like to bring in is that when we are considering, especially from a PV panel end of life consideration perspective, we had conducted a study, and I think it should become as ubiquitous as the Radhi collection that we have today, right? Nobody's going to look at which brand of newspaper or which magazine or what is the source of that paper, but there is an adequate logistic infrastructure that has been built up for the entire recycling to be done seamlessly. And there is value in creating that scale, and therefore going into a concept of sector without boundaries is very important, especially for this subject.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Prabhakaran. Mr. Mahajan.
So I think it's a very interesting intertwining of many things that come together when it comes to circular economy, because it all comes down to the same thing, right? I mean, I think the first thing that the government can and should do and is doing, by the way, is to greenify the grid as much as possible. I think we've moved from somewhere in the 15-16% range to about 48-49% now. And I think I see some very aggressive plans from the government in making it, go into the 70s, 80s very, very soon. I think that will be a great step in the right direction for everyone. Besides that, and while that happens, there is enough room to look at how the government can support us in alternate sources of power. For example, we, like I mentioned, are in an industry which is very, very dependent on EV supply from the government. If we can have some kind of a subsidy on PNG, for example, that will be a great step in that direction. It's less polluting as compared to some of the other fuels that we have. If we can have more incentivization around solar farms being set up. There is, again, like I said earlier as well, that green energy open access is one big area that the government is now opening up. And with that kind of a initiative being launched from the government side, there is a lot that we can take up and deliver while the government delivers on the green grid that I spoke of. So eventually it's a collaborative effort between corporates and the government. And while the government is doing whatever it's doing with the current challenges of growth, etc., I think we have our own role to play in terms of supporting the government and making sure that's it's done as quickly as possible. So that's my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. Mr. Shri Kumar.
So I have one, if you look at what government could do, I mean, I'm not really an expert on how policies should be framed, but still my take on this, somewhere they could also start doing standardization, which has long lasting benefits. One of the examples one could think of, my panelist also said, look at, let's say, policies which are coming up in mature markets. For example, for all mobiles, they're expecting a standard connector, which means you don't need, if you have different phones at home, you don't need two different chargers or two different types of chargers, which I do currently. So you eliminate, you kind of reuse things which by standardization. So this is something which government can do. But I come from Siemens. We are not really into consumer-facing businesses. We are more into business-to-business operations, and collaborating with other businesses is our business. We work with other businesses, whether in helping them set up plants which are more green, run operations which are more efficient, or the likes. So my expectation is that people look at such, let's say, circularity as one of the business goals, and then talk to each other in that aspect, and that would be helpful in let's say running the show. We are already doing working together. For example, I think somebody said this. For example, Siemens has already a goal for reducing landfill waste to landfill to almost zero. We are at around 50 now. How we can do it? Mainly because the cement industry is able to take a lot of our waste, in their process. So when one industry is able to, let's say, abate the process of another one, that also helps overall improve the circularity in the industrial ecosystem. And we could also think of many such examples. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Villuri, your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think I echo with all these comments that have come from all the panelists. I wanted to say one thing is that collaboration is required at the design stage itself. If you are able to design the product in such a way that it can be circular, it can be made circular, that's fantastic. For example, we take a shirt, right? The buttons, the collar, the material that goes into the collar, and the threads, and of course, different blends of the fabric that goes into. Today, there are limited technologies to segregate the blends, so between a plastic fiber versus a man-made fiber or a natural fiber. So if you are able to actually design in such a way that, say, for example, for the collar, you put only the plastic based in order to control the cost of your product. And for the remaining body part, probably you can think of having, a natural fiber or man-made fiber. And then you have the threads which come from a natural resources or a natural man-made fiber thread. So this product is very easy to recirculate. It's easy to segregate. So I'm just giving an example, right? Today, that kind of concept is not there. So circularity faces that problem and challenges of segregation today. The second most important thing is collaboration is required across the value chain. It's not only about the product and product design, it is also about the logistics. The manufacturing is predominantly happening in this part of the world, like India, China, and these developing economies like Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Vietnam, and all those. And then the consumption is in the West. And the product, once the life cycle is over, it has to come all the way back. That is not there today in place. That reverse logistics is a huge burden on the circularity. So that need to be factored into it, how we can actually create that hubs in such a way that the product gets back with minimal, cost for the circularity. Otherwise, the circularity will be like huge cost burden to be passed on to the consumer. The third most important element is the awareness to the consumer, that they need to understand that circularity won't come because it's replacing the virgin material. Circularity also comes with a lot of cost. So that education is currently not there, and all of us, including the regulators, this is the most important responsibility to pass on this message. Maybe these cost structures will subside over a period of time when these all establish these logistics and all those things. However, till the time when this is picking up, this is in this new concept, while the technologies are developing, there is a cost to it, and that all need to be, consumed or need to be absorbed in the whole of the value chain. So these are the three critical elements of collaboration that is required in order to make this successful. That's
right. Thank you, Mr. Villuru. Now, before we move to the last question on challenges, I just want to ask each one of you one successful model. It may be your sector or outside your sector as well, where this circular economy model has been successful, or any specific strategy that has been successful that you can recall or what lessons can be learned from him, can be learned from them? Vijay, if you could recall something.
Definitely, I'm not able to reconnect something in India, but definitely in
Yeah,
Europe and
sure.
US. I came across one specific organization which is not manufacturing any clothes or footwear, etc. They're only collecting old ones of any brand, and then there some processing is done, so hygiene, etc. And then it is sold to unprivileged, uh, you can say, markets. And so their cost of buying of good stuff goes down, and they were quite successful in doing so. I studied on them, that how they, was able to speak to some of the people from the organization also. So that is one thing I could see that is happening in Europe also, and then one of the markets for them was in Africa. But I don't see that whether it is going to be implemented in India or not, because there is certain bias once the used products, etc., etc., and that came out very strongly in one of the surveys done in, I think, 21, 22 in India. So this is one example I can cite.
Ms. Prabhakaran?
Yeah, so I think there are quite a few examples here, and I would just list down a few which are very pertinent. And this is where I think I concur with the thought that design thinking and a systems approach is very important. And there is value that can be unlocked when we look at circularity, right? So for instance, in the generation, we used waste heat recovery, which means that the heat generated from the process of one plant is actually being used to generate power. The second and a very beautiful instance, which a lot of people may not be aware of, is that when Tata Chemicals had the Meetapur plant set up, it was a soda ash plant. And since fresh water was not available, they did a desalination of the seawater. And imagine what beautiful product came out of that as a byproduct. Tata Salt was established as an organization. And this is a beautiful example of how circular economy unlocked value. And, one more emerging area with batteries coming in, I think for automobile sector, the efficiency of batteries is, the expectation is very high. But even when they are discarded, they have 70 to 80% residual value. So they perhaps can play a very important role as second use to have grid level storage solutions to make renewable power more reliable. So there are many, many such examples. And for fly ash, obviously, we've had recently an experiment where we use bottom ash to replace sand in creating tetrapods to protect the coastlines of Mumbai. So in the construction industry, there are many applications with fly ash and bottom ash, where there are these interplay in terms of how waste products can be considered as raw materials for other industries.
Thank you, Ms. Prabhakaran. Mr. Mahajan.
Yeah, so I can think of two examples that I can quote directly, because there's many more that I have in mind, but I think in the interest of time, I'll stick to two. So one, I think we've got 185,000 towers across the country. Every tower has got batteries, and every area has got warehouses. Now, batteries, obviously, when they have a rundown in the cell voltage levels, they have to be either replaced or discarded. What we've done, and not now, we've done this about 10 years back, is that we've actually set up battery recycling centers in our warehouses. Whereas before we start scrapping the batteries, we actually do a check to see how much of it can be revived. And that has been a very, very successful model for us, not only from a recycling point of view, but also from a cost point of view. The other metric that we've been tracking very closely is mean time between failures. Now, what happens is before the 3 R's kick in, there is this very important element of maintaining, right? For the 3 R's not to come in the first place or to get delayed. Now, maintenance sometimes takes a backseat because we are too busy trying to, recycle and refurbish. Now, to me, maintenance is key. And if you're able to do your PMs in a timely manner, if you're able to make sure that you're, giving the due diligence that is required towards the machines that are running for you, they will not, the delay of 1 year or 2 years in replacing that machine itself is going to be adding value to the circular economy. So we've done some work in that direction, and we've got some improved percentages in terms of meantime between failures. And that itself is a great step in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Mahajan. Mr. Sri Kumar.
I mean, there are various examples. One I could let's say, also recollect is how waste heat is being recovered. Like Vaishnavi said, of course, waste heat recovery was always being done, especially heat which was high temperature. Waste heat was always having economic potential for recycling. But what we have also seen recently, we have also helped some customers do it, is to recycle waste heat which is at lower temperature. For example, in a pharma plant, we could take back the heat and couple with a heat pump and make use of electricity to generate hot water, but thereby avoiding, let's say, using coal as a input at all, and also improving the efficiency of the whole process. So recycling heat is something which even now going even lower temperature and lower volumes. So that is one example which I can see. The other, in my opinion, is also one example which I would like to also talk about is how secondary materials are being considered for new products. This is also the requirement of new standards where new products automatically consider secondary materials, but not just, let's say, have a target that I will include X percentage of secondary materials in our design, but you have to do it without compromising on the longevity of the product. So you need to have a product which lasts longer. Yeah, like he said, need to last before all this repairability and recyclability starts. But even while doing that at the beginning of the product design, you already think of products which can last longer, can be repaired, and also consume more of secondary materials. So this is another thing which we are doing. As Siemens, our ambition is to have in the near future around 50% of metals as recycled, and also I think around 20% of resins as secondary product coming in. Of course, this will also require the supply chain ecosystem to also develop. But in my opinion, these are already examples, and this is what we should look forward to seeing in order to make the economy remain circular and become more circular in future. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Shivakumar. Mr. Valluri, if you could recall something.
Yeah, so I can give, again, as you asked me to give my own industry example, Grasim has a huge portfolio of textile and chemicals and fiber, etc. So in the textile, I see a lot of such examples. But there are two distinctions here. It's like recycle in the circular economy on the product side, not only on the product side, even within the manufacturing processes itself, there is a lot of opportunities, like many examples have been cited right now. And I see this happening at a faster pace. The most important, the critical element in all this is unlocking the value. Today, the investment decisions are based on the value proposition, on the return on investments. Today, there's a lot of hidden, wealth in this waste. That is what is the crux of decision making, of making investment in this. I can give you examples, like we in our pulp and fiber, we have used EU-BAT technologies to recover our CS2, which is one of the chemicals that we use in our manufacturing. So if you look at pure economics basis on an Excel sheet basis, probably it's not. But if you look at unlocking the value of that by having the environment impact also, then there is a huge potential and huge value in it. That's the key. And that's what is the awareness is happening. The second thing that I can see is we have a pulp mill in Sweden. And that whole pulp mill is actually is a biorefinery. There is no single product that is a waste in that, including the lignin that comes out of the bark of the tree is again reused, and it's going into some very high value added products into pharmaceuticals and industries and all. They are using the byproducts. So it's just about looking into the product more closely, looking into the product not only on the financial benefit point of view, but if you look at the product with the embedded, value proposition with respect to environment, ecology, then there is a huge potential.
Mr. Valluri, keep the mic with you. I mean, all of you in your previous answers have elaborated the challenges that are there within your sector. We have 5 minutes left. In 1 or 2 lines, if you would have to sum up from a macro lens, the roadblocks, challenges, impediments for implementing circular economy strategies, one by one, Mr. Valluri, if you could start, and then we'll open the house for questions.
So I wanted to talk about the policy making philosophy. There, it should be collaborative, and industry should actively participate in it. And the policymakers should be facilitating unlocking the value of this in order to make circularity a big story. Huge potential in India. As he was telling, we have a mindset traditionally for extended use of products in our communities. So we have that mindset. So we need to milk that. We need to use that. So industry has to participate in those policy making. Then the government has to really bring in the value proposition of helping the industry to unlock these values, be it in the logistics, as we were talking about reverse logistics, or be it recycling, or be it re-engineering the products, helping bringing the technologies. There's huge amount of scope in that. So if there is a collaboration, the collaboration at the level of policy making, I think we are having a very good story, and we have huge opportunity to.
Right. Mr. Sri Kumar.
It's a good question. See, there are two things which I see as major challenges. One of them is the pursuit of, let's say, competitiveness as against circularity. So if you ask in private, many people would tell you, many customer, or let's say industrialists or companies would tell you, what if I invest in circularity and make my products become less competitive? That is one challenge which a lot of people face and hesitate. Yeah. One way to overcome is, like Sir said, is to look at unlocking value. Yeah. You also look at other attributes which the whole ecosystem will also start appreciating, which are attributes of sustainability. The other one is, let's say, balancing between managing emissions during production and emissions using use phase. In some products, the emissions during use phase is much larger. Yeah, there are, obvious examples as compared to production. So in pursuit of, let's say, controlling something which is more obvious, you probably end up making something which is more resource sensitive. So balancing it is also another challenge. In my opinion, see, these challenges can be overcome when you have more clarity, which comes out of data-driven approaches. So spending efforts in bringing, let's say, data on your products or systems or solutions would help you decide how this balance can be achieved, and also then make decisions which balance these things in quite a scientific way. So that's my thought on this subject.
Mr. Mahajan, what are you seeing from a macro perspective?
Yeah, so I think I generalize this comment of mine, but I think it's a mindset change. And if I look at more and more companies, not only in India, but across the globe, the focus is normally on the top line or cost, whatever the case might be. I think the focus has to go beyond that to a horizon that you see years ahead of you. And if you take an example of a company which I know of, Patagonia, it's a government company based out of the US. They actually buy back every single cloth that they sell. They also ask you before you buy their jacket, do you really need this? To his point about prioritizing circular economy over your own top line is a very important mindset change in my view. If that happens, a lot of things can change.
Yeah, so I wholeheartedly echo the thought process about mindset change, and also about the need for government intervention in terms of creating logistics and scale for the recycling infrastructure. But one important point that I would like to bring about is that every change and shift that we've seen in industry has been driven somehow by technology. it has been the inflection point where, the enablement has happened for the next generation, right? For solar panels, the widespread adoption would not have happened had the cost of solar panels not gone down. Likewise for batteries. I think, one key aspect of this is that we can reduce our carbon emissions, but it is very likely that it is not possible to eliminate it completely. And therefore, carbon capture, utilization, sequestration, and the technologies associated with that require due attention.
Thank you, Ms. Prabhakaran. Mr. Vijay, your closing thoughts on this.
Yes, on a little bit on, I'll stay and I'll talk about from the consumer's perspective, the kind of challenges that a user like me would face. But first, I would share one lighter note. I think circularity was very the core of Indian civilization right from the beginning. We all must have received this joke about a toothbrush is used time and again for different uses. And somehow, somewhere we started to doubt these old, way of using things. So we have to come out of this modern, so-called modern mindset, and we have to look in that no solution could be out of range. We have to think over every solution that is there, very small, big, etc. But from the consumer's perspective, I'll again quote one survey, very interesting. Across the surveys done in Europe, America, and India, and some other economy in Asia, 74% respondent from India, that was highest. Average was 42%, said that they're ready to buy on things which are, good for environment. But at the same time, Indian consumers are very, there's a trust deficit. They think that only 34% think that companies are doing good about environment. So that trust deficit has to be bridged. And also, another point is, you have to give information very clearly. That, okay, this product, labeling, you have to be very careful about it, that what harm it is doing to the environment or what good is doing to the environment. So then you give a choice to user, then they will definitely adopt it. I think so.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay, and all of the panelists this morning for starting this event day 2 on a very insightful note for our audiences. Audience, can we please have a big round of applause for all of our panelists? And if you have any question, I mean, the time is over, but if you have one question, yes, sir.
My name is Ike Sinha. I am country director or Unite for Good. Every panelist here has given excellent information, very educative. I would request Businessworld to take it forward, because after today's event, everybody goes back. We would like you to take this to the policymakers, the same panelists, and give information like whether it is a label or how to reverse the whole thing. All our women, housewives, villages, they are the best economists, more than people who have been educated and they are economy advisors. I have taken village people. You're talking of pharmaceuticals. Now everything is being because of Dr. Kalam, who started Ministry Ayush. When I took 19 village people who have not seen a fan, I come from a state, we are from the mountains, they have not seen a fan. But I brought them, I said, you are my president, give me 5 minutes, see my people, the village people, the grassroots. We are only seeing artificial things over there. If you don't water the roots, you cannot get fruits. Here they talked about yarn. Great example. This silk filament, the highest pricing is the waste of silk product, which is rolled on the thighs of women. Men cannot do that. It has to be the palm of a woman, which is called chocho. it is derived from there. The tensile strength of that yarn is stronger than steel. So
Yes.
this knowledge which is there with our old civilization, I would like business world to kindly take it forward with policymakers, prove that you are doing the recycling, the reverse process, reverse investment, and no wastage.
Right, sir. Thank you.
Acknowledge,
you.
sir.
Thank you. Audience, can we please have a round of applause for panelists if you could come.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists. A picture, please. If you have any questions, you can, of course, take them on an individual basis with all our panelists outside. We have to make sure that we stick to time because many of our speakers are here. And we don't want to take away any moment from any of them or from the experience as well. Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Thank you, Arjun, for moderating that. And now we move towards a masterclass on leadership masterclass with Sustainable Labs Paris, the globally evolving role of the CSO and some best practices. Let's actually look at what is happening in the market. What more can we do? And to take that masterclass, please join me in welcoming the master, Manya Chatterjee, CEO of Sustainable Labs Paris. We just wait for them to clean this. Would you want to hide my this, or you want to hide my? Can help you move around. Okay, everybody, please join me in welcoming on stage Manya Chatterjee, the CEO of Sustainable Labs Paris. So this is the moment that we all clap and welcome a speaker, giving you a hint of how the day will look like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, for all our audience members, we also have the Tata Ace EV, the electric vehicle, which is India's first four-wheeler electric commercial vehicle that is specially been parked today at the right-hand side of the main entrance of the hotel for all of you to visit. Please visit that. There are team members from Tata there to help you with all the details of the same. Please, ma'am, over to you.
I'll just wait for everyone to settle down and then we'll start.
Priyanshi, can you help with that?
Everyone can sit down. And would it be possible to shut the door and the group at the back, you could either sit down or you could go outside and have the conversation.
So that smart gentleman there, the last one. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great. So I'm going to start with some overall trends that we are seeing in corporate sustainability. And this comes from 4 years of doing the rankings of India's most sustainable companies. We started the research 4 years ago, and this is the 3rd year of publishing. It takes a year to collect data. So that's why 4 years. It takes a year to collect data. The whole team does that for the whole year. And the last year, I just wanted to share with you some trends that we're seeing. So the first bit is that sustainability is now being formalized within the org structure of companies. We're seeing this coming across very strongly. In 2014, when I was the Chief Sustainability Officer of Jindal Steel and Power, it was me and there was one more CSO of the Tata Group. There were 2 CSOs in India, and we've come a long way from that. And I remember that his office was also in CP of all the places, and we used to have monthly catch-ups to discuss that how is he doing things and how am I doing things, because the concept of CSOs was so new. And we were kind of shaping and figuring out what is a CSO, how does a CSO go about doing things. But I think we've come such a long way, and it's been fascinating to see that now companies, large number of companies, especially in the year 2022, have appointed CSOs. They have sustainability departments, which still looks, there are different ways of sustainability departments. We don't see a single pattern. There are different departments which report into the sustainability department. Sometimes CSR is part of it. Sometimes CSR is not part of it. Sometimes strategy is part of it. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes R&D is part of it or not. Maybe in a few years that's going to consolidate, or maybe it will never. Maybe every sector will have its own way of doing this. But what's also happening is that because it's being formalized, we're seeing that there are policies that are being put in place. There are processes and systems that are being put in place. A big drive for that is also the focus on disclosures and reporting, because there is a large amount of data which needs to be collected. And so there have to be systems and protocols to be put in place. So this is one, big trend. The second is we're seeing that sustainability is being embedded inside business models. 4 years ago, we used to be speaking to companies about this as a best practice. And in year 2022, we were amazed to see examples of this coming up in ways which were much bigger than we could have imagined. Schneider, Tech Mahindra, they've started business sustainability consulting divisions, a new business altogether on sustainability. There is a lot of circularity and waste to wealth, which is creating new businesses altogether. The cement industry is an amazing turnaround story. I mean, that is really something to reckon with. You would have seen there were a couple of, not too many, but a few cement companies also which were ranked in the top 50. So that's an industry which is now being built. That's an industry which is on two sides of the spectrum. On one side, you have cement companies which are converting waste into cement and mainstreaming that. And on the other hand, you have cement companies, which is business as usual and which have typically a very large carbon footprint. But creating your product from waste is essentially embedding sustainability in your business model. It is not a nice to have, you're doing your business, you're running your show, you're creating your products and services, and on the side, you're doing a little bit of circularity. The session on circularity was fascinating, by the way. It was very, very good. But what we're seeing is that all that now, we're seeing a few examples where it's being embedded in the main business model. The third is that there is continued increase in transparency. This year, we've crossed the 50% mark, or 54% of companies have reported, have disclosed their sustainability data in reporting frameworks which are globally accepted. So it's not like a report with pictures and saying whatever you want, but then it's audited documents, audited reports using a framework, using an internationally accepted framework. There is also this year increased transparency in scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions as well, and I'll come to that later. More companies setting decarbonizing targets. We've had 8 companies, new companies this year in 2022 in the top 200 who have set targets. Yes, it's more, but it's also too less. I mean, 8 companies setting, out of India's largest setting targets. So I hope to see maybe next year when I come back to you with trends and data, I hope that this changes, because when we work with companies, the targets are pulled out of the air often, so we see there are targets on social aspects or environmental aspects. And often it's a 50%, let's increase something by 50%, let's decrease, let's go 0 on something. But where have those targets come from? So, you need a scientific method to determine those targets, which is increasing, but not that fast. And then there is an increased focus on sustainability education and training. I think this is something which a lot of companies are realizing, that you need to upskill. We don't yet have universities and institutions which are training the youth, the young generation right out of school on sustainability and climate. You have a few master's programs, We at Sustain Labs, we've created India's first climate-focused university, a BTech degree, engineering degree, but it's still very less. So a large majority, a very large majority of companies will have to upskill their people. And that has come across very strongly in 2022. Earlier, it was more of, just how do you communicate sustainability? But now we are coming down to training people on more technical aspects. So a little bit, some numbers. So 54% of companies amongst India's largest 200 companies published sustainability reports this year. It's really a landmark because we've crossed 50%, because last year it was 41.3. So it's a big jump. It's a big, big jump. So I think, this is really a landmark, and, let's give a little clap and a little applause for corporate India. We've crossed the 50% mark. We've crossed the 50% mark, and I hope this increases at an even a greater speed. In FY 2022, like I said, that, more number of companies than ever before have measured and disclosed their scope 1, 2, and 3. So scope 1, as you can see, 45.5% was this year, 2022, whereas 32% was last year. So there's a big jump there. Scope 2 emissions disclosures this year, again, 43.5% and 32%, big jump there as well. Scope 3, difficult. Scope 3 is tough. And scope 3, this is the first year that, last year was the first year that SEBI made it mandatory for companies, listed companies, 1,000 listed companies to disclose scope 3. So still there's been a jump, 22.5% and 19%. I wanted to show you this. This is women representation in corporates. So these are the sectors. Can everybody see the sectors? Can you read? Yeah. So these are the sectors. And when we rank companies, we do a sector analysis, because you can't compare Tata Power to, say, Grasim, because the kind of the businesses are different, and therefore the performance on several KPIs will be different. So we do a sector analysis, and these are the sectors that we club all the companies into. This is your 1920 number of women in 1920. This is 2021, and this is 21-22. And I love this, because every year now we're ranking, and we're getting a time series, and we're able to analyze. Anybody who wants to just talk about what they're seeing over here? Any comments on what you see? Maybe the mic can be turned. There is not much change. In some cases, there is a reduction. More comments? You can come up and see if you can't see the numbers properly. Yes? I would love that if the companies have that data. You know how much we've had to work to even get this data. A lot of the companies here would know because that kind of data the companies have, then we can have that, but they don't.
Hello.
No, yeah, that's a point well taken. That is why we do a sector representation, because of course, there are certain sectors like retail, where there will be more women. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Any
Hello.
other comments?
I think I am Anirudh.
Yes.
I'm a professor at JGU.
Yes.
And I think there's a problem with this data. FY 2021 and 21-22, the GDP went down, hiring was frozen. And now the hiring is taking place. So what you're seeing, the trend is an anomaly.
No,
So you
it's
cannot,
not.
no, it is. There are multiple studies being published. So you need to wait for 22,
Can I just interrupt you?
22, 23 data.
No, 1 second. Before making such sweeping statements, please correct yourself, because this data has been collected from the companies themselves. We've sent them the sheets back. So please don't make such sweeping statements that this is wrong.
No, I mean, I know the data. And the data is right, but there is a trend.
that you haven't captured, which is COVID.
Thank you.
And because of that, you don't see a delta changes in this data of 3 years. But in 22, 23, you would see the changes.
I think before making such statements, you should just look, just think through this properly. And the data that we collect, by the way, we speak to companies, we only take it from audited documents, and the companies here would tell you that we actually send the sheets back to correct and, bring it back to us. Any other trends that you see? One more? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. So there's one big trend over here that nobody is reaching even 40%. There are no sectors which have even 40%. So there's 34% in IT, in information technology. And then you have the pharma sector, which is rising. There is the retail industry, which again, is quite, it's got 25% women. But then if you go into women in leadership and what roles are women in, that is something that we don't have granular data like this. And there is, no way of triangulating that data and checking with the companies. But then what we do have is this, that looking at women board members to give some sense of women in leadership as well. Yeah. So this, oops. So this gives you a sense of the number of women. So no one's crossing a 40%, not even a 25%. And this gives you a sense of women board members. So here, what do you see? Maybe just one comment. Yes.
I think trend in women leadership, especially the board level of executive companies, as compared to the middle management, which indeed is very stagnant.
Yes. No, these are great. Both are great comments. Yeah. So somewhere I think women, it's static over the 3 years mostly, and over here it is kind of growing. But then here again, you see no one's crossing the 25% mark. No one's crossing the 25% mark. So I want to move to the next piece where why I'm showing you this is because what I'm going to talk about is the changing role of CSOs. And we are working across several geographies and we build ventures. So there's no conflict of interest. We are not a consulting company. So when we rank companies, we're not looking at consulting, there's no conflict of interest. But because of the work we do and the various clients that we have, we do have an insight into the changing role of hundreds of CSOs and sustainability practitioners from around the world. And based on that, I wanted to share with you something very interesting that we are seeing, the shifting role of CSOs. I started this talk about, when I was a CSO, I was one of the two, in the country. And now in 2023, a few trends that we see. From PR to CSR, in early days, it used to be communications. It's still probably communications is a part of it, but increasingly, it's moving towards strategy. The global sustainability head of Accenture, Peter Lacey, is also the global head for strategy. And we see this happening several times. So it's moved dramatically from PR and CSR to strategy. And in a lot of companies, the sustainability head would also be leading the communications department as well. And now that's been split because they see that within sustainability itself, there's a lot more and communications is being given to communications. So this is one major, major trend. Anybody who relates to this? Yes. Anybody wants to speak about anything? I completely agree with you. It's a great point. CSR and PR is growing and communications is growing at its own pace. But here the point I'm making is that the person, CSO, the Chief Sustainability Officer, What we're seeing, and for good or for bad or for whatever, what we're seeing is that their responsibilities used to be this. Earlier, CSO means CSR. Like even when I used to say I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer, they used to say, what are the CSR initiatives you are doing? It used to be literally that. And then it became a lot of PR and communications. The responsibility of the CSO is moved towards strategy. And in a lot of cases, like I said, the CSO is the CSO, like strategy and sustainability. And in some places, strategy is a part of the larger thing that they're doing. Yeah. Very, anybody else? Yes.
The biggest example is of our finance minister. Biggest example of this, the strategy, is the finance minister.
Explain.
Sitaraman.
Explain.
She's making a strategy how to run the country.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
You want me to say?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Please.
So I'm earlier in my career, I was into operations and then strategy, and then moved into a CSO role right now. Yes, I fully concur. A few years back, when I was with Ultratech Cement, I was CSO. I was given the responsibility of sustainability along with my technology support responsibility. That time, I used to see is communication is the most of the important thing for the CSO, what the company is doing, and et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely.
From there, it's moved to coming up with certain policies and CSO strategy.
Great example. And I'm sure there are many in this room. It's moved.
Can I add on?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Vachna. I work for Akshakalpa Organic. It's an organic dairy brand based in the South. So when in the organic industry, really, sustainability is really at the heart of everything that we do, because soil has to be organic, everything that we do. So our farms are like closed loop farms, so even at the front end, we're thinking about it. So for us, sustainability is really top down. It's more than it being about communication. It's actually coming from the CEO. So sustainability is really at that level for an organization which is in the organic field. So I completely resonate.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. Great. The next trend is this. So from a sustainability department, which used to be sitting on the side, it's now becoming a centralized function of the company. It's becoming a central piece, which actually, again, I go back to those days, because those days will never come back when there used to be like just the Tatas who would have a CSO. At that time, they had it centralized. And then, you would know right from the start, the Tata Group, they always had the central. And even for me also, when I was CSO as well, it would be the CEO, CSO, and me literally up offices used to be one next to the other. But for many companies, even up till 2 years ago, it used to be the sustainability department. There'd be their business and then the sustainability department. And there used to be like this whole effort from the sustainability department to work the other departments. But what we're moving to now is that it's becoming a centralized function. And a lot of it has to do with this reporting. Because for that reporting, the GRI reports and sustainability report, you need to have data from across all the different departments. And if you want data from all the departments, then you want that data to look good. If you want the data to look good, then you need to tell all the departments what to do better. If you want to tell departments what to do better, then you need to be empowered to tell them what to do better. Right? So one thing has led to the other, but we're seeing this and it is really, really interesting. Yeah. This is a big one. From a cost center. From a cost center, the sustainability department is going to be like the bottleneck for everything. There's going to be expenses over there. There is business and revenues, and then there is expenses on sustainability. Revenue generator. And any examples on this one? We had a wonderful panel just now on circular economy, and then, where there are business models and it's becoming a revenue generator. But any examples on this one, from becoming a cost center to revenue generator? Carbon credits. Amazing. Carbon credits. Any other? Sorry? Yes. So from a cost center to a revenue generator, even like the whole waste to wealth and starting new business departments, especially in the construction industry, for example. Yeah. So the CSO story, in FY21, global companies appointed about as many chief sustainability officers in the year as in all prior 8 years combined. And we're, looking, and this has been, this is a study by PwC. Gartner did a similar study where it says the volume of conversations on social media using the term CSO has doubled over in the FY20 and 21. And another study a year before said that nearly 80% of 325 investment professionals reported ESG risks as a major factor in their investment evaluations, which kind of leads to the previous two. So the role of the CSO is now becoming larger, and it is changing and it is evolving as well. So after this, I just want to, for those of you who are practitioners in the field, maybe just some discussion on some practical ways to go about doing all that now you have to go about doing. Shine the spotlight on the agenda. The agenda that a lot of times sustainability can be jargonized and can be made very difficult to understand. Put the spotlight on the sustainability agenda. It's important that the whole company needs to know what the agenda is. Only then they will feel part of it and they will be able to implement. If you make it complicated, if you're hiding it, if you're not internally communicating it, it's very difficult for the rest of the company to actually know what needs to be done. Right? We are moving out of that era where sustainability used to be jargonized. And with all due respect to consultants, but then, sometimes it gets all jargonized and we make very complicated by them. But make it simple, shine the spotlight, and I'll take a comment a bit later. Work your data. And I wanted to show this before, taking the comment, because this is related to shine the spotlight. Speak in data. Once you show the data, you'll be able to make the case in an easier way. Yeah, so work your data, collect data, make a case for you to get through. And this data will also help you, in many, many other ways as well, of improving the company, of benchmarking yourselves, being scientific in your targets, reporting as well, and many, many other things. Yeah, you had a comment. Yes.
Hello, madam, I am technology expert. The question is, you are not told us, about the GDP of sustainability GDP. How much companies are spending on sustainability and how much is the outcome? Yeah. For example, how much water they are saving, all the, companies.
Thank you. I'll address that. So this is a masterclass for CSOs.
Okay.
So this is not on that, but it's a very important point. That's going to be there in the magazine as well as in the report that we put in also, the CSR percentage spent for all the companies. Yeah. Okay. Learn deeply and provide solutions. This first part, learn deeply. We just had a comment where somebody moved from operations. Most of the CSOs, Niti, you're from the legal background, right? Most CSOs, in our generation, me, myself, I was an investment banker. We've all moved from certain other professions and we've learned by ourselves. This generation of sustainability decision makers are self-learning. And we cannot be taking decisions without rigorously self-learning. You cannot do it. You can delegate, but you cannot be delegating without knowing even better than your team members what it is that you're asking them to do. We don't have universities and institutions to have taught us what we're doing. And even if they did, it would have been outdated because this field is changing so fast. In our climate university, we have a problem. The curriculum keeps changing. So every year we're revising the curriculum because it keeps changing. So learning deeply, spending the time to learn, to get into the thick of things, it is, not just a management thing. Get into the technicalities, keep abreast, find your own ways, have maybe somebody whose job is to just tell you and explain to you in simple words what's going on, because you won't be able to pick up on the reading material. So have a system there. But you can't get away with learning deeply, because either then you'll be making wrong decisions, or people will stop trusting you because you won't know. So learning deeply is extremely important. Maybe the next generation, it will be easier. And then provide solutions. And that, we've come a long way, where this used to be the problem child, acha, but then, emissions. Okay, but then this. Now there are solutions. Now there are technologies. There are solutions. It's about learning about it, understanding what is the best way forward. But I must also tell you that because we have a bit of a comparative thing, a lot of the technology solutions, at least, they work for other parts of the world, which need to be adapted to different regions as well. That's not happened. So, so in terms of solutions. Give the bad news too. Give the bad news too. And this is so tricky, especially in an hierarchy, because giving the bad news. Anybody who wants to comment on this, any of the sustainability practitioners? I know for those of you who are not CSOs, who are not sustainability practitioners, this might be a little bit irrelevant, but yes.
Bad news is good news.
Bad news is good news. Yes, bad news is good news, because somebody gave that news and saved a lot of trouble, right? Any other practical, yes, experiences?
So ma'am, actually, when we are talking about the sustainability, then we can see that mostly CSO is related to the S part and G part. But the E part is very important for the sustainability, because we want to become net zero and the carbon. So if the person become more knowledge about the E part, because if we say mostly company covering S and G,
yes,
but the CSO is not coming from the E background.
Okay, I'll
so
just
he is some technical expertise.
Nowadays I know E, S, and G is a big this thing. Now also climate also is a big buzzword. But frankly, every company will have its own definition of sustainability. What it's beyond, it's not always E, S, and G also, and it's not always people, planet, and profits also. Every organization will have its own. For some people, it would be risk management. For some, it would be R&D. So ESG is a buzzword these days. 20 years ago, 1798, when people started talking about sustainability, can somebody tell me what was it about? When we first started talking about sustainability in more? Okay, sustainable business. Somebody answered the right answer. Food. It was food. It was food. Thomas Malthus, 1798, he talked about the famous Malthusian dilemma. He talked about this. That was the beginning of this, where he said that the human population is increasing in an in a geometric order, because, 2 producing 2, 3, 4 at that time. But then food is increasing in an arithmetic order. So the resources, he defined resources not as water or climate, it was food. So nowadays it's ESG and climate and all of that. But then 20 years ago also it wasn't that. Yeah, so we have to keep a larger picture of what is sustainability. It's basically being responsible. It's about being responsible and thinking about the future, making sure everything is sufficient. We are not just going boom, 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 and then bust, but thinking about the larger picture, making sure, we're in it for the long run. Yeah. Okay. Give the bad news to you, get it, right? So yes, there is good news, but it's very tough. I mean, it's easy to say that and easy, but then actually, how do you communicate the bad news? Because sometimes it will be your fault or somebody else's fault and all of that, and being solutions oriented, this is very tough to do. Anybody who wants to interpret this? Be the bridge. Yes.
CSO has to be a facilitator. I think that is very important, because going back and putting it in context, when you said that, they need to understand it deeply, they have to provide solutions.
Yes.
So effectively, they'll have to show purpose and they'll have to bridge that gap of understanding.
Yes, very good. And it's partly right also. The 2 green things, it could be different for different companies, but usually on one side is all the good stuff. It's like, do this right and social and all the good stuff. Like we said, it's I think great comment that's beyond ESG. But then on the other side, it is your CFO. Where's the money going to come from for everything? It's the business, it's the CFO, it's the investments, it's the divestments. how things are done, layoffs, the way it is done, all that part. And it's easy sometimes to be in an opposition, you know, to be opposing, but it's important to understand this person's point of view. It's important to speak the same language as this person's point of view and that person's point of view. This is the toughest part of being a CSO. Because you have to speak the same language, empathize and understand equally this part and this part. Yeah, and this is where I think, you know, companies hiring CSOs, this is something that they are increasingly being mindful of, that who is a person who can speak to the CFO in that language and talking about budgets and this and that, but also understanding and being the right representative and learned representative of all the other stuff as well. Yeah. So the CSO today, a big part of your role is negotiation. And I'm sorry for all of you who are not CSOs or who are, you know, not a sustainable decision maker, but hopefully this is informational for you. But negotiation, it's on a daily basis. I mean, those of you who are here, who are sustainability, you know, decision makers, you would know this. On a daily basis, it is negotiation. Negotiation for doing things differently. Negotiations for budgets, negotiation, because you're trying to create something new. There are new things coming in, which you also don't know. You're learning, telling the rest of the organization to do things better. We touched upon this. Data-driven, data. You know, maybe 5 years later, it'll be easier. But at this point, who are the data owners? You don't even know in the company, large company, you know, 15,000 people, who's the data owner? Then that data owner getting the data. So, you know, being data-driven, collaborative. And I think collaboration came up again and again in yesterday and today. And collaboration is very, because you can take the decisions, but ultimately, you're not going to be sitting and implementing, because it's the whole company who's going to implement it for you. So collaboration at every step, even when you're making the agenda to rolling out the agenda, you know, even when you're making the agenda, you have to be collaborative. Ask everybody that what is it that you want? Science-driven, this needs to be more, but then this is happening. A CSO's job is to be science-driven. There's a lot of, you know, anecdotal evidence in this field. And, but this is actually, sustainability is science, whether it is on the social side or, you know, even on the environment, even on the social side, because science doesn't mean physics and chemistry only. Science means a scientific approach, a scientific thinking. If you're looking at CSR projects even, so not just looking at, okay, head count, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these are my beneficiaries, because one CSR project, if you do a scientific evaluation of impact of it, then you would go into the secondary impacts. You'll go into the deeper impacts. An NGO who is training women taxi drivers, they're probably training 25 in a year. But the actual impact, if you look at it scientifically, using scientific methodologies, there you will see there is a deep societal impact, because getting women to do taboo, you know, jobs, non-cliched jobs and stuff. So science-driven in everything that one does. Action-oriented, you know, from philosophizing, just writing op-eds and being a thought leader, that's important. But how are you actionizing that? You've got to convert that into action. Thought leadership, but thought leadership, how do you act? Thought leadership, yes or no? Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's there. But what you can't do away with, what CSOs today cannot do away with, is being action-oriented. What does that translate into? What is the action? Listening. Very, very, very important. You know, we in systems thinking, because if you see, like the CSOs, we talked about this before, you're in the center of the system increasingly. Listening to the rest of the organization. Listening to the needs, listening to risks, listening to who the stakeholders are, right? Good communication, listening is part of communication. So these two are related. You know, communication is not just speaking, it is also about listening. Clear clearly articulating things is very, very important. And domain knowledge, which we've already touched upon, domain knowledge we have to build. This generation CSOs, we have to self-learn. We have to learn, you find your way how you want to do it. You know, every morning you get a clipping or something of things you have to learn. You get up in the morning and you do 4 hours of classes online. You have somebody whose job is to just explain to you things. You have to find your way and build that domain knowledge. No getting away from that. Yeah. And all this, CSOs today, they are actively engaging with the company's external stakeholders. Stakeholders are entities that impact the business and or who are impacted by the business. So entities could be people, it could be organizations, it could be the ecosystem, flora and fauna. And on the other hand, CSOs of today, they're also actively engaging the board, all the internal stakeholders, the board members, the company leadership, all the employees and the shareholders. Right? Does anybody relate to this? Yeah. And the challenges that we see that CSOs are facing today, the top 3, number 1 is keeping pace with the fast changing regulations impacting corporate sustainability, especially driven by the EU. The EU is coming up with some solid regulations, which is impacting trade worldwide. Anybody importing into the, anybody exporting to the EU, they'll have to pay taxes equivalent to the emissions, extra emissions that that company is causing, which is more than the European, any company in Europe and so on. So there's a lot of regulations in the finance industry. I mean, people are sitting with that 300-page document. So there's a lot of fast changing regulations and keeping pace with that. Understanding and implementing technology solutions for decarbonization. So this is, the second one, a lot of CTOs, actually in this room as well. So CTOs, Ambuja, for example, so there are CTOs, which are also CSOs. And in some companies abroad, we're seeing a new title called Chief Decarbonization Officer. There's a CDO that we are seeing, a Chief Decarbonization Officer. So that he's a CTO and a CSO mix. So the second one is increasingly very important. And because like one of you said, climate is becoming very, very important in our era. Yeah. And the third challenge we see is the lack of empowerment within the company, because, it's, if you're not given the place within the company, which is, next to the CEO or the owner, then you're crippled. You CSO can't do much then, because everything that you see, all the stuff that they have to do is change making. They have to make certain large changes, and all these changes are something new. And there's also ambiguity because we don't even know the fuller picture, what will come, things are changing. So in the first panel yesterday, also I talked about the 3 C's, where the second C was cast. So how do you cast sustainability is very, and some of what we've seen even in India, the best performing sustainability companies, the sustainability team and the CSO is very empowered. They're like right there. They have the ear to the CEO all the time. They're making. So that's really a defining factor, but that's also a challenge. It doesn't happen always. Yeah. I'm going to end this with just this. The emerging areas of a CSO's role and what we're seeing, how things are emerging. So it is this is how it is. But this is the direction that we are seeing things are moving towards. One is technology. So a lot of because as somebody mentioned that these days, there's a lot of focus on climate in sustainability, and technology is a big solution provider. So the CSO's job is now to understand new technologies, be a practitioner of new technologies, advise on new technologies. That also explains, this last bit as well, the second challenge that where a lot of CTOs are becoming CSOs and so on. So technology is a big field which CSOs are engaging in. The second is business transformation. So a lot of the sectors, OMG, for example, NG, a major French ONG company, they are moving out completely of thermal and then getting into renewables, and in India also, we have some fabulous examples, the cement industry, some of the power companies, so there is an entire business transformation. ITC is a fabulous example, tobacco company, but today 54% of the portfolio is non-tobacco. So so business transformation, and these businesses are transforming primarily because of sustainability, because they want to move towards things which is good for stakeholders beyond shareholders. And that business transformation is being led by the CSO. So this was not happening 10 years ago. It was very, very, this is also very recent, that whole businesses are now moving out of their business. The products are changing. The way the products are designed are changing and all of that. Yeah. Running a new business. So there are new businesses within business conglomerates, within smaller companies and startups as well, new verticals, new products, which are focusing on sustainability, which are catering to customers, maybe, who care for this, or maybe, they are leveraging circular economy towards creating new products. So running a new business, so CSOs now are also running a new business. And Sandeep Chandna, I don't know if he's there in the room or not, he's running a new business. The CSO is running a new business. So you see, so the role of the CSO, and I just want to end with this. This is where we are today. And this is where we are moving towards. And I just want to leave you all, those of you who are CSOs in the room, with a question about how is your role evolving, and what do you need to do to keep up with that changing role? What are the skills you need to up? What's the domain knowledge, and what are the thrive skills also that you need to serve your role that is changing very, very fast? If you think deeply, and if you think about it, it is changing, and how do you cater to that? Yeah, thank you. So I'd weaved in all the questions during my presentation, but if there are any other, please.
Now, this doesn't really happen, but now that we are, any questions, anybody?
Thank you for such an insightful session, Dr. Munya. The question that I have is, with the large pace and rapidly developing scenarios around sustainability globally, how can we actually keep ourselves up to pace? And would there be any rich source of information that we can actually bank upon? Of course, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are in place, but any other material that we can really look up and self-read and keep up to pace?
Yeah. So it really depends on the sector. So different sectors have different sources. So, like for example, for the ONG sector, it would be IEA, which has some very good data. For certain sectors, it would be the World Bank who would have. So different sectors would have different. UNFCCC, CCC, for example, they only focus on climate and government-related negotiations.
Ma'am, I want to know, how is disruption good for business?
How is?
Disruption.
How is disruption good for business?
Number two.
Yeah.
The urge to destroy is a creative urge.
Sorry?
The urge to destroy is a creative urge.
Oh, nice philosophical questions. Very good ones also. I think, so disruption is not necessarily a good thing. It depends on why you want to disrupt. But I think it's also a very personal approach. Different people would have different approaches to this, and that's why it's a great question. There are, all these books on leadership, that, disruptive or this, but I think the most important thing is to understand your own leadership style, whether you're good with disrupting things and bringing in something new, or are you good with negotiating and getting something new? So number one, disruptive isn't always great. It depends for what. And secondly, I'm just putting it into context of the CSO masterclass. I think each of us have our own leadership style, and not necessarily if the book says that you have to be disruptive innovation, you have to do that, because like my style is not that. I usually get everybody to convince everyone diplomatically and, get everybody moving together. So it depends on people's leadership style.
So Dr. Mania, I think excellent masterclass, and perhaps everything that we've experienced, you have articulated. So thank you very much for that. I think one of the questions that we are facing with is the critical stakeholder of customer. If the demand is there, then the journey becomes more enabled and easier. So how do we reach out to that critical stakeholder?
Thank you. So this whole piece of the drivers for the changes that we are seeing today, and would love your inputs also on it. The way we are seeing it is, number one, the investors. Investors came in even before the regulators came in their own small way. And maybe now the regulators are leading it, but actually the investors were the first ones. CDP was created by investors in the UK. The second driver is regulators, regulations coming in, making it, when I was CSO, it was a nice to have, but now it is not a nice to have. Now it's all mandatory and all that. The third driver is peer pressure. Other companies are doing it, large companies especially. And that's why it's more difficult for maybe niche companies. I wouldn't call it small because you guys are doing amazing things, but more niche. But for large companies, listed companies, they have footprint in different geographies. There, you have to be competitive internationally, globally, and therefore, but the driver which is not there is your customer. It's still a niche clientele. There'll be like a small part of the segment who would like this stuff. And them also, if you offer something else at a cheaper price, they'll probably shift to that. So that customer is not, anybody telling you customers is wrong, because it is still not there. And I maybe the place where we see it, and this is anecdotal, I don't like anecdotes, I'm more of a data and numbers person, but anecdotally, if I were to say, then I see this in Europe the most, where there is in the public a certain need, but very little elsewhere. And the big solution, and I've given this a lot of thought, of how does this change, and this is where education is the most important, and education beyond awareness. It's not awareness campaigns. It is actually in the curriculums introducing climate, which is different from environment. Introducing sustainability and responsibility, which is different from business studies. So introducing these things categorically in the school curriculums, having an undergrad choice given, and we've created one, but we need hundreds of these more, of having a choice so that people consider sustainability and climate as as a specialization. They give 4 years to it, because then these are the children who will know. So not only are you training this generation, but they go back and speak to their friends. They go back and speak to their parents as well. So the parents and their peers are also affected by this. But if there's any other suggestion, but for me, this is the only way, introducing this into education and school level and university level. Yeah.
We'll take that as the last one.
An example from what we are doing, we launched a recycling initiative about a year back, where we said we'll take the milk packets back from the customer's doorstep. The reverse logistics of recycling is the most difficult, isn't it? Taking it back from the customer. So we partnered with them. We said that because we have a bag hanging on their gate anyways to drop the milk packets every morning, we asked them to rinse it dry and drop it back in the same bag. And today, 25% of Akshay Kalpa customers are recycling. About 10,000 kg of plastic we've recycled. We're still a niche company, like you said.
And I have a lot of respect for Akshay Patra. You guys are doing fabulous work.
The Akshay Kalpa, actually. Akshay Kalpa, we're not.
Okay,
Akshay Patra is another one.
I'm sure I have equal respect for that as well.
Yeah, but educating customers really helped, because to tell them that you have to recycle, because there were steps that they had to follow, which is rinsing and drying, that really helped in this whole process.
Yes, absolutely. So I think like awareness, education, but I was also going at introducing it into the school curriculum, which we're doing in the UAE. We're working with the Ministry of Education from K to 12 to university, the entire spectrum introducing it. But that's a small population. India is much, much bigger. But that is the ones, because then the schools will teach them to do that, you know. But I think that's all. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Keeping up with time, let's move ahead with the next presentation, which is an industry presentation on enabling circular economy through digital solutions. Please join me in welcoming on stage Ekta Narayan, co-founder and CBO of Recycle. Ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Businessworld, Sustain Lab Paris for inviting Recycle. I'm going to talk on enabling circular economy through digital solutions. Today, India is hosting G20 presidency. There is Digital India Mission, Swachh Bharat Mission, and Lifestyle for Environment announcement. I think there can be no better time to transition from linear to circular. There cannot be a better time to make commitments and be more responsible. Circular economy, it's quite confusing today, still not well understood. I would like to just make a mention on this. So what exactly is circular economy? It's a system that is restorative or regenerative by design. It actually eliminates the complete concept of end of life. Just like the nature says, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It only gets transformed. So similarly, that's the fundamental meaning of circular economy. And the way to achieve this is to redesign the consumption and manufacturing systems altogether to create a regenerative ecosystem. It's very tough. We have heard panelists since yesterday talking about this. It's not simple because we are now between economy and sustainability, and this has to go hand in hand. So things makes, it is a little tough, but it's not impossible. Small changes are required. The four fundamental principles of circular economy, I would say, is use clean, use less, use longer, and use again. And individually, these are for certain stakeholders in the entire ecosystem. When we talk about recycling, when is done of a clean material makes more sense when it is done of a contaminated material, mixed dirty material. Use less, I think UI manufacturing units, everybody can incorporate this particular principle. Use longer, again, a conflict between sales and making things sustainable, but yes, that has to be the way of life. And use again in the same lines. So what are we trying to march towards? We are all trying to claim green future, and green future can be attained through digital solutions. We had Mr. Venkat Garimal yesterday talking about the climate change, and he mentioned in detail about the different details around the first point, which you can see around the global issues, which is limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. It is like when we were in school, you score 40 and you pass. Otherwise you fail if you do not score that marks. So, but then it was a situation when if I'm failing, I fail alone. But today, if we cross this threshold, we take the whole human race to fail. It's about sustainability. How do we maintain this? Of course, there is one thing which I've mentioned here on the slide. You can see which yesterday, a lot of panelists have spoken about. Digitizing supply chain. It can lead to 15% reduction in greenhouse emission by 2030. So certainly what is in our control is we can delay this process and then plan for making it, for reducing it further. Second, of course, we all are aware the human race, we are growing rapidly, and thus the consumption, and thus the waste output as well. So ocean-bound plastic is becoming a big problem, not just ocean-bound, I would say across, and we know that over 8 million metric tons of plastic has entered ocean almost every year. It's still continuing. So we also understand that parallelly, there are new technologies which are coming up to restore, to collect this material from the ocean, to recycle this. Tech interventions can enhance the current 30% recycling rate. So this is critical. We need to understand how, of course, through the C's which Minya was mentioning, collaboration is one of the very, very important aspect of this. Carbon emissions. India alone emits 3 gigatons carbon dioxide equivalent annually. That's almost 7% of the global emission. So talking about economics, there is a good news inside this. If we adopt circular economy, there is, of course, value in the resources, and which is estimated to be around $624 billion by 2050. So there is no accurate number yet, but this is all depending on how we action, what are the steps that we are taking, what we do. Tech disruption. So I just mentioned that this is important. We have changed our language. No more we say, give me money. We say transfer money, GPay karo. Food order is an old way of saying this, is Swiggy karo, things, etc. So there's a tech disruption in our language. It's everywhere there. And I have put up this picture here because I was quite amused when I saw the donations being asked, with a QR code on a cow and also on the drum around my house. So this is happening. It's becoming a way of life. So sustainability cannot be an exception. It connects, it stimulates, and it gives innovation. So it's critical. That's how we can achieve circularity. And the 3 steps to circularity is take action on controllables, encourage and inspire behavior change, track and ensure traceable impact. So I would go one by one on this. Take action on controllables. Every individual, every entity, every stakeholder has got certain things under their control. When we talk about the regulators, policymakers, they came up with EPR, extended producer responsibility for plastic, e-waste, now extending to tire, battery waste, and also probably to oil, used oil, etc. So what's in the control we bring through policies? There is a need to collaborate, come together and make that happen. As brand owners, since yesterday we have heard a lot of them talk about their net zero goals, quite fascinating and interesting. So that's going beyond compliance. A step that an organization is intending to take, getting plastic neutral, getting carbon neutral, estimating their footprints. How is that possible? That's possible through technology. So having the right data in place, that's where we built circularity platform at Recycle. And we are supporting many organizations to calculate their footprint and then march towards their net zero goals. Of course, as an individuals and as an entity level, we have our control on selecting what kind of process we want to have. Sustainable processes, sustainable production process, or waste management. Second very important step towards circularity is to encourage and inspire behavior change. We just heard Minya talk about, having this subject built in education across. So school students, everyone needs to be taught about this. I think the screen went off. So behavior change for waste reduction and for resource conservation, for reduced littering, for mitigating change, and for promoting circular economy is imperative. There is no option. Individually, no stakeholder, the policymakers or regulators cannot achieve this. Each one of us have to contribute, and that is what I would like to talk about right now. One example which we at Recycle have implemented at Kedarnath, we believe that there is a process of deposit refund system which engages every citizen. I think it's not a new concept. We all have experienced this when we were kids, or even today when we rent out things for functions, etc. There is a component of deposit. And when you return the product or when you consume the product and return the packaging, you get your deposit back. So we launched this in Kedarnath, for which we got the national award from Madam President this January 23. Thank you so much. And yeah. And going further, it is extended to many more areas. And now state is actively talking about this. I'll play a short video for you to have an understanding on this and to break this monotony of my monologue.
बिना थमे बहती नदियां और बर्फ से ढके चांदी जैसे चमकते पहाड़, यही केदारनाथ धाम में बसे हैं महादेव। दिव्यता से भरे इस धाम की सुंदरता और नदियों की अविरलता बनी रहे, इसके लिए रुद्रप्रयाग जिला प्रशासन की कोशिशें कभी नहीं रुकती, जिसमें सबसे सफल प्रयास रहा यात्रा रूट को प्लास्टिक कचरे से मुक्त करने के एक अनूठे क्यूआर कोड अभियान का, जिसमें यात्रा से लौटते वक्त क्यूआर कोड लगे हर खाली प्लास्टिक के पानी के बोतल को वापस करने पर 10 रुपए लौटाए जाने लगे। आज इस अभियान की पूरे देश में चर्चा है। इस अभियान को देश भर से आने वाले लोगों का साथ मिला और हजारों टन प्लास्टिक कचरे के बोझ से केदारनाथ मुक्त हुआ। और अब एक और नई पहल, अगर साल 2023 में आप केदारनाथ जी की यात्रा प्लान कर रहे हैं तो घर से निकलते वक्त अपनी कार में एक डस्टबिन रखना मत भूलिएगा।
उत्तराखंड हाईकोर्ट ने अपने एक आदेश में साफ कहा है कि राज्य में प्रवेश करने वाला कोई भी वाहन, चाहे वो प्राइवेट हो या फिर कमर्शियल, उसमें एक डस्टबिन रखना अनिवार्य होगा,
ताकि सफर के दौरान जमा हुआ प्लास्टिक या कोई भी वेस्ट आप रास्ते, पहाड़ या नदियों में ना फेंकें। आइए लिखें स्वच्छता के सफलता का इतिहास। जिला प्रशासन रुद्रप्रयाग को मिले हर हाथ का साथ।
Thank you. So this actually is in our control, not to litter. Thank you so much. And this is something which can enable us to collect clean material. Trust me, the kind of material that we got from this process of deposit refund system is million times cleaner than the material which is collected from the ground, because the moment it falls inside the dustbin or goes on the ground, it gets contaminated badly. So after this, I would like to speak about the third principle on circular economy, how this can be actually achieved. So tracking and ensuring traceable impact. We have to have data in place. There was even, Minia just now spoke about data, self-learning. How is this possible? Today, things are changing every day, and we need to understand and collaborate. The entire ecosystem is fragmented in India. And we know that, especially in the waste sector, this area is predominantly managed by informal sector. We need to upgrade them. We cannot continue to manage the waste the way we have been doing till date, because this is resulting in loss of a lot of resources and of course, damage to the land as well as the ocean, water bodies, etc. So we need to bring them up in association with them, enabling them through technology, having right data points at every level. And that's when we can actually progress towards resource efficiency and for managing the waste in a right manner and, completely enable circular economy through systematic recycling. So I would like to, I think I have one more video to play. Yeah. Could you just play that again? So this video will actually show you that how Smart Scan, which was introduced by Recycle, where at every household and at shops, we gave them this bags with QR code and nudge them to collect dry waste. So the smarts can actually trace every bag to the waste generator, the individual households. Again, this was a step towards, nudging them for behavior change. Today, the problem is that at source, we don't segregate. And that's when, the whole problem begins. It comes contaminated, and then we start the process of segregation, washing. So again, there are resources involved. Water is wasted. So there are a lot of things, as we have been talking since yesterday, on systematic design change. The way we manage, the way we consume, and what we do after consumption is very, very critical. So all this embarks on our endeavor to achieve circular economy. Can move to the next slide. Oh yeah. So with this, I would like to take you through about our company Recycle, a little bit about it. So we are a clean tech startup headquartered in Hyderabad, a 7-year-old company, and today we are almost 400 plus team across the country. We are sticking our operations to India because there's a lot to do in our country. We have not even, I would say, forget about scratching the surface. We haven't even touched the surface. So with 210 brands plus, I mean, almost close to 300 brands where we are associated with them as sustainability partner. We are working with several recyclers across categories, more than 300 in number, and several aggregators, kabadiwalas, more than 3,000, as you can see here. This is the area where we need to focus, how we can incorporate them. Collaboration, not at higher level, but also involving the informal sector, upgrading them to next level, bringing the social inclusion factor, training them and making them aware of the benefits of moving into a formal ecosystem. That's where you can actually create disruption for better, because we cannot fight with the old problems, with old techniques. We need to innovate and have new techniques, new solutions. And what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. So data is super critical there. Our software solutions are helping large enterprises to enable their sustainability goals through sustainability literacy solutions, plastic neutrality solutions, industrial waste management within their factory premises, and also ESG life cycle applications. Reporting has become imperative, but how do you get into the reports and then the right kind of reports, the precise reports, which helps you to see through and then take informed decisions. So these are the aspects where Recycle is continually working, engaging. And I have the slide where I would like to speak about the two prominent verticals of Recycle. So there is a marketplace, as you can see on my left, and then there is a sustainability solution. So today, to produce the right kind of output, there has to be clean, homogeneous input. We had one of the panelists from Grazim Surya Prakash ji, he was talking about having uniform fiber fabric for the apparels to be recycled. I think the story goes everywhere. The more the fashion marketing project, our demands, consumptions have actually gone to that level where it has become difficult for us to recycle because there's so many mixtures of everything. So in the process of differentiation and getting more enhanced products, we have been mixing various materials. So this has become a problem. Today, even the recyclers, when they get the material, they are never sure what they're going to receive today. What they've received today, is it going to be same what they're going to get tomorrow? So because the material is coming from where? It's coming out of this hotel, out of my house, out of from the roadsides, from the dump yards, everywhere. So it can never be homogeneous. The quality parameter is very critical, and that's what we understood while we worked with the recyclers. That was a very, very important problem statement. And then we had to educate the other side, the sellers who are actually collecting this material. Can they put in a little extra effort? Yes, EPR enabled this to some extent, I would say, but not across. So how can the seller collect the material and segregate or keep it in a manner which is matching the quality demand of the buyer? So that's very, very critical. So there are three factors to the marketplace, which is uniform, profitability, efficiency, and convenience. A recycler cannot depend on, plethora or thousands of kabadi walas to get the material. So there has to be a formal system. So that's what we built. And today we are transacting with more than 300 recyclers, and across the other side, there are more sellers. But we have been able to manage more than 5 lakh metric tons, and we aspire to double this number this year. There is the things that we touched upon was definitely quality. The price engine made it very, transparent for both the parties to see through. And this has been across categories beyond plastic. We've got into paper, into metals, and also into e-waste. And on the other side, with the brand owners, with the producers, we have moved into the sustainability solutions, working on behavior change, as you just saw one of the examples, where we also work with the governments on behavior change, traceable impact, and net zero goals. So we have several solutions which is linked to it, as you can see on the periphery of the last circle. There's DRS, there is smart scan, awareness. On ESG, we have got the tools which are built, which helps you to report those. Smart Center is for the material recovery facilities, which are owned by the municipal corporations, which are nothing but actually dump yards in the country. Very sad to say, there are hardly any which have got the right kind of machines, which are doing the work in its true spirit. And there also they are facing a lot of challenge. So we are digitizing these smart centers. The input and output is totally being tracked, and every aspect is digitized right from their attendance. And then the commissioner sitting in his office has a dashboard to understand what's happening. So what's actually converting, here, we are making it into self-sustainable model. The material is being purchased from this point, from the material recovery facility by the recyclers directly. Again, as you can see, a lot of middlemen are removed from the process. So they get right value, and the recyclers or the buyers have a place where they can actually buy material in a formalized manner and can be assured of the quantity. So these are some of the things that we have worked on across brands. And as we have been talking since yesterday, the journey, the road ahead to the promised land is really long. It's challenging, and it's quite uncertain also. We are going to change our ways, our methods, but at Recycle, we are conjuring technologies to meet that promise for a better waste management tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now we move towards the social track for our next panel discussion on well-being as a cornerstone to ESG strategy, intent versus impact. Also, just to let all the members know that we also have India's first four-wheeler electric vehicle, which is a Tata vehicle standing right at the entrance gate, the right side of it. Also, the Tata team members are there. So if you wish to have a look, please go there. They would love to give you all the information about the same. Of course, it's EV, matches to sustainability, and the first one of the country, the first four-wheeler. Our next panel, well-being as a cornerstone to ESG strategy, intent versus impact. Please join me. Please join me in welcoming our moderators for the same, or our panelists first. Let's do that. Vidit Jain, co-founder and vice president, strategy and operations, Skyline Life. Neeti Mittal, head compliance and sustainability, Bharti Airtel. Joining us virtually is Sashi Kumar, co-founder and CEO, Akshay Kalpa Organic. Venkatesh R, managing director and director energy business, Vatsala India. Bipin Odekar, head sustainability, Marico. And the session moderator will be Utkarsh Agarwal, editorial lead, BW Businessworld.
So good afternoon to all the guests present here and to all the viewers watching us live on our social media platforms. So when we talk about a sustainable world, we cannot miss out on the sustainability of any organization. And well-being of any organization's employees and stakeholders and the ESG strategies play an important role. And that is what the topic of this session is, well-being as a cornerstone to ESG strategy. So I'll start with the well-being part with all our panelists over here. So what are the well-being initiatives and how important are these initiatives for any organization?
Hi, everyone. So KindLife is built on the ethos of well-being. We are creating a well-being ecosystem. So as part of the ecosystem, there is commerce and community angle to it. Whatever brands are listed on our platform, they have to be toxin-free, eco-conscious, cruelty-free, organic, natural. What we're trying to do at KindLife is, making better living easy for the end user. So entire ethos is built on well-being for us.
Ms. Mehta, yes.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So in India, we have always kind of believed that Sarve Santu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya. Everyone should be happy and well. And if everyone is happy and well, then all of us can focus our energies on the core and good work. Okay. And definitely any initiative which we take today is aiming towards well-being of people or the biodiversity or the ecosystem at large or the planet and the environment, because together only we can coexist. We can't exist in isolation. So well-being for the environment, if we would say, is towards decarbonization, climate resilience. For people, it would be having better gender diversity, wage gaps, reductions, safety, trainings, well-being, living wages, and definitely on the governance side, following the highest ethical standards, which would include like your POSH and other corporate governance, human rights assessments, all those things kind of all together converge and aim towards the well-being. Even all our SDGs, if we see, they are aiming towards well-being of some people or species who is kind of living on earth, under the earth, or so on and so forth.
Mr. Venkatesh, if you can explain our viewers what are wellness, well-being initiatives and how important are these initiatives for any organization?
Again, first of all, thank you very much for giving the opportunity to be a panelist in this very important BW session, which is happening. Again, well-being is at the core of every business, and it's the cornerstone which will help us to build for today and for tomorrow also. So as my co-panelist was mentioning, it is an inclusive subject of multiple dimensions. In our perspective, what we look at is we include a bigger ecosystem into it. It includes the governmental dimension, it includes the customer's dimension, private as well as the governmental institutions which are building this, and then our own directions in order to support that. So these three dimensions is what would bring up the bigger perspective of well-being into the ESG strategy. When we talk about the governmental aspect, a lot of good initiatives are happening towards supporting this ESG strategy and guidances. That needs also good framework and support. It's not just enough with the policy. Just for example, we have a hydrogen policy which has come up. It would need more substantiation on the framework and how we can get it there towards building more green fuels, future fuels, which are more supporting the environment and also the world at large. And India is at a very key advantageous position because of various factors. One, we are rich with people who have a lot of knowledge and competence. We are a country where the 20 to 30 years of age, the key drivers for making the growth of India. And there we have an advantageous position of also supporting that as an important cornerstone. That brings us to also the employee dimension or the people dimension, which we are looking at, whether it being our own people or people around us who are supporting that. So that would be the other perspective which we have to look at. For these to match up, it's an important element that private as well as government organizations also put their effort to bring up that perspective, because all of this would need money. Money would come in from that direction. And that is where it has to be a joint ecosystem, which we will have to look at and develop. Maybe we can touch upon also various aspects and examples in the coming minutes, or maybe I'll give it to.
I'll start with Mr. Uttar. If you can also explain what are the well-being initiatives and how important are these for any organization?
Yeah, thanks. I think a lot of good things are talked about all my co-panelists. See, I feel that the well-being concept has to be seen from depth and width of overall. So depth, I mean to say that, what do you mean by people in your definition? Are they your own employees, people working in your premises, people working with you as a business partners, people working in premises of your business partners, your consumers, people who have invested in you? I think this entire definition of well-being for whom is important. And then if you cover the entire basket of all these people I mentioned about, then it makes sense to basically create a very, very well-drafted policy for well-being. And width, I mean to say that every individual has three different types of abilities: emotional ability, physical ability, and intellectual ability. And if the person in any of these people has to deliver the job which is intended, you're talking about intent versus impact. If they have to deliver the set deliverable, I think they need to be at well-being for all these three things. So one has to understand what is the requirement of emotional well-being. There are various aspects related to emotional well-being, that whether whether first of all, whether I'm feeling left out or part of the team, whether do I have resources to do the deliverable, do I have a complete understanding of the organization, whether I'm getting recognized for my efforts, so there are various angles of emotional well-being. For physical, I think you need to basically provide sufficient amount of ergonomically right way of working it. Somebody talk about health and safety of people. So there are various aspects in physical well-being. And then intellectual well-being, I think it is important that people also taken care of on their capabilities. And the last point in well-being, which is getting stretched out from emotional part, is the financial well-being. Whether people understand that whatever finances they have, and they are talked about, they are taught about how to manage their finances, because all this will result into an emotional well-being of a person. I think this kind of an overall platform can be considered in a well-being, and then there are various examples out there we can discuss as we progress ahead.
Sure. Mr. Shashi Kumar has joined us live. Mr. Kumar, you've heard all the panelists over here. What are your views on this?
Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. So we work in a food industry. Probably I can give a perspective on how enabling growing food can be the most fundamental well-being aspect of any enterprise. Can employees be engaged to grow their own food? Can whatever is being served in the, let me say, your cafeteria, can we have some relation with where the food coming from? Can employees connect with that? And can employees empathize the farmer who is growing it? The visitor who is coming to your premise, can he understand the food, what he is eating? So these are some of the experiments we have been running, from past 13 years. Right now we serve in our canteen, 100% internally grown in our campus, close to 16,000 meals per month, average around 500 to 600 meals a day we serve for visitors, farmers, employees. But what we have seen, the kind of impact it had when we tell them, hey, you know what, this food is grown by our own employees, and there are no budgetary constraints. You dedicate some of your time and grow, but end of the day, we are able to serve a very good meal to yourself and your family and visitors and employees, and farmers. I've seen these kind of well-being initiatives are really, really having a deep impact on whomever we have interacted. A lot of visitors who come and actually taken these concepts and they have implemented in their organizations. So I think we need to do a gradual shift in definition of well-being, as some of the panelists were saying. But my belief is fundamentally we should start with food and make people realize value of food, at least make them grow. And a lot of corporates do have a lot of open terraces which can still grow food in urban setup. Of course, we had a luxury of being in a rural setup, but in urban setups also we can enable your employees grow food and probably go back to their homes and grow their own food. That's my perspective on that.
Coming to you, Mr. Jain. What measuring wellness impacts have you taken in your organization, and what measures should be taken in any organization?
I think we are a very pretty new organization. So what we are trying to do at Kind Life is that when it comes to internal employees, 60% of the workforce right now is women led. Secondly, we are also trying to push a lot of working moms, in terms of we offering them to come to office, giving them more flexibility in terms of working hours. They're allowed or they can get children to office. We kind of push them for that. Secondly, I think more from customer / stakeholders point of view, what we are trying to build is that we kind of ensure that so what we are doing is whatever packaging we kind of used, it's plastic neutral right now. Secondly, we have also come up with a program called Kind Circle, wherein we allow customers to send back their plastic bottles. We recycle them, and in return we give them some Kinders, which is a loyalty program of Kind Life. So these are few things which we are trying to build right now.
So Mittal, you come from Bharti Airtel. So what initiatives have you taken in your organization, and what initiatives should be taken also?
Sure. So let me just split this stakeholder wise. All organizations have multiple stakeholders, and my fellow panelists have rightly said, have rightly highlighted initiatives for employees. And just to add on to it, promoting diversity is definitely very important. Airtel has also taken a target to improve the diversity. Safety, again, is a big agenda, and following a holistic approach to ensure safety is something which we focus on. For environment safety also, there are ISO standards which we aim to comply with. Then looking at suppliers, we kind of promote and follow all the MSMEs requirements for our suppliers. Then beyond, for customers also, we are promoting innovative solutions. In this, like India is one of the country which is giving the cheapest data. And we are doing massive investment in CapEx to enable the 5G services, 4G services, and digital connectivity. And through our services, a person with just a handphone in their hand can learn, can deliver projects. Even I myself, when I'm working remotely, I just need my laptop and my mobile, and I can just be working across the globe. So this is how we are making that difference. And there are more initiatives on the environment side, but I'll restrict it to the well-being of people. So living wages, benefits like leaves, crash facilities, all those are the key elements, and the list is long. So I'll refrain from getting into specific KPIs around it.
Okay, Mr. Venkatesh, Mrs. Mittal, and Mr. Jain talked about the initiatives that they have taken in their organization. Please mention what initiatives should be taken, if you can just highlight some.
Yeah, okay. This COVID has finished and we are off COVID era now. Many of these changes, people think we have learned new techniques and traits due to COVID, working from home, working from anywhere, those type of dimensions. That's an important aspect, but many of the companies already, before have put wellness and well-being of the people into perspective, and especially for us, when we see about our organization, if I see mainly located in major urban cities, it's a big challenge to travel also every day in and out. So if you think about persons spending their 2+ hours on a transport, which is mostly, also packed with people who cannot do much of the work as it is happening in other countries. So how can we improve that? So those type of flexible work arrangements were also introduced already much before, like 10 years before already was a practice. Especially, we also support our customers mostly in the locations where they are. And when the people go to them to work, they also make their plans in such a way that they're not returning back and again going back. So these type of planning arrangements much more earlier will bring also an important element of, because travel is also not easy, especially when we move from places to places in India, which is almost like, if we think about Europe, they are countries, but that is states in India, so we are not a small town here where we can, move in 2 hours and everything is done. We're talking about 3 hours, still we may need to travel another 2 hours by road or something to the last mile, and the infrastructure. So that also is another big important aspect. Third important aspect is, these are some things which we do together with our customers and other stakeholders. Most importantly, creating awareness is an important aspect. Many times we may know, but we are not aware. And that comes in through various communications and also programs. For example, we have Fun Fridays or some events, we celebrate with a tag to a connect. For example, this month is today as we are sitting here is an International Yoga Day. So this month we celebrate it as a yoga month. So every week we have some talks about how well-beings can be done, what can be connected with. So it's more connecting towards practical elements rather than just putting it more on the cloud and do it if you can, or read it if you can and practice, but bringing them more towards that and getting them there is what we are focusing on. That's also an approach which we are using also in various aspects. For example, health and safety of employees. We have a safety day, safety week, safety month, but we don't do it only during that particular time. We create a theme and then we use the theme for the whole year to continue. So what I want to comment here is that a start is needed. That's important. To continue is much more important. And for that, we need a continuous approach. And then to sustain, a habit is formed when you practice something for 2-3 weeks minimum, or sometimes they say 2 months, but at least 3 weeks is something which they have found out to sustain. So similarly, these initiatives, what you're talking about, are not just one time, they have to continue. And that is where it will build up into the strategy, not just left as a one-time effort, So that's something which we have done as a part of our company's culture to build it up into the strategy. That I'm not just talking about India in the company, we have also done it globally around in the world. So we are sometimes also the front runners there.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Otkar, coming to the intent versus the impact part. So when organizations take these initiatives, what's the intent behind it and what impact does it create usually?
Yeah, I was talking about earlier that every individual has certain deliverables to deliver in the organization, whether they are employees or contract labor or business associates. And they're part of the incomplete ecosystem. Now, if you wanted to understand that, how they can deliver best and what are the hurdles into it, we need to speak to them and try to understand what is making them difficult to do that. That's what impact we generally measure. Correct? So in Marico, we have a separate function or a separate team who is taking care of well-being. And this team generally carry out certain engagement surveys with certain periodicity. These engagement survey outputs are so brilliant that it gives so much of opportunities, because it's a live feedback given by the team that this is what something which is giving hurdles. To give you a few examples for employees, I think there was a need where people said that if I have certain issue and I don't want to disclose it to a public domain, how do I solve it? or there is a psychological problem, or there's any problem. So we understood this and we created something called as a one-to-one help, where it is a phone call or email. There are counselor or experts on the other side, and you can talk about what is your problem, and there could be a discussion around it, and they can provide probably some possible solutions where the employee can work on these things and come out of the issue. Second thing is something important. What we have done is on financial well-being, where there are various changes which are happening, say income tax, or people are having various expenses which are coming in. So one of the engagement surveys says that we are not able to manage it, or we do not understand what changes are happening and how do we plan for it. Whether we should invest in something or we should put it into FDs or something. There are various types of issues people are facing. So we arranged a program with chartered accountants talking about what is financial planning, how it can create an impact on you, and then basis that people can actually take guidance on these things. To extend these things further, we tried to deploy some female in our sales force. That's an interesting thing because the sales force is dominated by males. And then when we started that, and then we after certain days, we had a chat with them to understand what kind of issues are there, and then what do you want to support. I think some of the things carry out. For example, if you're in the field, you do not know what washrooms are available in public areas. So we created an app where on a route, if you're going to travel on that day, what are the public toilets available which you can use it. So there could be very minor but important things which you can add to them if you have a very detailed dialogue with the people. And these small, we think that these are small issues, but they can add, if it is solved, they can add a huge impact on their deliverables. And in turn, it can create an impact on organizational performance also.
Mr. Kumar, if you can also highlight some of the impact that your wellness and well-being initiatives have created.
Yeah, I was on the mute. One of the biggest impact initiative what we have created has been engaging consumers to be our partners. Okay, how can we drive some of, let me say, challenges we face as a business through consumer engagement? One part of the consumer engagement has been that can we get the consumers to our farms and try to interact with our employees, okay, and also with our farmers. We have seen the empathy of a consumer is going up. Last 1 year, we have got around 10,000 consumers of us visiting our farms, around 900 farms, okay, at various stages in the year, and interacting with our employees and the farmers. The consumers able to really appreciate, hey, this is what is happening on the farming side. This is what it takes to produce our food. And probably they are more empathetic versus some of the errors we make. For example, a late delivery is an error. So can consumers understand why exactly late delivery happens? So that is one part of the engagement we have been driving across the organization, very deeply. The second part is, can we solve some of the, let me say, goals which employees have through partnerships with consumers? Okay, some of the extended producer responsibilities of waste management. We have been able to engage consumers very deeply. We are able to make sure 25% of our consumers who actually take our products, they are able to give back all the packing material to us. Maybe over a period of 2 to 3 years time, we should be able to collect 100% of it. So this is one of the biggest headaches for any organization, and we can drive it, as a KPI to some employees. But rather than doing that, can you reduce the employee burden by partnering with, let me say, consumers to try to solve those problems? So we have been very, very successful in these two fronts in last 2 to 3 years.
Mr. Venkatesh, if you can highlight the policies and the framework part, like organizations mostly focus mostly on the policies and the framework and miss out on the impact that they've been trying to create. Do you think what more can be done to this?
Actually, one part is creating a policy, but that's a basic fundamental of it. Policies are important guidance, but what we need together with that is the frameworks and sort of also how are we progressing on those? What are the achievements which we are able to do on those? So policies by itself is not sufficient enough. How we can complement is creating some frameworks. And that's where I was coming to also with guiding some programs and plans, which will help on the policy. So my co-panelist was talking about a few engagement sessions. Similar type of engagement sessions we can see on different aspects, whether it being insurance, whether it is being, direct impact, indirect impact, we can look at, so that type of impact would help us also. And when we talk about measuring impact, it's also an important element. How much have we utilized? What have we done to achieve that? For example, if you're thinking about the POSH policies and the diversity policies, what have we done in the previous 3 years? How much efforts have been done on that? And create some stories around that. So what we have done is, a few of these, for example, it's also connecting that we have our own internal magazines, internal intranets, which we call it as. It's more used for communication purposes. That also what we do is create such stories, also put them also to customer magazines and external magazines, where it also brings up that perspective that what we have done and what we have achieved also need to be communicated around, which also gets its own perspective of actually getting more impactful and further more enhanced on it. So that's where it's not enough with just policies. Most of us have employee handbooks or policies which are there, but how can we go further on implementing the framework and getting the measurements also done?
Mrs. Mittal, if you can highlight, is there a way to measure these impacts beyond just the quantitative metrics?
Sure. I'll take an example. Now, suppose it's a diversity. How I measure diversity? Simple formula. Diverse headcount divided by total headcount. Okay. This is the KPI as we call it, and the movement on this is measured quarter on quarter. Now, impact is what is the positive movement because of the diversity inclusion. And like my fellow panelists said, we have to create stories, or in other words, case studies around it. By having one female in a team of the sales force, people know how to navigate through routes wherever it's needed. So that sensitization comes in. If it is just a male, like if it is just one gender dominated group, then maybe we can be missing on some skills. The diversity does bring in different perspectives to the group. For example, if you have some physically disabled person in the group, people will kind of work in a way that person also becomes productive. So that's how we have to have a measuring KPI with us, and then looking at what was done to create that impact, have case studies, and those case studies actually call out the impact that, hey, by increasing diversity by 1%, say my turnover, and then measuring turnover or some economic led KPIs with it, you'll be able to see a difference. And there is a whole lot of case studies that the boards with higher diversity are more profitable. So this is one bit.
We're running short on time, so we'll just take some closing comments from all our panelists over here. Mr. Jain, if you can highlight, like India has the ambitious goal of reaching net zero by 2070. So are we moving in the right direction?
I think yes, everyone is doing their bit. I think what we need right now is to create more awareness around it, which is totally, I think that we have started doing it, but it's still not at ground level. Still a lot of things can be done. At KindLife, what we are doing is we are trying to create a community wherein we keep on creating awareness, informing the end user how we can reach to that level.
So for net zero, definitely we all have to be there. There is no planet B as we call it. And yes, like my colleague also said, it has to be awareness creation, which would be the key. Because if some decisions are taken at a boardroom that, hey, we have to do this, but those are not communicated to all of the team members and the entire company, they may not be aligned with it. So definitely creating that awareness, having the tone from the top is non-negotiable. So board, like board management, senior leadership, and then entire population aligned with that theme is something which is necessary to achieve that goal.
Mr. Venkatesh.
Yeah, very important topic, and it's a great ambition to have that 2070 dimension coming. But we need to split that into various sectors, and very importantly, sectors like energy, which play a bigger role. There has to be more implementations done to succeed in this direction. There are very good policies and frameworks which have come in also from the government. What we need is also more working groups who would be able to take this forward and also bring in, we don't have to learn everything by ourselves. There are also technologies which are developed in other places. How can we easily port that? An important dimension of that would be to increase our spend on R&D, engage our, the institutes and, the educational institutions which are around there, and then bring up stories which would help us to implement those to get fast moving this. And that's important in the coming 2-3 years to set the goal for the next 10 years. So time is now, and we have to act now. That's where I would say.
We have to act now. Mr. Vodkar, what do you say about it?
I think well said, sir. I think it's what you said is absolutely important. You can see a lot of enthusiasm around us when you talk about sustainability. People wanted to be there when such kind of discussions are happening. To convert that enthusiasm into an action, it is important to develop sustainability literacy. Because what happens is that the topic is complex and the understanding or literacy about the topic is probably, I could see it's still quite low. And there is an importance that we have to give to improve the literacy on this topic so that this enthusiasm is positively converted to actions and we march on the path what we wanted to have.
Mr. Kumar, your take on this?
Yeah, I think my take is a little bit different from the panel. I think this entire net zero should be driven by the consumer. Consumer should say, hey, you know what? As an organization, if you are not net zero compliant, I'm not going to take products from you. I think that's where you will see a huge impact. I think customers and consumers, okay, in a B2B mode, probably your customer, and in a B2C kind of setup, a consumer should drive the organization net zero goals, and consumers should start demanding. I think enterprises, okay, are bound to follow that, or else they're going to lose the business. So this is my take on this.
So before I close the session, I'll take few questions from our audience present here. If anybody has any question for our panelists over here, they can raise their hand. No questions? We have one question over there.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm Avantika Mohan. And my question is that one of the major pillars of well-being for employees is psychological safety. So how do you foster that in your organizations? What are the kind of initiatives that you're taking for that?
I can take that. So psychological safety is definitely one of the very important topics. In India especially, we all kind of take physical discomfort to be okay, but emotional or psychological is still a taboo. So in Airtel also, we have that emotional like consultancy. You can connect on a one-on-one service with a consultant, and they can help you in your problem. So that is a process we've built in.
Maybe I can also quickly comment on that. That's an important, very important aspect when we think about employees. And today in this dynamic world, this is also a very important challenge which you have seen. What is important when you see psychological safety? How trustful, how trustworthy are you? And that is not coming built on a day's course or a 2 weeks engagement. It needs to be nurtured and developed. That nurturing and development happens over a period of time through different modes through different channels of open channels of communication, feedback mechanisms, engagement of that employees together with, and they start to feel more safe. It's not about we feel safe, it's about all of them need to feel safe. That's where we have reached that psychological safety. If I could summarize in a bit with the time in mind.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Any more questions? Anybody? All right, we'll close the session. Thank you all for joining us here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A picture, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And also thank you, Utkarsh, for moderating that. Moving ahead to our next panel on towards a green supply chain. How Scope 3 has taken shape in India and what is holding it back. But before we move ahead, it's a request to all our audience members that when a session is on, we request you to please keep your individual conversations either to yourself or you can take them outside, because we don't really want any other audience member to be disturbed. That's a sincere and humble request from me for all of you. Thank you. For the next one, towards a green supply chain, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Thakur Ferwani, Chief Sustainability Officer, TVS Motor Company. Aditya Gurudanti, Head Sustainability Operations, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Nitin Singh, Vice President and Head of ESG and Internal Audit, Havells. Dr. Pradeep Panigrahi, Head Corporate Sustainability, Larsen & Toubro. Pankaj Verma, Senior Vice President, SunSource Energy. Sivala Ravi Kiran, Head EHSS, Biocon. And this session will be moderated by Shivam Tyagi, Correspondent, BW Businessworld. Let's please welcome all of them collectively, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Aditya will join in a while. Shivam, so you can start with that.
Thanks a lot for joining us on this session. We've had a insightful day when we talk about sustainability. We've had some sessions about circular economy, some about later in the day, we'll have some about inclusion and diversity. Now here we are discussing the most important topic when we talk about sustainability is the Scope 3 emissions. And we have a room full of CSOs, so we know how important these are. Globally, 70 to 80% of carbon footprint is Scope 3 emissions. And when we talk about Scope 3 emissions, these are very hard to track and tackle because of the nature of these because of the nature of this challenge. When we talk about Scope 1 and 2 emissions, these are directly or indirectly controlled by the organizations themselves, but Scope 3 emissions are outside the organization's control. They're either responsible to the supplier or the end user, which is the consumer. So in order to track or tackle the whole value chain, or the business model has to be tracked. Without further ado, let me just come to the first question, which is what is the scenario here in India when we talk about Scope 3 emissions? What is holding India back? Let me address that to Mr. Ferwani. Mr. Ferwani, tell us what is the scenario here like in India when we talk about Scope 3 emissions? What do you think will be the benefits and challenges when we talk about scope 3 emissions and tackling them?
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. This is very important aspect when we talk about business greenness or making sure that entire business is green. In totality, in sustainability, you have to see it from the lens of from where my ingredients or my input is coming to where my approach is up to the customer or up to the level where product impact or my services impacts are there. So from that perspective, in total, the wholesomeness of the sustainability is playing a major role, which is like indirect emission has a significant footprint. And that's something which I've seen in last 5 years. There is a transition. People started looking out beyond the fence and looking upstream and downstream in terms of how my footprint look like, how I impact the world and how world is impacting vice versa. So as you saw the data which Minia was showing in the morning, only 22% of the 200 companies are reporting scope 3 data. And that too, if you see if you dice the data, you will realize 50% of them are not even reporting the entire spectrum of scope 3. So that's another challenge. Now the remaining who is reporting, they are having a challenge with respect to people, processes, technology, and regulation. And this is something which is holding each and every company or organization to report this in a transparent manner. And that's the reason every year you will see if what they report in the previous year, and as per my experience also in the previous company, the next year the base changes, the data reporting structure changes, the scoping changes, and numbers also vary. So these are some of the challenges which I see, and I'll ask other fellow team members to also explain what are the key challenges where each and every company is getting held in terms of scope 3.
Mr. Gurudanti, what about you? What do you think the scenario here is like in India, and what are the challenges that you feel like?
Yeah, thank you for having me. And first of all, let me apologize. I'm a couple of minutes late. The reason was one of the challenge because I was interacting with the customer. So when we talk about scope 3, as Mr. Fairwani rightly said, it's about overall value chain. A good number of categories, 8 categories are upstream and rest of the categories are downstream. So there are a lot of stakeholders at play, a lot of expectations to manage, and of course, a lot of parameters to actually talk to. So just now, as I was saying, I was talking to a customer for whom the major point of concern or the major point when they were coming to the meeting was, how much revenue can I increase with my organization? And with that, from there, we have to take it slowly to talk about, this is your scope 3 attribution to us. Are you calculating your GHGs? Can you reduce your GHGs? Actually, the biggest challenge what I face is talking and telling the whole story to a large set of stakeholders, and then making them realize that this is something which is possible. Don't just back out. Don't just say that it is too huge. It is not my cup of tea. Let us just go away. It is something which can be done. Scope 3 of my organization is scope 1 and 2 of other organizations. As they realize that, as the value chain realizes that, then scope 3 reduction can be possible.
Right. Mr. Singh?
This indeed is a very apt question. I think over the years, most of the organizations have kind of focused on scope 1 and scope 2. And somewhere in India, I think scope 3 has taken a backseat. In fact, right now, except companies like who are in steel, cement, or probably aluminum manufacturing, scope 3 constitutes almost 65 to 90% of the emissions being generated in Indian companies. In fact, I think the nomenclature of scope 3 should be scope 1 in India, because this constitutes the major emissions factor in India right now. And one of the challenges in India is that basically there's lack of data. Most of the suppliers who are considered to be tier 1 are quite far and few. Most of the companies have a database of suppliers in tier 2 and tier 3 category, where the data collection is a challenge. The other challenge is capacity building. In fact, at Havells, we conducted an ESG session with the suppliers just a couple of weeks back. Although most of them were quite inquisitive and actually were quite encouraged to adopt this new era of carbon emissions. However, I felt that there's a lot of capacity building which needs to be given the suppliers, which is missing right now. And I think maybe the next few months, I think a lot of capacity building at a company level, at a supplier level needs to be given so that this thing is taken up seriously across the value chain. In fact, decarbonizing the supply chain, if it happens, will be the single most saver of emissions, I think, in the entire value chain.
Right. Dr. Paningri, what are the benefits of doing so, making a green supply chain and reducing scope 3 emissions?
Absolutely. See, I'm a big proponent of sustainability as a profit center. And I've seen in my journey of 27 plus years, in last 2-3 years, we have taken sustainability so seriously. But before that, when we were working in this field in different companies, we have pushed the agenda mainly from the cost point of view. So you implement projects, you implement decarbonization projects or waste projects or water projects, you directly get, you directly add to the bottom line. So I think that's the first premise. And it is absolutely possible that you push the agenda of sustainability or even scope 3, and then you at the end of the day, it gets added to the bottom line. In L&T, we have more than 50,000 suppliers only in construction sector, and more than 1 lakh. It's a massive kind of organization, massive. Still, we are able to track at least 90-95% of our scope 3, and we do it very diligently, taking all aspects into account, the material aspects, the inbound logistics and things like that. And while the scope 3 scenario looks very, very difficult, in fact, some of the global report says that 90% of the companies are not able to report because it's very complex. But at the same time, if you just look at it as a opportunity point of view, you can do a lot of things. So I think what is the crux of the whole thing is that you look this as an opportunity, not as a problem or not as a cost-based initiative. No. So I think if you just change your perspective, a lot of things will change. So I think going ahead, a lot of companies will follow these examples. And now international frameworks, European frameworks, even our BRSR is going to drive a lot of change. So we look forward to that happening.
Right, changing the lens and seeing it as an opportunity. Absolutely. Mr. Verma, you are from you're from SunSource Energy, and we see that scope 2 and scope 3 energy overlaps between scope 3 and scope 3. How do you see this scope 3 challenge?
From a perspective of a power developer, one of the largest challenges we come across, a lot of multinational organizations who are maybe in India, totally 100% subcontracting is done through their sub-suppliers. You talk about textile, you talk about automotive. Most of these companies have their supplier. You talk about bottling plants. PepsiCo, Coca-Cola. So all of these have their large, maybe manufacturers who are bottling for them, who are manufacturing apparels for them. At times, the challenge with us is, from a power developer perspective, I see is it is very difficult to do projects for some of the sub-suppliers because they're not, credit rating is not that good that their projects can be funded. Especially in some of the industries, we come across maybe subcontractors or manufacturers which are at layer 2, layer 3, tier 2, tier 3. So either they would not have any credit rating with them. When we go to lenders are not ready to support them. So when we go back to the principal companies and ask about supporting them in terms of, say, corporate guarantees or any other kind of guarantees, it becomes challenging because ultimately there are multiple balance sheets. Nobody would like to say get a 50-100 megawatt kind of project requirement done on maybe supported through their balance sheet and that power going to maybe some subcontractors. So with that perspective, I see there is a challenge, but then I do also see a solution. Some of the companies like Amazon have been very, I would say, aggressive in that approach. What they have done is they are looking at the new instruments like virtual PPAs. Now with virtual PPAs, they're buying about 400 megawatt. So developers like us, we are developing merchant capacity plants. So we would sell the green credits, the green attributes to Amazon, which they would use for themselves, their, I mean, warehouses, their suppliers, a lot of them. Yeah. So that is their duty. So that's how they are going to manage. And now with respect to power, since they are merchant capacity plants, you need to get into a virtual PPA kind of contract where we would sell that power at, say, exchange. But now selling the power exchange doesn't allow the investor to invest into the projects because that is not consistent. So what do we do? In such case, Amazon, what has they have done? So there are CFD contracts which are happening. So if you are selling, so the developer would get their fixed X generator bus bar price. Any excess or deficiency would be, I mean, taken care by either of these parties. So that is happening outside Europe, USA, that is a norm. In our country, what has happened is that has moved from maybe to now securities exchange, stock exchange. So those regulations have still not come. So PPAs on their own are happening bilateral between the companies, and they are agreeing. Amazon was able to do it. They took that risk of selling brown power on exchange. But in otherwise, if it is bilateral between two companies, such kind of arrangement needs to be pushed and encouraged. Yeah.
Mr. Kiran, you represent the pharmaceutical industry, and we also have Mr. Gurudanti from the pharmaceutical industry. The pharmaceuticals also is responsible for 5% of global scope 3 emissions. What do you think is the challenge in India when you think about scope 3?
So the main challenge is lack of awareness for the suppliers. So since last 3 years, we have done assessments for the suppliers. And if I assess it from this thing is, most of the companies, they don't know how to calculate the scope 3, these things. Second thing is what tool you to be used, what kind of GHG tool to be used. That's what the main second one we have identified. And third one, commitment from the respective management itself. The right persons not nominated also, when we have conducted capacity building also, they have nominated few departments where they don't have knowledge to understand also. So these are the challenges we are facing it. But they are ready if we give any solutions for them, like if we give a proper tool for them, if we give the right materials, if we share the best practices with them, they are trying to implement it with a proper CAPA. They're in the process of improving it.
Let's talk about the measurement challenge now, Mr. Gurudanti. How can companies effectively measure and reduce their scope 3?
Measurement of scope 3. So as we know, there are 15 different categories. The first step is to actually understand what kind of categories will be applicable for the company. Different categories are not applicable for different companies due to different reasons. When coming to calculation, the best way out is to actually ask the supplier what the attribution is. But then coming to the same point again, that not all suppliers know how to calculate. So the attribution method comes in from the spend, from the intensities. If they have their intensities, well and good. If they don't have the intensities and there are emission factors available, calculation based on that, it's an approximation, it's a guesstimate. But the one thing which a good sustainability team would do is actually revise on those estimations, revise on the guesstimations as well. Get proper emission factors. There are environmentally enhanced input-output factors which are available from US, from UK, from Japan. I think India is also coming up with these. That the LCIA database is trying to bring up emission factors which are more relevant for Indian industry. But of course, pharma wouldn't be at the first. The first would be cement, then automobile and other things which are contributing a lot to the emissions. But then while it comes, revise your emission factors as much as possible. Get proper attributions from the suppliers as much as possible. Once we know who are the critical suppliers from scope 3 side, then we can start talking with them. And for them also, it makes more sense that we talk with them because the share in the pie is larger. Mr. Singh?
So I think I agree with my fellow panel member. I think one of the first steps should be identification of the sector in which they're working. Unfortunately, the regulations which have come right now is not sector focused, and that is one of the challenges which most of the suppliers are facing right now. I'm sure this is a learning phase for all of us, and in the years to come by, or probably in the months to come by, this should be addressed. The other thing I think, as one of my fellow members said, that there's a lot of lack of awareness among the suppliers as well. In fact, when we were having this capacity building sessions with the suppliers, they were not even aware what greenhouse gas emissions are. And I'm talking about these are tier 1 suppliers. So that's the scary part. I mean, we can understand that maybe the unorganized sectors are not aware, but even the tier 1 suppliers are not aware. Reason being, probably scope 3 has taken a backseat, as I was mentioning earlier. I mean, I'm from a risk management background, so I take consequence management more positively. I think there should be some positive fear. I'm not saying from negative connotation standpoint, but till the time we don't make it a consequence that if this does not happen, this will happen. I think unfortunately in India, the mindset is that probably it will take a backseat. I think in the last panel, I really appreciated one of the panel members who mentioned that the customer should start demanding these emission norms. And I think in the years to come by, I'll not be surprised the way the calorie or the nutrition value are mentioned in the product. I think the emission norms may also be a prerequisite for any company when they are rolling out their SKUs or products. This is the way to go about, I think, in the future, in the near future.
Right. Mr. Dr. Pani,
yeah, sure. You see, I think what is required is two approaches. One is, you need to handle people. Right? You need to handle companies on understanding the subject and also doing the, real measurement of scope 3 or whatever. Rather, they are scope 1 and scope 2. Some of your suppliers might be bigger than you, right? So you don't need to do anything. But some of the suppliers, or rather majority of the suppliers, are smaller than you. Like, there are many SME suppliers. They don't have any clue of what is happening. Everybody's talking about climate change, decarbonization, scope 1, scope 2, but they don't understand, right? So you have to handle them. And also, I think to a great extent, we have to use tool-based solutions. How do you automate your data capturing? And how do you, make it simple, or how do you simplify so that, this doesn't create another threat to the company, right? So I think a multi-pronged approach of, understanding the supply chain, a little bit of empathizing, little bit of handholding, and also, you can't mandate something, right? You may be mandated by somebody else, but you can't mandate it. Tomorrow, what will happen? You mandate it and the supply chain will vanish. Only you will have problem, right? So I think it's important that you handle them and give proper training. I think one of the co-panelists was mentioning was training program. We conduct, very focused training program on supply chain. We tell them what is scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, how do we measure, how do we monitor? Also, we have deployed something called Sustainable Supply Chain Assessment Questionnaire, SSAQ, and we have monitored top 25 of our suppliers. That helps us a lot in understanding the supply chain. Also, we have monitored top 50 of the suppliers chain in terms of whether they are green or not, whether they are actually looking at the greenness, which is a little hazy, but again, we try to understand top 50 suppliers. This year, we want to roll it down to top 150 suppliers, and that will, cater to almost 60% of our buying, total buying volume. So I think it is important that you understand the entire supply chain, even if the number is very, very high, and then take an approach of how do you take phase by phase. Top 25, top 50, top 100, top 150. If you do top 200, 300, maybe you are covering 70 to 80%. So I think that's the approach you have to take. Yeah.
Mr. Verma, we've had talk at the panelists have talked about accountability, consequences, or so. What is the challenge there in terms of how can you monitor effectively your supply chain? Can you set like accountability? Is there regulation required there? What is the need?
See, the ultimate way to handle this is through collaboration only. See, because anything which is not covered in scope 1 and 2 is everything else comes in scope 3. So scope is huge. Any upstream activity, downstream activity, right from, employee commute to business travel to, there are a lot of things. IT companies and financial companies, who are just issuing loans to oil and gas companies who are working then on various operations, and that funding is used for those operations. So traceability and trackability is very complex. But however, I believe that with maybe principal companies collaborating, incentivizing their suppliers, that is one way. And secondly, ultimately, when right now it is all voluntary, scope 3. But when it becomes, you are mandated, ultimately the people who want to remain in business are those who would be able to manage that. So one way is incentivizing your supplier. Second way is also telling him, probably if you don't, step up, you might lose this business to somebody else, some other supplier in future. Yeah. So with that, I would say stick and carrot kind of policy and collaborative policy, it would work. And what I also see is if you start doing that, there would come out a lot of, innovative ways of doing business, and which increases your business scope also. The way today you are doing business, whether you are using sustainable material, logistics, you are maybe managing a lot of things where probably you are using, say, electric vehicles to transport your, manage your logistics. So all those things, if you push and probably force, and maybe your suppliers also understand that's the way they need to do it, we will definitely find a solution.
Right. Mr. Kiran, when we talk about supply chain, everyone across sectors after the pandemic, they are trying to build sustainable and resilient supply chains. At the same time, they're also trying to cut costs. When you're trying to build resilient supply chains and also trying to cut costs, how do you put sustainability forward?
Here, one thing is when we really implement sustainability programs, I've seen like there will be definitely cost effectiveness, cost savings will be there. So if it is made clear for our suppliers who are like, these are the benefits you will get it, definitely they are going to implement it. And we do have experience also. Initially, they have this, resistant to change kind of thing. But when we explain them how they are going to get benefits and everything with the case studies, sharing of practices, in fact, we have seen improvements from them also. But it will take time, but they have improved. In fact, some of our suppliers, they got a better EcoVadis sustainability rating than us. So there are suppliers who have done well, and they are trying to improve it also. But as co-panelists said, like we have to give a clear cut what they need to be doing, and best practices should be shared with them. So that is how they can be a part, and the best way is collaboration. Collaboration, internal and external. First of all, internal is very, very important. When we want to implement anything, first of all, handling our own SCM departments is a challenge. They don't want to change themselves. They want to continue the same way. They're worried that if we implement these kind of best initiatives, the cost will go up, or else the suppliers will not come forward. Changing them itself is a challenge. If we crack the to take it to the suppliers. That is how things have improved, and it will work also. Right.
Mr. Bhirmani, how big of a challenge talent is in this sustainability challenge, do you think?
I think this is the biggest. We all have realized that capability is the issue within the fence and beyond the fence. Do my CEO know what is scope 3? That the story starts from there. The moment he realized we are in the mid of the crisis, emerging risk is a climate risk, and we have a window of only 12 years. If we don't do anything by 2040, we all are dead. We all know, all scientific evidences are indicating in that direction, and that's how we say science-based target. We talk about, infusing budget, resources, CSOs, team, functional resources, collaboration, team, this conference, and then after that another conference. So my only submission here is that awareness is the key. 60% of the effort in scope 3 is awareness, competency building, creating sustainability ambassador, series of ambassadors who are going to talk about this vocally at every platform, and then making sure there is a mandate which is coming in terms of a black and white. Scope 3 has only 2 types of suppliers. It's very clear. My direct suppliers who are dependent on me 100%, and there are complex suppliers who are metric supplying to me as well as to someone else. If I am the CEO and if I want the world to be greener because of the impact which I am creating, my mandate has to be signed up from the day one. My direct suppliers have to go for this. This is the way I'm going. They have to also follow the same course. And for that, whatever it takes, building capability to infusing the fund. And as you said, collaborating like the Maison do, I'll use all my horses on ground to make sure that they become green. There is, wherever there is a complexity or there is a cross-net suppliers, there should be some window to be given to them. You do it or you will die. And end of the day, supplier understand the language of money. And that's how they exist. Irrespective of how small the supplier is. The moment uske pet pe laat padegi, the person will definitely work in the direction of being green. But the focus has to come from the top. And in this entire aspect, what plays a key role is awareness. And that has to start now. If not now, it would never be coming in play. And we will keep talking about they can't do it, they are small, they are marginalized, they are poor, how they will do it. They will never be able to do it. Trust me. It's just, it's a responsibility of big players to step up the game, show them a path, and make sure it is like in two pieces, black and white. There is nothing in between here and there, gray. Okay, aap 10 saal baad kar lena, 2070 ka target set kar lena. By the time world will not be there, who will see 2017? Will you be here to see the 2070, how the world will look like? We all see the brood of the bunch in terms of 2040 is going to be the hottest and worst year in our life. So capability, competency, awareness, these are the keys which we have to use to unlock the greener world which we are aspiring to be.
Absolutely. Mr. Singh, with all these parameters and that Mr. Kherwani mentioned, technology is also one thing which is aiding this or making this road easier for companies to travel and take on this challenge. What are some of the emerging technologies that you think are helping right now or your company is using?
So that's a very relevant question. So in fact, at Havells, we have already explored a lot of tools because I think with the large supply base that we have in Indian companies, it's not possible that manually we track the gas emission. There has to be a science behind it. And luckily, there are various standards available basis which scope 3 can be tracked, be it spend basis, be it actual emission basis, because I think one of the challenges which all of us are facing is the actual data. It is so complex that no one is tracking the actual data. Technology is as good as the information which can be fed into the whatever technology we use. But right now, I think this years, we call it zero-based budgeting. I think this year, probably all of us should try to standardize the data, get the data in order so that technology can be used. Unfortunately, in India right now, I think the way the data is so staggered in scope 3 emissions, I think no technology or tool right now can track the scope 3 emissions to the actual. It can only be a guesstimate, which I think all of us right now doing. But because I think globally, a lot of tools are already available. It's just that the data needs to be there. And I think I'm sure that in the months to come by, this will be probably done. Probably I'll just give one correlation. I think probably it's just a mindset problem. I mean, whenever we're discussing, we say that we are a generation which is afraid of both from our parents as well as children. Similarly, I think in India, we are afraid of both the vendors as well as customers. If the customer is asking something from us, we, I think, stretch ourselves and give that. Having said that, if we asking vendors, we probably assume that a vendor kaise dega, there are some issues, probably he'll choose other customer. I think that's a mindset which we need to change. Once that mindset has changed, I think a lot of things will fall in place.
Absolutely. Collecting the clean data, standardizing it, and then leveraging technology forward. Let me come to you, Dr. Panikri. Sorry. So what is the role of government here? What policies do you need? What policies does industry need to, mitigate scope 3 emissions?
Absolutely. I think that's a good question. While we all struggle about deploying the activities or actions on the sites or in subfloors, what is not very clear is And what is the policy on, let us say, scope 3? What is policy on scope 1 or scope 2? We follow all the international protocols, right? Today, those protocols are also not, they're in evolving stage. Now this GHG protocol is, they're refining it. They will change it maybe in the next 6 months or so, the new protocols will come. But transferring that protocols or learning from the international best practices, making a policy which is India-centric, I think that is what is not there as of now. Probably it will change in next couple of years, probably new policies will come. We're waiting for that. But BRSR, to some extent, although it is a framework and it is a mandate from SEBI, that is helping a lot in deploying your ideas or your plan, your actions. I think coherent to BRSR, there should be some clear-cut policies and guidelines which will help the industries to
absolutely
deploy. Yeah.
Mr. Verma, your views on it?
Yeah, so in terms of government policies, there needs to be very clear picture about what is the baseline. Now, especially with respect to scope 3, I mean, nobody understands where to start because the data is so much scattered and you have to deploy so many, I mean, it is resource intensive. You have to have maybe proper tools to collect that data. So everybody, the larger companies, they are pushing their sub-suppliers, that is where it is happening. But with respect to the overall ecosystem, there have to be some policies, some guidelines which define the baseline. This is where we start. This is how you're going to build upon this. And then traceability, how are you tracing all those things? So from that perspective, there has to be some nodal agency which needs to be working on. India, what is happening right now is, in particularly scope 3, if the customer is asking, yeah, you are doing that. Maybe if Coca-Cola is asking their bottlers, come to us, okay, yes, you do it for us, please, because they would not buy from us otherwise. So it's a compulsion. So unless and otherwise, I mean, there are some policies defining some baseline that is not going to happen.
Absolutely. Customer is the driving force in many of these initiatives. What about you, Mr. Kiran? What do you reckon?
Really helps a clear-cut policy or a guidelines. For example, like a CBCB, they have come up with the co-processing facilities. Now, earlier, very few companies, they used to get sent to cement industry as a co-processing kind of thing. Now, many pharma companies or many other companies also, they're sending. A clear-cut guideline definitely help. And the smaller industries also, definitely they'll take it up in a right way and things will improve.
Absolutely. Let me take the concluding remarks from here on, as we know we are running short of time. Mr. Pirwani, what do you think should be the way forward for the India Inc. to reduce carbon emission and specifically scope 3 emissions?
For sure, regulatory requirements are required. I'm not sure how many of you are aware. Now we all of you are aware that our vehicles now are in BS6, right? And that's the most stringent engine which actually consume least fuel and emit least of the 1/10 of where we started 20 years back. When that can be achieved and the pressure which is coming on the companies to produce engines which are safer, which are cleaner, and the more and more safety technologies are getting involved into it, it is possible just because of the regulation. So regulation for sure play a major role, number one. Number two, why the regulation is not coming in force? Because there are certain barriers. Because there is a huge cost involved into scope 3 in the value chain to bring the greenness. And that can only happen when you have an ecosystem also evolving around us. What if you go for 100% electrification of the car or a bike? You can. But if your electricity is still coming from a coal producing plant, it is not going to help into your scope 3 tailpipe emission. Similarly, there are certain hurdles which are there, which need to be demystified before casting a strong regulation around it. But parallelly, the effort should be on capacity building, competency building, and that's where major corporates or private sector or PPP model has to come in picture to create center of excellence. Look at the way the agriculture is revolutionized and the way there are certain center of excellence. I'm not sure how many of you are aware. In India, there are 30 center of excellence related to agricultural technology. Even if we tap on it and do for a climate smart agriculture, thousands and millions of tons of carbon can be sequestered. So there are various ways and means which can be tapped. So that is the third way. Fourth, there are many startups who are coming, evolving and bringing technology tools for data collection, slicing, dicing the information and overlaying with ERP or SAP, where you can pull out the right information for even if it is a guesstimation. So these are certain aspects which need to be taken into account, and I put them into 3 buckets, which is people, process, technology. If all 3 are happening in parallel and it in sync over a period of time, things will be in a better shape, and we can hope that we'll be able to contribute by 2040 in terms of greenness. And I'm pretty sure there are certain people who are able to create that center of excellence and show. There are corporates who are getting award. Last evening, you must have seen many of them have demonstrated that. And they should be the flag bearer and the torchbearer in terms of giving the knowledge and wisdom to many other partners over a period of time. And such type of platform are really acting like a lighthouse where many more people should look up to these type of recordings and see what they can do better. So that's something which I'm pretty hopeful, because I am on the side of the virgin saying that we are not at the path of destruction, but at this moment, if we don't add some value, or we say when we are part of the problem, we have to be the part of the solution also.
Absolutely. Hope is the way forward also. Here, Mr. Gurudanti, what's your closing remarks?
Yeah, I think I echo the overall sentiment of the panel, and as well as the sentiment of the people who are listening to us. The way which I see the reduction of scope 3 are just 3 ways. One is regulation, driving regulation, having better policy is a mandate, but that's more of a hygiene feature. In India, we have seen regulation drives only so much. Beyond that, it goes tick boxing. Second is the cultural improvement, the improvement in the sustainability culture, behavior-based culture especially for the functions which are not directly related, like specifically for HR, finance, procurement. For scope 3, we need to have, as a sustainability team, we need to have dual business cases. If I make a RASI of any other sustainability initiative like scope 1 and 2 reduction or water reduction or waste management, generally in the RASI, the responsibility and accountability stays within the fence. But for scope 3, the RASI, the accountability goes outside the fence. So as the sustainability teams need to have dual business cases. One business case for procurement and finance to make sure that the initiative which we are driving has some amount of cost initiative, will reduce the TPRM risk. On the flip side, for the supplier also, the initiatives which we are proposing will reduce their costs, will improve their revenues. This carrots and sticks approach has to be followed so that we can use that approach appropriately depending upon kind of supplier, kind of procurement team, kind of finance team we are handling.
Absolutely. Mr. Singh?
A lot of things have been said, so I'll not repeat. So I'll just give an example. I think a lateral thinking is also what is important. As I think one of the fellow members mentioned that internal collaboration is also important. So I'll just give you one example. So I was having a discussion with my supply chain head in terms of defining a roadmap for our roadmap for the way forward. And he also echoed the same sentiment that we have hundreds and thousands of suppliers. It would be very difficult for us to track data or collect data. So me being from a audit and analytics background, so I think data is what speaks a lot of things. So when we analyze the data for suppliers, we concluded that most of the, basically there's a 80-20 materiality angle, right? When we analyze the data, it was concluded that most of our suppliers we are buying from materiality standpoint pertain to only 10 to 15% suppliers, which are contributing almost 70 to 80% of our active vendor database. So then we then he sort of got convinced this is doable. So I think when we have these discussions internally with the management, data helps, because with data you can actually plan for the road ahead, and there's a lot of positive thinking. If you probably go in a boardroom just talking that we need to collect scope 3 data from hundreds and thousands of suppliers, I think that the next milestone will be difficult to achieve. If we break down in pieces so as to call baby steps, a lot of things will fall into place. This is what actually I think the need of the hour is.
Dr. Panigri?
Yeah. So, as I said earlier also, deploying a simple tool like a sustainable supply chain assessment questionnaire, and to understand, what is the extent to which supply chain contributes to your scope 3. I think understanding that is that will make your life easier, and also you can have a good sustainable supply chain. Second is, deploying a good tool if it is available. Today, there are so many tools available. And, one of my mentors was mentioning that he is compared, or he has done a matrix of 50 different tools. And, you have to choose the right tool to see whether that can help you in understanding your supply chain and scope 3 overall. And also, I think it is important that we have a phase approach. Like, you can't cover, like for a company like us, 1 lakh, nearly 1 lakh supply chain partners, you can't cover everybody in a single go. So maybe taking the top 10%, 20%, 30% approach would help a lot. Maybe in the next 5 to 10 years, you can cover everybody. But again, you have to look at the speed or the timeline that is required by, various frameworks, protocols, policies, various, mandates. So I think there has to be some kind of synchronization between different external factors, internal factors, and then you can do it. Otherwise, 5 years down the line, we will be sitting here and discussing the same thing. Nothing will happen, right? So I think, although we all know it is very urgent and important, but a systematic approach would only help. Otherwise, things will go haywire. There will be a lot of chaotic situations and nothing will happen. At the end of the day, the CO2 concentration will go from 420 to 430 to 450 and 460. So nothing will happen. So I think a systematic approach by everybody, a very, very highly collaborative approach would help a lot. Yeah.
Mr. Verma. So I too believe maybe awareness and sensitization is one of the most important thing. It should not only be the role of a CSO or maybe related team in the organization to work on, maybe consider it as just a reporting exercise and work on that. Ultimately, each and every employee within the organization, they have to be sensitized. Companies should adopt policies like, whether it is, say, carpooling, or whether it is incentivizing purchase of EVs, whether it is hybrid working, to work on how you can reduce the carbon emissions with respect to supply chain. Again, awareness. Companies used to have a budget with respect to training and educating their supply chain partners as well. And then maybe with a collaborative approach also. So all those things need to be practiced. And even as he just mentioned, so the incremental model of measurement is very critical. 80-20 principle applies everywhere. So I believe that 80% of your emissions through your supply chain would be happening through maybe 20-30% of your suppliers. So rather than worrying about attacking entire 100%, work on those 20%. So working on those 20% in next maybe 3, 4, 5 years, you can attempt at reducing their carbon emissions by maybe 50, 60, 70 and going down to net zero, your suppliers. So that's the right approach, incremental approach. If you try to solve the entire problem at once, I don't think it is possible. So probably by adapting all these things, I think there is definitely a future. And again, I believe everybody should believe that climate change is real. Yeah. As he just also mentioned, last 7-8 years have been the warmest years. Yeah. And it is going to happen. Yeah.
Systematic approach forward. Yes. Mr. Kiran.
Yeah, this should be a part of the departmental metrics like SCM or something, and that should be monitored by CEO. I've seen like if it is monitored for the respective department, how many assessments they'll do and how many capacity buildings they'll conduct, at what frequency the shared best practices will be shared. So this kind of metrics will drive the respective organization, and in turn it will help all the suppliers. There should be a monitoring and measurement in progress. So there should be commitment. That's what I guess.
Absolutely, absolutely. Climate change is real, and as Mr. Phirwani said, part of the problem should be the part of the solution going forward, and hope is there. We all believe. With that, thank you all for joining us on this session. We'll not hold you back anymore for your lunch. Please enjoy it, and thank you again.
Hello. Picture, please, Shivam. picture. It's 2 o'clock, 2:30. We all meet sharp after lunch to begin with the next session. Thank you. Okay, may I please request everyone to start settling down. We shall start in the next 5 minutes precisely. It's a request. If any of your colleagues are outside, please ask them to come inside so that we can start the on time, but the new on time. Thank you. Hello. May I please request everyone to start settling down so that we can start now? If any of our team members are outside, can you please help them bring inside? Our audience members. Priyanshi. All guests at the back, can you please ask you to start settling down so that we can start? The ones near the gate, especially. Is someone outside? You can call them inside. If at all. Okay, now before we begin, just to sort of remind everybody, there are a few stalls right outside the hall for you to visit. From our partners, they've got the team members there. They can also explain in detail as to what are they doing, what commendable work are they doing, and what more they can do with your collaboration. Secondly, we also have India's first 4 electric commercial vehicle, that it is the Tata Ace EV, that's standing right at the main gate, the right hand side of the main gate, with their team members as well, with Tata's team members as well. You also have small brochures / booklets / papers on your tables for you to see for the Tata Ace bit. Please have a look at them. For anyone who books today, please do so, because I get 10% off on that. Just saying, not a part of the script, of course. Chaliye. It's time for panel number 4 on sustainable business practices, balancing people, profit, and planet. बहुत सारे सवाल थे, either on people or on the planet or on profitability. This is all culminating into this session as of now. Please join in welcoming our panelists for the same. Deepak NG, Managing Director, Dassault Systems. Tejashree Joshi, Head Sustainability, Godrej and Boyce. Shraman Jha, CEO, Hindustan Unilever Foundation and Co-Chair, FICCI Water Mission. Anirban Ghosh, Head, Center for Sustainability at the Mahindra University. Narayan PS, Global Head, ESG and Managing Trustee, Wipro Foundation. And this session will be chaired by Sudhir Mishra, Advocate, Founder and Managing Partner, Trust Legal. Let's please welcome all of them to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what happened after the, I thought lunch थोड़ी शक्ति आती है लोगों में, हमारी तो एकदम ही चली गई.
Hello. We have the post-lunch session, and the last plates of sweet dishes are still doing the rounds. But I can assure you it will be a very good session, because we have stalwarts from the industry who are part of this particular panel. And you can see all of them, their names. I'm not going in detail because we have been told to shorten this particular session. And what I will try to do is that allow them to speak maximum. I'll just try to set the tone. Whatever little experience I have in courts about sustainability for 23 years now, I can look back with some reflection what has happened and how much India has done the balancing part. And I'm an optimist person. I never have any negative solution to anything. So I see that our forest cover was 9% at the time of independence. It is 17% today. Of course, the carbon has been captured. We had a negligible tiger population in 1970s. Tiger, the custodian of carbon in the critical habitat areas of India. We are the largest reservoir of tigers in the entire world. We have protected them. They are the indicator species. We have removed plastic largely, not like this, what we see today. The single-use plastic from the tailors, from the small shops, from the big stores, from the ready-made stores. And you go to Europe and America and rest of the world, and you'll see plastic booming all over. Even earlier, we used to consume only 4 kgs, which I said yesterday, unlike US, which used to consume 50 kg. So our balancing, our recycling capability is historical. We had those old dabbas of dalda in which our namkeens were kept for ages and generations. We had those old packets of anything, again recycled by our grandmother and mother. So we know recycling also. Where are the problem areas? The problem areas are our population, and coupled with that, the kind of focus we put on them. So I'll come to each of the speaker with that background, that I've seen the only country in the world to have a permanent forest bench in the Supreme Court for 19 years, where every Friday all the judges will primarily discuss forest issues. How many people know about that? And the highest paid lawyer of this country, Harish Salve, was amicus in the forest matters, who never used to charge a single penny for that. I used to assist him. So my belief is we have done a lot, and especially government has done a messaging part in last 2 years, 3 years, what we have achieved in Glasgow, what we have achieved in Egypt. So those things can be, but you have to demystify. My request to all the speakers is, how do we demystify this entire obligation to the planet on sustainability? So I'll start with Deepak Ji first. And I will ask you that what is your take on balancing sustainability?
Thank you very much. See, balancing sustainability comes with a clear plan on what end objective of an organization is, right? So for example, if I take a product company, so their end objective is to provide a right experience for the consumer. Now, if you look at consumer experience has changed a bit. So earlier days, it was more of a customer wanted a product for some reason, or probably to have some peer pressure in terms of acquiring something which is not required. Now, later on, it started with consumer experience. They wanted a different experience. So when they say different experience, then most of our OEMs started giving a product which is more look and giving a right experience to consumers. But today, those consumers are talking along with experience, we need purpose. So the purpose is actually correlated to the sustainability part. So now if you take, for example, young generation, whatever we used to buy with look and feel and fun. Now the first question what the young generation asks is, how can I contribute back? Is it really helping the sustainability factor? So this is what most of the OEMs and most of the product companies are looking at. And that's exactly the reason why sustainability is important. And it goes hand in hand, right from your thinking from the top management to the end consumer to entire value network. Yes. This is what it starts.
I'll come to Mr. Ghosh actually. And one of the things first I'll ask you, because in SDG goals, social and employment issues are also discussed. You have been with Mahindra for US there since 1999. This is what I found out, which is the most striking part, that you stood by a company and then you have been awarded for sustainability, many awards. What is your definition of sustainability? What you teach on sustainability, and who are your students?
Wow, that's a difficult question. So what I think of sustainability, I think the topic that we have for the panel, which is balancing people, planet, and profit, is actually what I think about sustainability. The definition that we created for sustainability in the Mahindra Group is building enduring business while rejuvenating the planet and enabling stakeholders to rise. As you can see, this definition is almost the same as the topic for the panel. Now, the reason why I found this topic interesting is because in the course of our work, or in the course of our time on earth, shall we say, we actually managed to create disbalance. And how did this disbalance happen? At one level, we created egregious levels of pollution. At another level, our rate of consumption is very, very high, as a result of which we're experiencing material scarcity. You know that we haven't always treated everybody very well, which is why there are these issues of inequity and inequality and all of this. And lastly, we've had a huge focus on shareholder returns rather than stakeholder returns. So at the university, we are looking to create citizens of the future who can address these problems that we've created. And before I stop, I do want to share a particular challenge that we are facing. It's not easy to find teachers who can teach the balance. So if any of you are willing to take on the challenge of teaching sustainability, please reach out. I'm sure there'll be opportunities for you.
Very well. Mr. Jha, I'll come to you. You have a special focus on water, and your company is one of the pioneer in the world. I think most of the attendees would also like to know that how much global sustainability practices in Unilever brings to India, and how much of India's practices go to the rest of the world.
So India shows the way for almost everything. पर सर अगर 1 मिनट की अनुमति दी, एक कहानी मैं सुना सकता हूँ?
बिल्कुल सुनाएं आप।
चलिए पोस्ट लंच थोड़ा एक छोटी सी कहानी सुनिए महाभारत से। कुरुक्षेत्र का युद्ध चल रहा था। 10वें दिन भीष्म पितामह मूर्छित थे, उनको प्राण त्यागने के लिए तैयार थे। वो बाण शैया पर लेटे हुए थे, आपने सब देखा होगा उस फोटो। उनको प्यास लगा, भीष्म पितामह को प्यास लगा तो लोग दौड़े, उनके सोने के लोटा जग ग्लास जो भी उस समय रहा होगा, तो उन्होंने अपना मुंह मोड़ लिया। तब लोग को समझ में आ गया तो महायोद्धा ये कोई ग्लास से और जग से तो पानी नहीं पीने वाले। फिर क्या हुआ? अर्जुन ने बाण चलाया सीधे जमीन में और फुहारे की तरह पूरा पानी निकला और डायरेक्ट वो भीष्म पितामह के मुंह में गया। वो उस समय का कुरुक्षेत्र था। अगर आप सरकारी आंकड़े देखें, सेंट्रल ग्राउंड वाटर बोर्ड इस सब के 2001 से 2015 तक हर साल करीब 1 मीटर से थोड़ा कम ग्राउंड वाटर डिप्लीशन हो रहा है इस रीजन में। अगर आज अर्जुन बाण चलाते और आज कुरुक्षेत्र का युद्ध होता, पानी नहीं निकलता। So that is just to tell you how acute some of these issues are, so that even old stories today have a relevance. And when you talk about balancing people, profit, and planet, I'm not even sure how much of a balance that is. If there is no planet, there are no people, and then possibly profit may even become redundant. You may not even be interested in knowing. So to the question, sir, you've asked me very quickly on water issues, India is the benchmark in the entire broader Unilever world of all our water related practices, because not only are we the most impacted country as far as water goes, but we also have solutions which the rest of the world has not even been able to think about, or they have not even been able to visualize.
Very well, initial comments, and I'll come to Tejashree Joshi ji. And before I come to you, let's take it to another level of debate and you attack from there. See, with the change of guard in Twitter, something very drastic happened, because we are here for a media house. I represent a lot of media houses in courts. There is a general talk that in last 1 year, Twitter has been broadly discouraging any climate debate or climate champions or their point of view. And there is a lot of silence on big environmental crises which the world is battling. Now, when you say that, a company like yours, which is a very, very respected Godrej company in India, some of your projects are really talked about, and you also invest in green issues, like WWF has a running partnership with Godrej. And I have a part of it because I work with WWF on some issues. How do you design your sustainability? Do you do it for noise or you do it for effects actually?
Okay, so I mean, to answer this, I'll have to actually start with right at the establishment, and we are just completing 126 years, completed 126 years. So I don't think any company can survive that long unless it has really thought about all the stakeholders, you know, that's to start with. For Godrej and Boyce, one of the important things, the environment has been identified as a value, and not today, it's for decades that it's a value in our system. So many pioneering initiatives when the world was not talking about it, or specifically in India, have been initiated by the company, be it the green building movement, pioneering that, bringing that whole concept to India, or transitioning the appliances or consumer electronic appliances to ODS-free appliances, being the first to do a company to do that in India, and also to a certain extent with the technology in the world. It has always been a long-term thinking process. So these transitions cannot be just for the short-term gain. And I think the prudence comes when you are actually looking at the value addition it is doing over the long term, and not looking at the immediate, incremental costs or immediate impacts. How it has helped the company, it has helped not only environmental, it is a cleaner transition, but it has also helped the organization in not having multiple time transitions that needs to be done with the evolution of practices, with the evolution of regulations. And it actually prepares an organization for the oncoming regulations and de-risking. So let me put it very basic. It is being a huge lever for de-risking the business, if I can put it that way. And when we look at all the three people, planet and profit, like it was mentioned, if the planet wasn't there, people would not have been there, and the profit doesn't come into question. But any company cannot survive without the active contribution from the planet and the people. May it be the employees or may it be the stakeholders in terms of community where we are operating. And this kind of debate has fortunately never been there in the Godrej Group in terms of whether it is important or no. It has always been a bottom line that this is how the business has to happen. And the transition has to be just, the transition has to be cleaner, and it has to come at the point where you're thinking about a new product or a new product line or design. And that's not just business. So it needs to always go beyond business, beyond compliance.
Wonderful. Very well said. Mr. Narayan, we'll come to you. And I want you to elaborate on many issues. Actually, you are a managing trustee of Wipro Foundation, one of the most respected companies in the country. And you have a lot of strong linkages with the industry on energy and other aspects. So one of the, because you are linked with education and industry, both on behalf of Wipro, also tell us, how do corporates tell their stories of success on sustainability? Like Godrej does so many things. I'll just give you one example. I went to see one of their projects in Noida, where I stay. Now, they were sold off in 3 hours. In Noida, the legacy is that projects are not completed. So they have gone beyond the environmental sustainability. They have put extra curtains and other stuff, a lot of stuff we can talk about it. How do corporates tell the sustainability stories? How do we become communicator like the government, like Modi ji? Abhi Biden se mile aur 5 minute mein Twitter pe.
I think corporates don't do a very good job of telling the story in sustainability. And one of the reasons is what, my friend Anirban was alluding to, that it's not easy to find faculty or communicators who can communicate even at the conceptual level about sustainability. One of the reasons is because it is so interlinked, right? Everything is a complex maze on a web, right? So you cannot, touch one part without something else rearing its head. And therefore, I think corporates which have tried to address sustainability in its true sense, or the triple bottom line, or ESG, would have invariably over its journey, done many different things, right? And trying to sort of package that into a nice, interesting narrative that makes sense to the lay person outside is not. It's easier said than done. That's one. Second is that's actually not that easy even to communicate internally with your own leadership and so on, because companies traditionally over the years have worked in silos. They're based on the principle of functional specialization, division of labor, and so on and so forth. So there are very few functions traditionally, conventionally, which have a holistic 360-degree view of the way an organization works with all its moving parts, right? Maybe to some extent, within the finance group, the reporting function, because they had to get everything together. I think in some ways, the sustainability group is probably the first group in a company that willy-nilly has had to do that. You know, it has had to develop that 360-degree perspective of the way the company works and you know and communicate that. But getting good communication professionals who understand sustainability or vice versa, good sustainability professionals who communicate well. I think it's a moving target.
It's a moving challenge and very well put, especially the bifurcation part. Yeah. I'll just tell you, I said that yesterday in Anurag Patra's first panel where I was speaking. I said that one of the examples when the government actually has become a better communicator, it always had been a good communicator in India, कि हम सोने की चिड़िया हैं और we are the best in the world, best economy, best everything. And especially in last 8 years, we have become the noise of the world. But I have one example, and that's a very deep example, that we are doing a study on behalf of one of the finest university in the country, that how the air pollution in Delhi has reduced in this year. So we are doing this study, we were paid for that. And a particular state had done shining work in the NCR. I'm not taking the name. So we reached out to them and we had excellent data to support of 5 districts where Parali waste was burnt almost 40 to 60% lesser, and Delhi had clear skies because of that. So it's a success. भाई आपको अच्छे नंबर आए हैं 100 में 100 आए हैं तो आपको मिठाई खिलाने तो आया था मैं. So when we reached out to them, the Department of Agriculture and Department of Ministry of Environment Forest had a massive fight. The Department of Agriculture said that if you say that we were burning agriculture waste even if 40% less, that's a culpability. Then we are culpable. We never looked from that angle. So the report was not released. The report is lying with me, and the particular chief minister wanted to release that report. His own department couldn't agree. Exactly, very nicely said by you, sir, that it's very difficult to communicate stories because there are many layers attached to it. And that's going to be a huge problem when you do what you achieve in Glasgow or what you achieve in Egypt, that you are the first country which are saying all kind of fossil fuel will be banned. And that message your prime minister takes to the world and everybody applauds. But the corporates in India are doing a lot of things. And I'm saying this since yesterday, that you will have to find ways and means to tell these stories. So coming back to you, Deepak, some of the challenges and some of the examples which you like to share in carbon capturing and others, whatever work you are doing for sustainability, where it comes in.
So I'm so fortunate to have all the panelists, because if you take Godrej, Wipro, Mahindra, Unilever, they all are partners, customers. They leverage our technology. And with them, what we have learned is whatever we just said, right? How the technology being used or how we have to market what we are doing. See, way back, if you look at each different departments were working with silos, and R&D wants a better product with lightweight, and then they want to kind of like, design it so looking good. And then the manufacturing had their own ideas of like, this may not fly. I'll put my aspects because manufacturing process is something different. R&D may not understand. So they used to add their value addition, which is good, which is for the good. Then they used to outsource it to suppliers. Suppliers have their own challenges with the limitations of technology, limitations of know-how, but they used to produce the components or parts. And then it used to go for final assembly, where the assembly, sometimes they have to take shortcuts, which we call it as sometimes jugaad assembly to fit, and the end product was out. So now if you look at what we have learned with most of our customers was, how can we restrict this at the beginning? That's the reason the virtual twin context came into picture. And I'm happy that most of us, including Mahindra, we had a very great example in terms of showing it. Similarly with Godrej, you talked about, I'll take one simple example on construction. So you're working with Godrej for that matter. I know I'll give it a very short frame because I don't want to go detail into that project. Just imagine when you're actually building layouts with 5 to 6 different scenarios. It's good. Some senior managing director or CEO will come and say, hey, I want to add one more tower, and he'll go. Right? So now what is the impact of that? Within seconds, if you can get the outcome saying that, oh, if I add one more tower, I need 1 lakh extra tiles or 1,02,100 tiles extra. Just imagine the time you are reducing. So this is what some of the automation we have done. Similarly, when I talk about virtual twin, the idea is you build, not only create 3D of this, but the product, but also bring the processes in picture. That means you simulate how your manufacturing is done, how your assembly is done with all the real parameters. So that means overall, if you look at, it will first automatically save time because you're not actually inventing at every stage. Second thing, you'll cut short on the prototypes. Even if I have to talk about aerospace industry, they do at least 1 or 2 tail numbers as prototype. The aircraft is waste. Even if I take 300 crores per aircraft, it's like you're leaving large carbon footprint. So if you reduce to 0 prototype, cars, products, everything. So everything, if you can simulate and you can actually see to it at the beginning, then you connect your value network, suppliers. So today they're also equal contributors to the sustainability, right? And give them access to the right technology so that they can actually put in right information so that your entire vehicle is actually delivered with all the parameters. And most importantly, again, thanks to all our partners, what we have learned is this, they said you have been doing for the years. Because we used to talk in 2000 saying that paperless drawing, weight reduction, but the sustainability topic was never there. Now, after adding that, can you create a measuring tool? While I design, I need to know that what kind of carbon footprint we are actually saving, what kind of energy savings we are doing. So this is exactly what we have implemented in this virtual twin, and then it's been kind of
very well. So well put. Mr. Ghosh, since Mahindra is a name of a trust, basically it's a word trust which inspires from Mahindra. Whatever you make, it has a huge credibility. And when you are into education and you are so focused about it, that's why they have put somebody like you on sustainability. There are examples which are happening in the corporates. See, there are 2 major challenges where corporates will have to unite and will have to the government. Will have to go to the government. One, we don't have an enabling legislation to promote sustainability. We don't have a regulator like Competition Commission. And I'm telling you purely as a lawyer who looks at the legislation to put a red carpet for anything. Sustainability, we don't have a legislative enactment. All the acts which we have from Environmental Protection Act, Forest Conservation Act, Air Act, Water Act, they are not related to sustainability. At the same time, the polluter pays principle and compensation, India is the first to start after the Bhopal gas, and that has been taken in Egypt declaration that if you are doing a climate disaster, you will compensate the poor countries. That our Prime Minister Modi has managed to get that. I think the corporates and their university, including Wipro, will have to take giant efforts in bringing private bill or going to the big governments and saying create the enabling legislation. What are your thoughts on that?
We have 8 minutes, 37 seconds left. This is if I want to unpack this conversation, there are many layers to this. Legislation is definitely required, and there will be more legislation. But the understanding of when legislation works is very crucial. Legislation works when there is an alternative available. If today, like we had a plastic ban in Maharashtra, nothing happened. There were no alternatives available. So they went back sometime later, it got modified. But by that time, there were some alternatives available. And so you were able to introduce the panel by saying single-use plastic has reduced. Many kinds of plastic have not yet reduced. So it works when there is an alternative. If we brought in the FAME regulation 5 years ago, nothing would have happened. Bringing in FAME regulation now, something is happening because there is a viable technological option available to consumers. So in short, we need regulation, we need legislation. A lot of it is evolving, but it will work only when we have solutions available. And yes, we'll all have to work together.
Okay.
In my avatar as a member of various industry committees, we've done enough of this work, including circular economy. So that's the short answer.
Very good. Mr. Jha, what are the chances that in this Arjun's arrow will bring some water in Gurgaon?
It's not too late, but it's not too late, but it would get too late if we do not. Just use. Yeah, so it's not too late, but it may just get too late. And sometimes when you think that's when science and technology available becomes actually a curse in disguise. why does all the groundwater get pumped out? Because you have high power pumps, lot of electricity. It wasn't there at that time to extract it. And think of it, that it's a legacy left behind by our zamindar grandfathers and fathers. They had a lot of wealth. और हम उसको उड़ाए जा रहे हैं, खर्चा कर रहे हैं. But unless you replenish it, any amount of wealth will someday go across. So, in fact, why I brought out that story is simply that we have to get sensitive to the fact that what we have, and we are the most elite of society sitting in a 5-star in Delhi, that pani kam hoga to tanker se aa jayega, but it's always coming at the cost of somebody, somewhere. And therefore, the heightened sensitivity to utilizing it and not wasting it. Perhaps the symbolism, and sir, you pointed it out in your opening statement, that if on a sustainable business practice conference, we start with
it should have been there, Priyan.
I mean, that's for the sheer symbolism of it, it goes the other,
I totally agree.
The other way. So it's not too late, but it will get too late. And these are things which are out in the public domain. You may ask, but India has always survived on monsoon rain. So what has changed? What has changed is that earlier, when the rains fell, there were ways and means that they went into various forms of surface storage and went into percolation and so on. Particularly in our cities and so on, you have stopped all of that. It does not percolate. It has a runoff impact. So every action that all of us take, it actually boils in.
Yes.
So it's not as unsurmountable. I'll be very happy if the seed of this thought is left in, that water is not an inexhaustible resource. Of course, class 7 physics and geography will tell you that water is constant in a water cycle, but water in a usable form, that's all I would leave the thought.
Lovely. Very well. Ms. Joshi, some of the initiatives that Godrej is taking on sustainability, which you want to amplify for the rest of the industry, and you think they're very simple to co-opt. Like, we got a good suggestion. I said that yesterday, that the plastic bottle, because even in hotels, mostly now you get the sachet wala bottles now. So what are the 3 to 4 things you think others can also take from Godrej?
I think every industry should start from the very basics in terms of, looking at what is material for the industry, what we call in sustainability, the materiality aspect, which is important for the industry as its impact. Right. And sustainability is a huge umbrella, and nobody needs to go all over the place doing everything. What is impacting and what is required to be done should be focused first. There are many low-hanging fruits, as simple as changing the type of bulbs you are using in the factory, looking at low energy using fixtures, low water using consuming fixtures, managing the waste very systematically, starting with the segregation at point of generation, and a lot of awareness creation for the employees, because whatever they learn, they also take home. Yeah. It's a multiplier effect. Their family, as well as their entire ecosystem starts talking about it and learning from it. And the first step towards sustainability is learning, understanding, and taking those baby steps. Other things follow. As you start learning and you go ahead and you see the success, the other things follow. Simple as not using plastic, and we spoke about this, reducing the use of paper within your operations, and with sensitive data coming out and visually available to the employees to see that this is what we have reduced over a period of time. But very importantly, I think, is the information being available, managing the information and putting it out in the right form, so that it is palatable to all stakeholders. Right. And these leads to also co-creation. What we have been doing is also co-creating sustainability solutions along with our partners, along with startups and investments in green startups. This is where you take the journey, but it all started with very basic as looking at what are the kind of landscapes you are doing within your campuses. Every industry needs to do that, but it's not only greening of an industrial space, it is also a biodiverse space that you should be looking at. You should be making the choices of the trees you're planting which are native and adapted to the area, so that it is not destroying the local biodiversity. These are all very, very simple steps that anybody can follow. And every industry needs to have mandatory green spaces. Yes. So these sustainable practices could be weaved into, and not look at legislation as legislation, but somewhere which is de-risking your business. Simple as recycling your effluent. You're reducing the reliance on fresh water. to that extent, to the quantity that you're recycling in the process.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Narayan, before I come to you, I'll tell you a very interesting thing. As we talked about bifurcated departments and how communication is very difficult. So, on a Fulbright fellowship in 2005, I was in US, and we were taken to a place called Okefenokee Wildlife Refuge. That's in Florida. So it's a place where DuPont had done a lot of water was contaminated and they were penalized. And one of the consequences was they had to restore that ecological area. In India, we don't have that concept from courts as of now. हम उनको afforestation बोल देते हैं, वो भी हम ठीक से नहीं करते. You won't believe that became after 18 years. It was sometime in 1990s it happened. After 18 years, that had become the finest center for conservation, where resident scientists used to come and do studies. Now, I kept on trying that in India. The closest I saw something very nice, where industry has something to do with biodiversity or something, is Andheri complex of TCS, where they have almost like a private park, where all kind of birds, migratory birds come and nest. And I was advising them on something. What do you think? Because I'm sorry, I'm so focused about the stories, because I think the moment I make it COP this, COP that, it goes above the head for 99% people here. So I'm trying to simplify. What are the few stories you think we must bring them out?
No, I think this biodiversity kind of story does create a already impact for people, because especially for companies doing it, the company which is at the heart of the whole industrialization process is doing something on biodiversity. The contrast itself is a story, right? And I think we have not as many examples as we would like, but we do have good examples. We have Godrej themselves doing some remarkable work on mangroves, and Mahindra doing very good work. You mentioned TCS. See, we are an urban-centric company, right? We operate only out of cities. So our campuses are okay. I mean, they're large, but they're not anything like what you would find in a rural setting, where you can do biodiversity in its truest sense. But what we did decide to do about 15 years back when we started this journey is we formally incorporated biodiversity as one of our 4 environmental goals, number 1. Number 2, we said even within our campuses, we'll sort of, have demonstration projects on urban biodiversity. Within the campus, it could be a butterfly park. It could be in one of the campuses, the use of treated wastewater to create artificial wetland that then demonstrates certain first principles of how wetlands work and so on, right? So they have their own value in terms of demonstrating some of these principles to employees. And us as an employee-centric company, number 1. So I think just that in itself is a step that companies can take.
Very well. Last word to you, sir. Actually, our time is up, but you can have the last word.
No, so Narayan mentioned 2 of the things I wanted to mention. Godrej's lovely mangroves. Tata Chemicals, awesome work in their factory in Mithapur. And not just in Mithapur, but also in Africa. Some of the stories that are there. These are stories worth telling. We've got about 22 million trees planted in the Araku Valley, creates an ecosystem of its own. But as Narayan was saying, all of us are urban animals. When we go looking for a place to stay, we don't necessarily ask for a green building, biodiversity, this, that. We're so pressed to get an apartment for ourselves. But the ecosystem of building green has started. If when we go out to buy, ask for green buildings, this whole thing will change. India's first net zero energy building or complex has been launched in Bangalore. And I'm saying it in India's first, but 70% of the buildings we require by 2060 are not built yet. I'm sure some of us will go and buy apartments. So we can actually help in getting this whole thing going.
Wonderful.
And putting a focus on biodiversity, on energy, and therefore make a contribution to maintain the balance that we've been discussing today.
Okay, so we are absolutely out of time. I've got 2 reminders. So questions will happen outside the panel. You can ask the question. I'm really thankful for this wonderful interaction. It was very lively, very relevant in my understanding, and I'm grateful. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sudhir sir, for making that very interesting with all your participants. Thank you. And with that, we move ahead with the last panel for today, which is on why independence and diversity is critical in the boardroom. And please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Nishant Garg, MD, Maiden Forgings, Vaneet Harlalka, CFO and Company Secretary, Indian Energy Exchange, Dhiman Kadam, co-founder, Goigo Network, Kamini Shah, Chief Financial Officer, Birla Soft. And this session will be chaired by Minya Chatterjee, CEO, Sustain Labs Paris. Priyanshi, can you make sure that the hall is well settled before we begin?
Hello, everybody. Now, this is the last session of the second day, and it's great to see the spirits are high, no one's tired, the room is full, all the tables are full. It's amazing. It's very, it's very encouraging for all of us in the sustainability domain to see this, this interest in the subject and the interest in learning. Having said that, we're going to be talking about last but definitely not the least, a very, very important topic about diversity. Yeah, independence and diversity. And we're looking at the boardroom because diversity is a very broad topic, as all of you would know, and we needed to come down to one aspect of diversity. And oftentimes in a lot of industries, we've seen also in the study that we do every year that there would be diversity, but then how does that show up in the leadership is then another question altogether. So today's session, we would be talking about independence and diversity in the boardroom. I have a very interesting panel. We have Mr. Nishant Garg, who's the MD of Maiden Forgings. We have Mr. Vaneet Harlalka, CFO and Company Secretary of Indian Energy Exchange. We have Mr. Dhiman Kadam, who's the co-founder of Goigo Network. And of course, we have Kamini Shah, Ms. Kamini Shah, who's the CFO of Birla Soft. Opening question to all of you. Why is diversity important in organizations? We know the business case of it, which is done to death. Let's keep aside the business case of it. Why, besides that, is diversity important in organizations? And maybe would you like to start first? Yeah.
Yeah. So we are on the lower end of this value chain where we are a startup. So we put both the hats where we are the strategic guys as well as the guys who are executing. Why diversity is important, especially at that level, is that you need to create role models. And that is very important. Like I see that this side of the table, there were a lot of 20, 30-year-olds. And for almost 2 days, I've been attending the sessions. There was like one question or two questions. So that kind of trap is what we could not generate that kind of interest from these youngsters. So that is why it is very important that there will be female role models who can these 20-year-olds look up to and make sure that they are aspiring in that ways. And that is why in today's day and age, like where we got invested and then finally we got one director. But when we go out asking for independent directors to join our board, there is most of the times a big no. And then you have to like really pick and choose. So you need to have that.
I'm going to come to that second part of the question and the last question of mine. But the first piece, I think you raise a very important part of age diversity, right? And Kamini, do you have anything to say about that? Why is diversity?
I think it's extremely important because the first thing that comes to people's mind when you talk about diversity is gender, right? Because that's something we talk about in most organizations. And it's a very important aspect to it. You know, if I were to look at our own organization in Birlasoft, I think I would say almost 2/3 of our independent directors are actually women. So it's really played it's been very important for us because it's brought a very different perspective for us overall in terms of the kind of conversations that you have. I think they really push the boundaries in terms of innovation. They are diverse. You don't really need a homogeneous group to that extent. The other aspect of what I wanted to call out also is the fact that, you know, I think diversity is much more than that. You have a racial and ethnic diversity for global organizations. I can talk about my past organization where we had a lot of people, you know, who were probably from different parts of the organization, different parts of the world. Globally, they give you a perspective around that. In fact, in our current board, we have somebody who's from a startup who gives us a lot of view in terms of how do you build scalable businesses. So that's a different aspect to it. So I think, you know, the more you have diverse groups of people, I think it challenges the management of the company to think of different ways in terms of how they can fine tune their strategy and how they can create their growth plan. And it really pushes the boundaries for them. So I think that's the benefit that comes through it.
Different perspectives, which leads to greater risk mitigation as well. Great. Mr.
I would
Yes,
just a
Vinny.
moment. I'll like to add on what Kamini ji just said.
Yes.
See, you know, I have been often asked like, what are the biggest challenges you see for your organization? Okay, and I always say that I see globalization and digitalization as the biggest challenges. They are opportunities, but they are challenges as well. Because like post pandemic, everyone has seen that businesses are facing new kinds of challenges that were never seen before. If you have diversity in your organization as well as in your board members, you know, so everyone has come from different walk of life. I will go beyond the age factor, the gender factor, and the different walks of life they are coming from. Like she said that one of the board members is from startup, you know, so when they are you know there, every unique problem that is arising out of this globalization and digitalization
You're
can
able to
be
deal with
catered.
it better. Yes.
You have a better team to
Very
deal
good.
with it if it's
So
a
that's an
diverse team.
excellent point. So, you know, if you have a diverse team, then you're able to deal with diverse problems as well as digitalization, because you have digital natives and then you have digital adopters. So, and then also globalization, because you have a diverse team from different regions, different countries. You're able to deal with international clients or internationalization of your organization much better. Great. Vinny, please, you know, your thoughts on why is diversity important in an organization?
Diversity, I think maximum things all the other panelists had covered. With my experience and what I see, I will just carry forward or continue what Kamini ma'am had said. Because in today's environment, business are getting very complex. And when you have a different people from different background, different knowledge, different kind of experience, they say in their board have one startup persons also. Because many complex problems need a multi-dimensional approach. So different people bring the different approach, different kind of analysis, and they grill the management also to think, rethink, be more innovative, come out with more out-of-box ideas. So these are things which, because board have to be very demanding sometimes, though they have to be sometimes accommodating also. But the diversity bring a lot of balance between the thought process and the way the problem needs to be dealt. So this is how I look in the today complex, single mind cannot solve the complex problem. You need a different people, different mind, different way of looking at the problem.
So great perspectives, and we all agree that diversity is really important. I'm going to ask you talk about the problem. We looked at some data today. And across all the sectors, India's largest 200 companies, we're not even looking at like smaller companies, India's largest 200 companies, there was no sector which had, look at just gender diversity, there was no sector which had women on the board more than 25%. When we all agree in this panel, and probably everybody in this room, that diversity is so important, and we're not even looking at people with special abilities and minorities and all of that, but then just women, there is almost 50% human human populations women. Why do you think we still do not have more than 25% of the board as women? And Kamini, do you want to take that? Yeah.
I was just thinking about that because, a few years back, I'd given a talk around this. And, my last comment is that I hope the kind of focus that organizations are giving on diversity, I hope the board start thinking about it. See, I think one of the things that's happening is the fact that, if I think there's a glass ceiling over there at a point of time. It is something that very few organizations were comfortable in terms of having women on their board, right? So I think they're realizing it. And thanks to, I think, SEBI and some of the regulations, they're actually enforcing it. So somewhere it started there. In a lot of instances, you've started having people being forced to have women directors. The second aspect is, one is in case the need of the organization. The second is the supply, right? Where's the supply, right? Because a lot of companies say that, where do I find highly accomplished women who are willing to come forward? It's not that they are not there, right? But some of them are not aware of the fact that they can actually play this role. And I think this is probably a situation where so much of awareness that's happening in the industry. I think 5-10 years down the line, you will probably see a much larger supply of people coming forward, being part of organizations. And the second aspect of it, which will be, is that they should be able to add a lot more value in their whole process and really talk through it. So my sense is we're going through that evolution at this point of time.
Great 2 points on regulation, and the second is supply. I'm going to chop that up and ask two of the panelists each, a little deeper. We need, from your perspective, from a CFO perspective, compliance perspective, how do you see the regulations? What kind of role do regulations play in improving?
Right now, the regulations are very limited, but I think regulations cannot solve this problem. Because as ma'am has said, there is a supply side issue, because we face this challenge when we're looking for a few independent directors. So regulations, as in our earlier discussion, regulations have to supply kahan hai. The same thing, because the regulations can be enabled, but it's more of the mindset. The promoters or the board chairmen, they have to get more active on this to create that thought process among the board and to find or groom the people to reach that level. So I think regulations will come and go, but just making the regulation without availability of the right mind of people, because if you just put someone for the sake of diversity, but that person is not participating or not have those capabilities to deal with those complex issues on those kind of challenges which the board need to address, then it will be a total futile exercise. We need to have a balance where the regulation have to be aligned with the supply side. And for looking at the forward, we need to groom the more due people to get that role.
Great. So it's regulations plus, right? You need regulations plus more. And Vishant, you talked about globalization, you talked about the need for younger people. So tell us a little bit more about the supply side. So younger generations coming in, what's stopping them from moving up to being potential board members?
I will, like he also said that he is running a startup and he found it difficult to onboard independent directors, and I'll tell you my personal example. We recently got listed like 3 months back. Okay. So luckily, like what all topics you were covering, I have been through them in recent times. So my board is just a small board with 5 people in it, and out of which 3 are independents. So first point is that, and out of them 2 are women. So 40% of the board is women. And till now, whatever board meetings we have had, every time the chairperson have been a woman. So so like it's not about what's stopping, whosoever is leading the organization in totality, the MD, the CEO, whatever. It depends on his vision, the founder's vision. Whether you want to run a Lala company who is working just for the person who is owning the business at the moment, or your vision is greater than yourself. You know, you are building a company which will go for generations, something like Tata Group. You know, so if your vision is beyond that, you should, you know, you should always take care of both the components, that is diversity on the boardroom as well as the independence of the directors to speak up.
I think that's very much in line with what we heard from Vineet as well. Yes, great. What we're hearing in the panel is that, yes, there's regulation and then there's supply, but then regulations alone will not do it. And you definitely, and what we heard here from one of our young participants is that ultimately, you know, it's about the organization, not just the owner, but the organization not wanting to be a Lala company in his words. But how do you be a progressive organization? And progressive means essentially education means understanding different perspectives, you know. So, you know, your opinion, please, on this.
So my opinion is that this is a legacy problem, and it needs solving like now. Like you guys need to put out YouTube videos, if nothing more, to reach out to this generation. See how that supply will increase. See, there is a big black box that what happens in these board meetings. Like there is matters of discussion, there's matters of decision, matters for review, regulatory stuff. All this is a black box for most of the people out there. And then no matter how capable you are, you're always wondering that, will I actually add value there? And then you're just sitting back and letting life happen to you. Instead, like people who are on boards need to go out and put their experiences out there and make sure that these guys can see what actually happens in the boardroom and how important it is for them to participate, actually get excited about this. And that is what it will, increasing supply means, that means getting more people excited to do this. And that is how it will.
Steven, thank you so much. That's actually a great point, because there is the seat and then there's the voice. So, you know, getting the seat on the table, but then after that, having the voice and having your own voice, not having to be the echo chamber for the others who have just said. But would you have any comments on this, Vineet? Because, you know, you've probably been in board meetings, and in these board meetings, what are your observations that the minority, I mean, not necessarily women or men or whatever, you know, so the minority, just any comments on that? And do you feel like they are able to voice out, the ones who have voiced out, why do they do so? And if they haven't, then why not?
I came across board meetings where there was a very open discussions, very tough questions were asked to the management. Even being a CFO or grilled, means literally, means I don't know what word to use. And there were phases when we find the board were a bit complacent or a bit, we expected more from the board. So I think these things happen. So we can't put a definite parameter. But one thing I personally like to share, ki right now the independent directors, what I feel, ki except the few, they don't have any stake in the organizations and the kind of remuneration or compensation being paid. So it's more of just stigma kind, what of things, the value what they add. So there need to be a proper balance and the obligations defined from the board members, whether it's independent directors. I will talk because it's more on the independence and sustainable issue we are talking on the governance. Because right now, the challenge what we face, if we take a very professional directors or who are quite active, they are much more occupied in their own activities and business to spend time of the company. And if you take the people who are retired, then they're more or less done with their life. So they are just passing on the time to get connected with the people and all. So you need to balance a person who can have some interest, so who spend time to understand the business, who understand the solutions, what the management is looking, what kind of expectation setting from the management need to be defined. So these are the few challenges what we face. So to single out the individuals will, I think, will not be the right thing, because in each individual coming to that level in any company, capability wise, I don't put a question mark on any of the person. They are highly credible and have the capabilities. It's more of a thought process and the ownership of the role what they need to take.
So this is agnostic of, you know, where they come from, what they belong. For everybody, this is the challenge. But Kamini, do you want to, and I wanted to just add a little question there that, you know, have you noticed in the boardroom, somebody who's a minority in whichever way to be quieter than the others? Because I certainly, when I was 33 and I was the first time in the boardroom, I was intimidated. You know, there were these all other were men. They were twice my age. Some of them were thrice my age. And I wasn't speaking much, but would love to hear your.
So I just wanted to comment to what Vinit had said, right? Because there was a recent PwC study that was done, which said that almost half the board don't feel very comfortable enough to voice out a thought which is which is divergent from what the majority of the directors say, because it's not very comfortable to do that, right? So I think that's clearly it's a human trait to a large extent, right? In terms of the fact and to the environment that you create in the board meeting, I think will make a difference in terms of how much do you value diverse perspectives that come in, right? Because to some extent, if you find that either the management or the promoter organization, which is a large part of our Indian companies, if they don't create an environment for the independent directors to voice it out, right, then you will find them that they will not be willing to come. But if you create an environment where, you know, they are actually willing to listen to diverse perspectives, I think you will find them, talking about those. So in a lot of our committees, we have found that, you know, the chairperson makes a very specific effort to actually include the feedback from the other members, and even some of the very quiet ones who they take a long time to come out, they actually come out and give their perspective. So I think it's a factor of the environment that you create over there.
So that's the onus of the company secretary, the ones who are the CFOs, the leadership who are organizing the board meetings and the committees, to make sure that it's a comfortable environment for not just diversity to be at the table, but diversity to speak up. I just want to go back to Dhiman, and we've moved now to talking about some of the best practices that, how do you not just have diversity in the room, but get them to speak. Can you provide some examples, one or more examples? And I will come back to you also on that. But then one or more examples where you've seen diversity in the boardroom, and how was that taken? How was that treated? How was that diversity treated? And if you can also tell us in a sentence or two that what was the advantage of that?
So one of the major differences which as a startup we saw, like personal example, is that the entire decorum of the room changes. It was 3 friends who started this startup, and that time it is more or less not very formal. Plus you're not very sensitive to employee issues and all this, because you're in that high growth kind of a mindset. And then as soon as you get diversity, there is this thought, one major thing of being safe. This is something where we got really sensitized towards it. And that makes quite a bit of a difference when you're attracting talent also, that that voice goes out. These employees at that level also then feel comfortable and are tomorrow's advocates of your company, that these guys are sensitive and make sure that you're comfortable working for them. It's not just high-paced growth which we are after. So one major thing which diversity brings is that experience which us youngsters didn't have, and didn't have even the time to think about, and to consider that it was one of the most important things for people to actually come and join you, wherein we are struggling for tech talent with a Birlasoft and a TCS. So what is it that you give? And these are the kind of messages where these employees are then advocating you, these customers are then advocating you. And that's something which I think a diverse board definitely brings in.
Great. Vineet, you had a comment to make, and then also if you could, with that comment that you wanted to make around with that, if you could answer the question also of an example of diversity, how that came about.
I just want to make the comment that it's more of a chairman. Chairman is very critical, the culture and the environment in the which board meeting happen. Once we used to have a very big board and very diverse board with a lot of PE investors and a lot of government representatives and all. So it's a chairman which ensure the participation from even the minority directors and others. So this is something is key for the board. And second, on the diversity, means I can't divulge much of the discussion, but yes, there had been few instances. There was a one gentleman which quite knowledgeable, but he used to be quite on the board. So many times he just used to come, and we normally used to think he never participates in the meeting. But one time there was a one key issue on the discussions were there, and there was a quite disagreement between the board members about that particular decision. And at that time, this gentleman I first time seen in speaking, and the way he articulated the challenge and the way he represented the challenge before all the board members, and that both the board members or both groups of board members were looking at the solution with different perspective and bring the another perspective on the table, and the solution was reached. So sometimes that minority of the small shareholder board members which is not speaking, but it's not that he's not capable. Sometimes they're not being inclined or something like that, or sometimes they feel these are very petty issues to get myself involved in that issue. So these are something which we need to value. We have to know the strength of each of the directors and how to utilize that particular strength from each individual.
So I think we're talking about something very interesting, that how do you engage the board members? No, so I think it's moved from whether we all agree that boards should be diverse, getting a seat on the board, even if, from diverse communities, but then to speak up, but then also for the organization to engage them so that they're able to pull out the best out of the diverse perspectives. Thank you so much. Kamini, would you like to share an example of diversity at the board?
See, one of the things that, I've seen in an earlier organization, I won't mention the name, but, when they were putting together the board, I think the management team and the chairperson actually decided in terms of, what kind of a board do we want to create, right? What kind of experience do we want people to come? Because eventually at the end of the day, independent directors largely have been homogeneous in most organizations, right? So this organization actually took a very concerted view to say that let's get people who are from, the new age technologies, because as an organization, we are going through transformation, and they actually went and identified people who could play that role in that board, right? So the point that I'm trying to make is that I think it's very important for the chairperson and the management team to really identify what are those diverse skill sets that we want to bring into our board, which actually will create a multiplier effect for us, right? And that's how you really go and sort diverse and independent boards, that to make it a lot more holistic, right? The second aspect to what Vinit says is that I think it's not always important, and I just want to mention that because we have one of our independent directors who doesn't talk at every board meeting, but she's so knowledgeable that at a point of time when there is a crisis, everybody looks at her automatically to say that, what do you bring to the table? How do we resolve the issue, right? So it's not necessary to have a voice just for the sake of voice, but I think the knowledge and the competency that you bring together, and the chairperson knowing at the right time to bring in that perspective, I think would make boards a lot more healthier and beneficial from an organization, actually.
Great, thank you. Vishant, tell me if you've had experience with this, but then oftentimes the board members, the discussions are not just restricted to the board members, right? There is the famous boys club, or there is a certain group of people who actually are friends elsewhere, and when you come to a boardroom, those kind of relationships and friendships and places of meets are reflected in the independence of opinions, and that almost sways. These are some of the unspoken aspects of diversity rising to the top, the stuff that happens beyond the boardroom, beyond the offices. Any views on that, and how do you think that the younger generation could maybe cope with that, or diverse populations could cope with that?
I will tell you with my own example again.
Yes, okay, great.
So one of my independent director, she is towards, she has a her expertise area is marketing and business development and PR. Okay. And one of my independent director, his area of expertise is investments and share markets. Okay. So what it's a small board. Okay. So I don't know at a bigger level how difficult it would be. Okay. But what I do is, it came to me automatically, like, I want something good for my organization to grow, to be progressive, right? So what I do is, whenever matters relating to their area of expertise comes in, I just give them a call, direct call, like, what's your opinion on this, right? So I think whenever board meetings are happening, they are automatically, coming up with the ideas wherever their expertise can work, or wherever they have a suggestion. And similarly, like Viniji said, that the professional independent directors, they are so busy with their own lives that they are not giving that much time to read the organization. And but if a promoter or a founder is always in touch with them on a regular basis, I think they are meant to be
Become more
bending
comfortable.
towards the
Yes.
company, and they become more comfortable. So it's about creating the environment.
This is exact. So this is for everybody in the room. These are some of the things which I think, it's not spoken about much and not discussed much. That there's one thing which happens in the organization, and there's meritocracy. But for diversity to flourish and reach leadership, not just board members, but be having senior positions within the organizations, the social inclusion, the acceptance in conversations, outside the organization is also very, very important. And that sometimes is a make or a breaker, in this. We have also a very diverse panel. And I want to take that up and ask the panelists a question, that how difficult is independence and diversity, creating an independent and diverse board? How difficult is it for large companies and vis-a-vis small companies, different sectors? Because certain sectors, the supply might not be there of, of expertise across different diversity. So if you would like to take up that question first, that, what's the, is it the same playing field across sectors and sizes?
I would like the challenges, like when we look for the independent directors at IEX being a regulated exchange, like NSE and BSE are regulated by the SEBI, IEX is regulated by the CRC. So when we look for any sector expert we want to have on the board as an independent director, we always have a challenge, because the sector expert will not be independent, because he will indirectly will be connected to some of the sector players, big players. And if you look for that, independence is very tough to get. So you have to if you look for the independent director, then you have to very well define the skill set. And so these are the few challenges what we face. And generally, if I look at the sector side, it was more specific to the IEX, but when you look at the overall board structure, the first thing is need to be key, what is the structure or what kind of a skill sets the board need. That is something I think there's a first task where the many company falters. So the management also have to identify the key strength on the board, the areas where they need someone should bring that expertise or that guidance to them. And secondly, then who are the right set of the people with right set of mindset. And the third part is the important, the culture to make those people participate and give their views, and don't get driven by the management. So there should be a totally balance between the understanding of the business. So these are the three aspects, and where the maximum faults happen is identify the skill set which need on the board, because sometimes senior management team also don't look for the person who are going to put too tough questions to them. So these are something challenges which we feel.
Thank you. Dhiman?
Yeah, for us, it's the most difficult, I think. And one of the major challenges, independence, obviously there is much more opportunity on that side of the table than this side of the table, because of the kind of pay package or sitting charges which you see. Apart from that, the diversity angle of it, the supply is a major issue. which we see that how do you get these people excited to come and join a infrastructure company, and especially on the EV side, which is one of the newer sectors. So then you have to really jot down and narrow down to maybe one person, and then go all out behind that person to join you. And then there is the COVID has done great in cutting short the boundaries. Otherwise, in a city like Pune, that is again more limiting the regional. So someone flying in and then just sitting for one session and then going out, that becomes even more difficult. So all that taken into consideration, I think what needs to happen is that there needs to be a lot more of mentoring from people in those positions, so that these people get excited, the youngsters especially, and don't feel afraid of joining into the boardrooms. And that is what will enable, especially startups like us who are climate tech or new age, deep tech. There is absolutely no requirement that you need to be entrenched into that subject. You need to have a clear mindset and thought process and certain responsibility as a board member, and that should be more than enough for you to be.
I really liked your point, what you talked about. And again, another thing which people don't talk about, that mentoring and training to be board members. You know, that is something which is, I think, really missing in the conversations around this topic. But Kamini, please, your ideas.
One thing that is very clear is that when it's a larger organization and a very strong brand, it's a lot easier to get independent directors, right? Because to some extent, the brand name itself, and it's very prestigious to be associated with organizations around it. The other aspect to whatever you added, I want to call out that, you know, there are also a fair amount of regulatory obligations on independent directors, which is also a reality, right? So to some extent, you know, people would be a little cautious about wanting to be part of smaller organizations who do not have a history behind them. And that's the reason why they are a lot more cautious. I think in my mind, that's probably another additional point that could play a part in terms of where they would want to, you know, be a part of.
So larger organizations do have it easier. And then certain sectors, there's a supply problem. And then for different age groups, and so they need mentoring and some training, which is missing as well. But Vishant, your views on this, on is it a level playing field for different sectors, sizes of companies for having independent and diverse boards?
See, selection of an independent director, be it for a smaller company or for a bigger company who's a brand, it's the most crucial appointment, I would say. Right? You know, because they are acting on the strategic level of the company. If it's a bigger brand, let's say Billsoft is there, or any big company, they have other risks while appointing an independent director from the unknown, you know. So it's a very crucial selection for any company, be it for bigger companies or be it for small companies. Smaller companies face different challenges, like I faced, like he faced. So we face different kind of challenges. So what I have done is like, you know, whenever I'm meeting people around, like maybe at this conference or in the future, whenever I'm finding a person who is knowledgeable and who can give me actually inputs for nice growth. So as and when we require, we should, I think, as a promoter, I can shortlist them and, you know, keep in mind, like, you know, whenever I have to appoint next time, so I have these pool of people. It's very difficult to do it on a instant basis and select from random people, because they have confidential information of the company, so they require to be, you know, trustworthy also,
Thank you.
right?
Thank you. We have just a few minutes, 2 minutes left for questions. Any questions from the audience? Two questions there.
Hi, my name is Akhil and I head the ESG function for IDFC First Bank. And we are in the process of setting a diversity target within the organization. One very hard-hitting question I get asked, and I would like to pose to the larger audience as well, and to the panel as well, is that, does diversity targets impinge on meritocracy?
Great question. Yeah.
I've been part of organizations where we had diversity targets, right? I think one fundamental assumption is that it's a level playing field. If everything else being equal, right, then you give that opportunity out to probably your diversity candidate. But I think at no point of time, I think at least in the organizations I've worked for, they have said that it is one against the other. I don't think that's even a point of discussion. So that's how we should tell people. Everything else being the same, my preference would be for the diverse candidate, just to get in more different perspectives from an organization standpoint.
And that makes it more difficult also to have somebody who merits it and has a diverse perspective. That is why this panel is here, because it's so difficult to do that.
It's very true, because the trade-offs are what is being, highlighted. So,
exactly.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You.
The major role of the sustainable the industry is the hospitality industry, the hotel industry and the health industry, the major role. And I have some points like there should be some recognition to the green building from the department, from the government, from the Ministry of Environment, or from the concerned ministries. And next question is the major waste is of the there are 2 points: make in India and fake in India.
I'll just come in. I'm sorry, but great questions and topics. But this, we are talking about diversity and independence.
These are the common, before starting, I said
Let's
these are the common
take.
questions.
No, these are great questions.
Yeah, because
let's
the
take.
last forum is this, and
I know. Let's take this maybe outside in the room. Yeah, and I promise you that we'll have this conversation. Thank you. So I think with that, we've reached the end of a wonderful panel, a very interesting discussion, and hopefully useful to everybody in the room. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panelists.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, a picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, a few of our partners have placed their stalls right outside this hall. We request you to please visit them. The team members are there. They can give you a little more detail as to what more are they doing and what more can they do with you and your help. Also, Tata has showcased India's first electric commercial vehicle right at the entrance of the hotel on the right-hand side. The team members also there. Please visit them if you wish to get to know a little more about that product. You also have pamphlets of the same on your tables. And with that, we move ahead and also to our last industry presentation, which is on sustainability challenges in antibiotics R&D. How can we create a sustainable environment for R&D in India? Please join me in welcoming on stage Saransh Chaudhary, CEO of VMRC and President of Global Critical Care at Venus Remedies Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, Saransh, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. From the topic, it might seem like we're going to divulge quite a bit in the discussion around sustainability. What I will, however, say is that in the larger discussion that I have been able to witness over the last 2 days, there's a core element of sustainability that perhaps has not been touched upon, which I'd like to just sort of quickly bring to over the next few minutes to all of your attentions. So I'm going to be talking about antibiotic sustainability, and what my goal over the next few minutes is to hopefully convince you that antibiotic sustainability is not only important to achieve the third sustainable development goal of good health and well-being, but it's central to achieving the SDGs overall. So I'm going to start off with these sustainable development goals that we all are very familiar with. The one that I'm going to be mostly emphasizing upon is SDG 3 of good health and well-being. But as I sort of go and talk about this, what you'll basically be able to pull together is why are antibiotics essentially the linchpin of sustainable healthcare, and how everything sort of rests upon the effectiveness and the availability of effective antibiotics. So firstly, what are antibiotics? I'm sure everyone in the room has consumed some or the other antibiotic at some part in their lives. What a lot of the times we don't understand with antibiotics is that not only are they effective in treating infections, but they also underpin all of modern medicine. Antibiotics enable effective chemotherapy. Antibiotics enable all of surgery. Antibiotics enable all of transplants. And without effective antibiotics, all of the modern achievements that we have made in medicine are going to be a waste. And so it's very important that we understand the role of antibiotics and understanding the sustainable development goals and how they basically enable a healthcare future that is hopefully going to be robust. Because if I look at some of the discussions that I've heard over the last 2 days, we're looking at our 2030 targets for sustainable goals. We're looking at our 2050 targets for sustainable goals and 2070 targets of the net zero that India has been talking about. But I would argue that without effective antibiotics, we may not even get there healthy and safe. So it's very important that we understand this. So I'm going to quickly sort of present something which will hopefully help you understand the problem that we're facing and perhaps sort of some of the solutions that are there as well. So first, the point is that antibiotics, as I've already mentioned, they're the most important medical development of the last 50 years. And this is also something that was recognized by the Royal College of Physicians back in 2010. And this is a problem of antibiotic resistance. So my subject matter expertise is in antibiotic resistance. And hopefully with my favorite analogy, I'm hopefully be able to explain to you guys what is antibiotic resistance and why should you care about antibiotic resistance. So consider this is the African savanna, where we have the gazelles, always alert, ready to run at the first sign of a predator. And then we have the cheetahs, the fastest animal on land, equipped with stealth, strength, and speed. So antibiotics are somewhat like the cheetahs. And for a very long time, they have been able to keep these bacterial gazelles in check. But what happens when these gazelles become more agile, they become faster, or they learn to hide better? Well, they start evading the cheetahs. And that's exactly the problem that we're facing within the antibiotic industry. That our antibiotics, when they're exposed to bacteria, the most vulnerable bacteria die, but the ones that have slightest of genetic variations that give them what we call survival of the fittest, the Darwinian theory, the principle of natural selection and survival of the fittest. The ones that have the slightest genetic mutations, they continue to evolve. And not only do they pass the genetic variations to their offsprings, but they also pass it along to other organisms. And that creates a challenge of antibiotic resistance. So just to put some numbers to this, how big is this issue? Why am I talking about this in the Sustainability Conclave? So some of this might be surprising. 4.95 million deaths were associated with bacterial resistance. Just to put it into context, this is more deaths that were associated with COVID-19 pandemic for a given year. And this data is for 2019. Out of this 4.95 million deaths, 1.27 million deaths were directly attributed to bacterial resistance. And not only does this have grave consequences for the patients, it also has a huge economic impact. The Jim O'Neill report commissioned by the UK government estimates that if we do not treat bacterial resistance and if it's left unchecked, by 2050, we're going to wipe out $100 trillion from the global GDP. So it should not surprise you when I tell you that antibiotic resistance was one of the United Nations 10 biggest threats facing humanity back in 2016. And just like always, it's often the case, the biggest problem of this threat, the burden of disease is highest in the regions that are least equipped to deal with this threat. In keeping with the G20s, we call them the global south, but it's the low and middle income countries. These are the countries and these are the regions that often suffer disproportionately higher burden of antibiotic resistance. Why this is super important, we'll understand maybe once we understand why is the antibiotic market broken and why am I sort of going on and on about this one therapy area and how is this one therapy area different to pretty much everything else that happens within healthcare. And to understand that, I have this simple antibiotic innovation paradox. Now, on the top here, you have innovation. And innovation is basically what we call basic science. It's the fundamental belief that can we solve for new antibiotic innovation? Can we solve the science? Can we overcome the scientific and the medical challenges in terms of developing a novel antibiotic? And that deals with innovation. Then you have access, which is the second pillar. And that basically sort of governs, can we get the drug available to every patient who needs it? And so far, innovation and access, there's nothing specific to antibiotic industry. You would have, and you'd be right to say that these are two pillars which basically govern any other therapeutic development as well. But when it gets tricky is when you bring in the third pillar of sustainable use. Now, what sustainable use governs is it's an overarching set of principles that govern antibiotic stewardship. And what they essentially mean is that just like what we saw with antibiotic resistance, the more you use an antibiotic, the more chances the bacteria has to break the chemistry. So what that translates into like actual daily clinical practice is that doctors don't want to use these novel antibiotics, and rightly so, because they know the more they use the drug, the higher the likelihood of the drug developing resistance. And that puts us at odds, because what it does is that if you use antibiotics sustainably, which we should, it restricts access. And if you restrict access, that undermines innovation. Because how do you convince a company or how do you convince a group of researchers to spend their entire lives developing a drug that no one's ever going to use? And that's the problem that we're facing within the antibiotic industry. So these are some data. A study suggested that it can take up to 23 years, that's 3 years beyond the patent, a typical patent life would give you, for a drug in the antibiotic space to become profitable. And what this also translates to is the opportunity cost. So for any large pharma, if you look at any of the drugs that we consume today, they were all developed by large pharma. And most of those companies have an opportunity cost of developing antibiotics. And the opportunity cost more often than not is a blockbuster oncology drug or a blockbuster immunology drug, which could make them a lot of money. And so it's not surprising to feel that a lot of these companies, most of these companies, in fact, have exited the space. And what are left within the antibiotic industry are small biotech companies. And even if so what these companies can do really well is they can break the innovation pillar. They can break the innovation pillar, they can create new antibiotics, they can take over the science, but they lack the resources and the logistics to get the drug available. So access is a big barrier. And so it's a really worrying statistic that some of the latest drug approvals with the US FDA have come from companies which have solved the science, they've overcome the resistance barrier and the innovation barrier, developed new drugs, got FDA approval, and have eventually faced bankruptcy. Every single one of them without any exception over the past decade. And this is really, really concerning. And the other side of this was access, that because these innovations are happening at really small biotechs, they often struggle to make the drug available in the right patients. And the right patients is, as I mentioned, the global south. So how do you get these drugs available in the global south? And here's another study that showed that it can take over 10 years after a drug gets approved by the FDA for that drug to ever make it to low and middle income countries. So how can we solve for this? Well, there are two categories of solutions. One is the push incentives and one are the pull incentives. So as the name suggests, the push incentives are basically, let's throw more money at the problem. How can we get more basic science projects off the ground? How can we have more and more developers developing antibiotics? How can we reduce the cost of development of antibiotics? And that's the push side of things. What my focus is going to be is to just quickly talk to you about the pull side of incentives, because I feel that because we are in sustainability conclave, I think it's important for us to talk about the sustainability of the market as well. It's a similar problem that you face with, or the vaccines faced when the Millennium Development Goals came in the 2000s, and you had a market failure that the antibiotic industry is currently witnessing. And so what we need to do essentially is to find ways to solve for that market failure. And that can only happen when we solve for the pull incentives. So amongst the various categories of pull incentives listed here, the most novel and perhaps the one that can have the biggest impact is what we call subscription model, famously called the Netflix model. This is a model that has recently been piloted by the UK government. And what they do in this case is they basically try and break the barrier with the 3 pillars that we saw earlier by delinking antibiotic ROI from sales. And so the way this works is they look at a new drug, they evaluate it against a bunch of parameters to understand what's the global utility of this drug. And then the UK comes forward and says, we're going to pay an annual fee just to keep the drug on the market, irrespective of how much this drug sells. And how much the UK pays is what they believe is the G20 share of what that drug is worth globally. And now they're basically advocating for other G20 members to come forward and pay their part of the G20 share. And that's how we can potentially create a sustainable model for antibiotics. So let's bring the issue closer to home. India is an epicenter of superbugs. We have some of the world's largest burden of antimicrobial resistance in the country. So much so that it is estimated by the World Bank that if we do not solve AMR, we could basically undermine the first sustainable development goal and put 28 million people into poverty. This is some images of what occurred at the latest third health working group meeting under the G20 presidency earlier this month in Hyderabad. And what is encouraging to see here is that antimicrobial resistance was a prime agenda under India's G20 presidency. And it's absolutely essential that the government follows this up with concrete measures to ensure that not only are we talking about it at the global level and a policy level, but these policy discussions actually translate into tangible impacts that revive antibiotic R&D within the Indian subcontinent. And lastly, I want to just quickly talk about some of the work that we are doing in addition to our ongoing commitment at VMRC to develop and continuously invest in developing novel antibiotics. We also, a few years ago, set out a charitable organization called PLE, which is Preserving Life Existing Antibiotics. And under this umbrella, what we do is we carry out various awareness programs. We've educated more than 500,000 people on ground and raise awareness on antibiotic resistance and what they can do in terms of to bring the burden of disease down. And some of the work that we also do is with doctors. We have a program called Antibiotic Police, where you basically sign a pledge to become better stewards of antibiotics, perhaps looking at one of the other sustainable development goals of responsible consumption. And if you consume antibiotics responsibly, that's the one thing that we can all do at our individual levels to make sure that we can contribute towards the cause of good health and well-being, because access to good healthcare is a human right. Thank you. I'm not sure if anyone has any questions, because this is really off from what you guys have been hearing last 2 days. So I'm happy to take any questions should you have any. No?
हरियाली में, सोने सी हर बाली में, हर सुबह चाय की प्याली में और घर घर की खुशहाली में, प्रदूषण मुक्त हो आसमान, दुनिया भर में अपने निशान, आत्मनिर्भर हिंदुस्तान, गेल इंडिया जिसकी पहचान।
SunSource Energy has been a part of SHV Energy since essentially June 2021. SunSource Energy is a provider of solar and renewable energy solutions to commercial and industrial enterprises all over the world. We are based in Noida, Uttar Pradesh, North India.
At SunSource, we serve marquee clients across different manufacturing verticals, including FMCG, manufacturing, bottling plants, different commercial establishments. And our clients include Fortune 500 companies, including Coca-Cola's of the world, and where we're providing them energy source from clean renewable energy from solar.
For our business, energy is crucial because total dependency on the large production depends on large consumption of energy. We were looking for someone to help us provide a solution. That's where SunSource came in, so that we become from a responsible business to a sustainable business.
Being part of the energy transition, what we seek to do is help our commercial and industrial customers source as much of their electricity requirements from renewable energy and solar energy as we can. In terms of our impact towards mitigating climate change, we have built somewhere around 300-350 megawatts of solar assets over time. What this translates into is 9 to 10 million tons of CO2 emissions saved.
At SunSource Energy, we help simplify energy transition of our consumers. We understand the data. We come up with a solution, be helping them on their implementing solar on their rooftop, or providing an off-site solar energy through open access, or providing energy trading. And we are starting to look at storage solutions as well.
कोका-कोला का सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर बहुत फोकस है, तो हम लोग खुद तो इनिशिएट है ही हैं, लेकिन हमारे सिस्टम जो कोका-कोला का है उनका भी बहुत बड़ा रोल है एनर्जी रिडक्शंस में। और 2016 में हम लोगों ने सोलर को इंट्रोड्यूस किया था अपने प्लांट्स में, रूफटॉप सोलर को। नाउ हमने अभी सनसोर्स एनर्जी के साथ 5 मेगावाट्स का पीपीए साइन किया हुआ है, पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट ऑफ साइट, और उसको हम 15 मार्च से कंटिन्यू हम लोग विड्रॉ कर रहे हैं वहां से पावर। ऐसा आज हमारा 6 इयर्स प्लांट चलते हुए हो गया रूफटॉप, तो हमें कभी कोई ऐसी प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं हुई। तो बहुत ही अच्छी टीम्स हैं, ऑनर्स बहुत अच्छे हैं उनके, जितने भी डाउन द टीम है वो बहुत कोऑपरेटिव है हमारी, तो इसलिए हम लोग जुड़े हुए हैं इनके साथ।
As an SHV energy company now, we know that we are well equipped and extremely strong to face whatever changes the future might bring. So the idea is to use this stability and this long-term approach which SHV has, and this deep commitment to values which are really, really long-standing values, to utilize all these things to build solutions at scale.
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas. a role that is cross-functional, multidimensional, and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI. The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more. The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills, and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals, expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry. ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA, and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations, creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals, participating in the writing of India's success story. The ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence.
now, ladies and gentlemen, after those partner AVs, and also after those compelling discussions that you witnessed today, it's time to move towards the evening's celebrations. My name is Aditya Malik, and once again, it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the third edition of BW Businessworld presents India's Most Sustainable Companies 2022 and 23 for the sectoral leaders in the Sustainability Charter in association with Sustain Labs Paris. We gather here to celebrate and honor the trailblazers in sustainability, the sectoral leaders who have demonstrated exceptional commitment and dedication towards building a more sustainable future. And once again, I would like to thank our partners for the day. Our silver partner, GAIL Limited, our co-partner, Tata Motors, our knowledge partner, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, our associate partners, Calculus Carbon, Ricard Innovations Private Limited, Himadri Energy International, our sustainability tech partner, Recycle.com, our lanyard partner, Mergent IT LLC, our event partner, Ritik Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, and JustBath.ai. Today's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwbusinessworld.in. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BW Most Sustainable Companies. And as Dr. Batra always mentions that the process that you see of these awards, it's a tedious one, it's a long one, very carefully, very thoroughly. The jury is first chosen. फिर वो jury जो है वो मिलके इन विजेताओं को चुनती है, because all of you do such commendable work. And finally, after all that, what it culminates into is one honest process, which leads into this honest awards and categories. So thank you so much to all our jury members for that. Let's please have a huge round of applause for all our jury members also. And kuch avashak Sushna we have. Oh, lovely. We also have a jury AV. The first, I think let's first have a look at the process of that. Can we please have that? Also, may I please request Dr. Anurag Batra to join us on stage and officially so open the awards ceremony. Everybody wants for sir, please.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to the third edition of the India's Most Sustainable Company Awards. The first edition we did virtually because COVID was raging, but we're happy that this is the second physical edition and overall the third edition. I can only say that seeing the quality of discussions, the quality of participants, the quality of audience over the last 2 days, though today I wasn't there in the day, but I keep getting reports, plus I'm watching on the Business World site. I can only say that the foray that we made into looking at India's top companies and ranking them on sustainability is the right thing to do. I just met Mr. Panigrahi. He's the head of sustainability at L&T, and he said you should launch an ESG world. Mr. Panigrahi, I said that yesterday that we launched sustainability in ESG world. We've launched 27 communities. In 12 of those communities, we are leaders. We're the number one in our hospitality community, which is BW Hotelier. We're the number one in our legal community, which is BW Legal World. In fact, on Saturday, we have our Global Legal Leaders Summit, which is the 4th edition at the Imperial on Sunday. Legal fraternity is not billing only on Saturday, Sunday. So we do events when they're not billing. So we have our law school rankings at the Imperial. So I think sustainability needs a deep dive. We need to engage with you beyond this customary 1 year India's most sustainable companies. And that's why I introduced you to my editorial colleague. So we will become the homepage of leaders who are interested in a more sustainable world and a better planet. Mr. Tamak was here, he spoke on my panel yesterday. We will launch a BW Sustainability World, BW ESG World. I said that in the morning and I reiterate that again. We also, God has a way of making these happen. You know, I have lots of ideas in my head. My team has lots of ideas, but till we find the perfect person, we don't do it. As I said, I had this in my mind for 8-9 years to rank India's top companies on sustainability. And, you know, I used to have a colleague of mine called Anurit Kanti. I mean, he worked in sustainability in a solar company. Now he's gone abroad to study. You know, we didn't do it then because he moved on. And then I met Nia. I'd met her 9 years back at an event I hosted when I bought Businessworld. And we partnered with Sustain Labs Paris. But editorially throughout the year, we'll do much more than we do in the sustainability and business crossroads. I think we'll do much more than we currently do. Yesterday, the Honorable Minister for Environment, Shri Bhupinder Yadav ji, unveiled the cover of the India's most sustainable companies issue. So being a mainstream product, we are dedicating one issue to sustainability. Is it good enough? No. That's why we will do a community which is full-fledged, only talks of sustainability in context to business. So I'm making this comment on camera. And in any way, this has been in my mind. Yesterday, I said it. Today, there is a jury AV. And yesterday, Dr. Minya Chatterjee talked about the fact that all the jury members are domain experts, but they're not part of those 200 companies that we've ranked. Again, even the best jury members, and we take a lot of time to select our jury, and then we let them be. We're only custodians of the process. All jury members are also humans. So they have biases, they have information overload in some cases and underload in some cases. But because of the process and the data that the Sustainable Labs Paris and the Businessworld team bring in to the jury, we are able to bring that to a parity, you know, for everyone, as much as we can do. I was asking about a certain company which ranked low, and Dr. Chatterjee said they're good on perception. They talk a lot, and it is, I won't name the company, but you know which company. But there, when you do a deep dive, there are other companies that are better than them. They're not bad, but you know, there are other companies. So the whole idea, this is one exercise which is to be able to help you collaborate with each other, benchmark, and in some way celebrate the good work you're doing. So while there are rankings, because otherwise there's no point doing it, there is a sense of competitive spirit. It's done in a very fair, honest, credible way. We debated 3 years back whether we should charge, because it takes a substantial amount of money to be able to, about 4 to 6 months, to be able to go through all those data points and be able to come up with a short list and take the short list to the jury and do those meetings. So, but we said we may be seen as commercial. So let's not do it till we establish it, till people see value, and then we'll visit it again. There is no, we may not still do it, right? And I have nothing against people who charge for assessments. That's also fine. You know, as long as some people find value in getting it done, that's fine. You know, there's nothing. So I just want to say that these are honest assessment. I keep saying this because, you know, I do come across other players who do things differently, and that's their value system. And I have no comment. I want every media company to do well. Life is about abundance. There is enough in the environment. I just want to say, as I said, India is still we have a lot to catch up on the sustainability front. And there was a speaker who was talking about, sustainability making contribution to the bottom line yesterday. And I said that if the funds start investing in companies basis on how well they're doing on sustainability, which they already have, but it's still not mainstream. It is on the fringe, I must say. But as it becomes more mainstream, both through the disclosure norms in accounting, it is not mandatory in certain cases to, but the directional effort is to be able to encourage every corporate leader, every promoter, every CEO, every chief sustainability officer to be able to make the large companies in certain sectors very sustainable. You had companies from cement. You had, because of course, companies from the garments domain, pharma companies, heavy engineering companies who need to do people who are in the construction sector, because that's where you are consuming the resources. So I'll just say that our role is as a media company is to be able to showcase the good work you are saying, to be also able to point out where there is need for improvement. And through these awards, that's what we are trying to do. This year is the second year of the ceremony, second year physically, third year, if we take the first year's virtual ceremony into context. And today we are rewarding 25 companies, and I wish you luck in your endeavor to make your companies more sustainable. We'll be there to tell your stories and hopefully add some value to what you do. Thank you so much for being here. And those of you come, I met at least 20 people who came from Bangalore yesterday. Next week in Bangalore on Tuesday, we have our health 40 and the 40 hour healthcare CEO wanted to do it in Bangalore. And on Thursday, we have our FinTech Festival in Bangalore, both at the Taj on the MG Road, which is the best location. So if pass the word around, you may at some stage want to show, So clearly, we are an editorial product, but we also take our awards conferences as an editorial product. The content that comes out of them is also equally important to us, both in terms of winners. I'm sure our editorial colleagues have engaged with you editorially. I heard the gentleman from IDFC Bank, the chief sustainability officer, is out. I think one of the fastest growing banks, and my wife invests in stocks. So I told her 2-3 years back, IDFC is a good stock, buy it and hold on for a while. Yeah. So, all the companies represented in the list are good, but I was particularly happy to see IDFC Bank, L&T, yesterday DCM Shriram, and out of the 50 companies rewarded, 42 were physically there yesterday. So I think in the second year, that's a very good start. As I said yesterday, we'll hopefully not do it in June next year. We'll either do April or we'll do August, because some of June becomes tough for someone. So we possibly will do it April and not do it will become too late. So just want to say this. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Malik, to get the awards and show. Dr. Minya Chatterjee is there. She's moderating the last panel. Dr. Chatterjee, it'll be nice if you say a few words like you shared about the process yesterday. Please give Dr. Chatterjee a big round of applause.
I'll keep it short. Dr. Batra, I think you very nicely described what this is about. We on our side at Sustain Labs, we reciprocate the non-commerciality and the honesty with which Businessworld as a media platform gives away these awards. We just make sure that the data is very, very robust. I think I just have one request, that our research can be robust only with the cooperation from the companies. So we do reach out. So the team, Sustain Labs team, we do the research. We're not sending out empty forms to the companies. We do the research, but then we do ask for 30 minutes to speak and to get insights and to fill out the data gaps. And the more we can speak with you all, the better the data, the better the research will get. I would also like to highlight the fact that yes, there is data. It's completely research backed. Any questions that you guys might have, that where can one do better? Those are the kind of conversations we do want to have. And with no conflict of interest either. We're not consultants, but we would love to have those conversations with you. And besides the data, we have brought in jury members as well to give that qualitative overlay, because sometimes in the sector there is probably a certain issue. There are certain sector specific things that we feel that we should know. So there is that whole qualitative overlay that is brought in by the jury as well. But it's the time now to celebrate the sector winners. It's very important to look at these rankings and benchmark companies based on sectors. Especially in a company like India, all the sectors are very diverse, and putting them all onto one list is comparing apples to oranges. So that's why these sector awards are very important for us and to you as well. So we can probably start with the sector awards and celebrate the winners. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am and sir. A request to all the winners: once you've received the award, please step down from stage left for a picture for the magazine. And towards the end, once you finish the award ceremony, we'll also request all the winners to please join us on the stage once again for a group picture for the magazine. And now for the awards, as I mentioned, to felicitate our first set of winners, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and Founder, Exchange for Media; Minya Chatterjee, CEO, Director, Commercial at the Dubai World Trade Center. Please.
Thank you very much. It's really amazing.
Bharti Airtel and Yabadas, Neeti Mittal, head, compliance and sustainability to receive the award. So then please see an entire team back home.
Just small thing, but it goes with what we are trying to do. Second, थालियों पे कोई टैक्स है नहीं, अभी तक नहीं है. And I said yesterday, we've patented, Tamak sahab, we've patented a camera only if you clap with tea and pakoras. No drinks, so it'd be nice to clap, and clapping is good for heart muscle. It's yoga day, if you haven't done your alom, vilom, so you can clap. That energizes your whole body.
Thank you for the information, Dr. Batra. Thank you. And now once again, in the telecommunication sector, this time rank number 3 goes to Indus Towers, and we have with us Sanjay Johari, National Head Energy, and along with him is Sri Prakash Tyagi, National Corporate Revenue Head, to receive the award on behalf of the group.
Well, thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. And thank you to the jury members. I really appreciate this very honest jury. Really was a commendable jury that you put together. I don't know how many people know Indus Towers. Bharti Airtel, everyone knows, and we are obviously part of the same group company per se. We are the people who actually run the towers, the telecom towers, and we're very proud to actually had started our sustainable journey a few years back. And it's really feels very good that we get recognized, because this industry has been guzzling a lot of fossil fuel, and we have been making a very strong part at actually reducing that, as well as the other years initiative. So thanks for recognizing this, and I'm sure we'll go a long way. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, gentlemen. The picture, please don't forget. Our next category, our next sector is retail, trade, and services. And you only have a rank number 2 in this because the first didn't make it, of course. So the rank number 2 goes to Titan Company. Joining us is Mr. Nirmal Lobo, Regional Business Head, North. For chai and pakoras, please. Also for Nirmal and his team.
Thank you very much on behalf of Titan. Yeah, great cause. Baby steps as of now. Long way to go. I'm sure we are on the right path. Thank you.
Congratulations. Our next sector is diversified. And in this, rank number 1 goes to Reliance Industries. We have with us Rajesh Gawa, Senior Vice President, Sustainability and Circular Economy. And joining him is Ajay Sardana, President and Head of Strategy and Business Development, Polyester. Ajay sir is here.
Thanks for this award. Work very hard in each of the areas which we try to. So we got 20 of again. So we have to do much more work than anybody else is doing. Support of our Thanks.
Congratulations, sir. And now, once again, in the diversified sector for rank number 2, we have a tie. So the first rank number 2 in this sector goes to never mind. Congratulations, Reliance. So once again for you. ठीक है, वो जितनी खुशी बांटने को कम है उतनी. सिर्फ नंबर 2 करेंगे हम. I'll build up it. मैं फिर से build up करता हूँ. Ready? Let's do this. DCM Sriram, we have with us Roshan Lal Tamak, Executive Director and CEO, Sugar Business, and joining him is KK Sharma, Full-Time Director, EHS, to receive the award on behalf of DCM Sriram. For them, please.
Thank you, Dr. Batra and Businessworld, for recognizing us. It only encourages us to do more and more. Responsible corporate as global citizen also, we have a duty and commitment to do more and more in this field. And as said yesterday, collective action is required because the asking rate is too much. Thank you.
Congratulations, please. And rank number 2, once again, in the diversified sector goes to Grasim Industries. We have with us the Chief Sustainability Officer, Surya Valuri, to receive the award. For them, please, everybody, for their hard work.
Thank you very much, BW Businessworld, Paris. We are one of the hard to abate industries, Grasim, and this kind of recognition from one of the prestigious awards is like, the push for us to do more. And I take this on behalf of whole Grasim, pledge that we will try and do even better. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, Abhishek ji, for helping us with the awards. Everybody once for him, please. Thank you. May I please request Nilesh Agarwal, the founder of Calculus Carbon, to join us on stage and help us present the awards for next set of winners. While he's walking, that move ahead. The next sector is capital goods. And rank number 1 in this goes to Larsen and Tubro. We have with us Pradeep Panigrahi, Head, Corporate Sustainability. Joining him is S. Ranganathan, EVP and Head, WESCC, to receive the award. Nilesh ji, please. Please come. Everybody for them, please.
Namaskar. Today is the International Yoga Day, and the thought process or the theme is Vasudeva Kutumbakam. I think there's nothing better for Larsen and Tubro, and on behalf of Larsen and Tubro team, it's honor and privilege for me to receive it on this auspicious day, I would say, because it's the Yoga Day. And thank you, Team Business World, head by Dr. Patra and Dr. Chatterjee, and to the jury, and to all those who may not come to the podium. Don't worry. Your efforts will encourage us, and we hope to sustain this. L&T's management's commitment, I'm speaking from the podium, I'm sure it's being heard, is to become water neutral by 2035 and carbon neutral by 2040. This is what we are striving for, and efforts are on for that. Thank you once again, everyone.
Congratulations, gentlemen, please. Rank number 2 in capital goods sector goes to Havells. And we have with us Nitin Singh, Vice President and Head of ESG and Internal Audit, to receive the award on behalf of Havells.
Thank you, Business World and Sustainable. I think while we're working with the sole philosophy of, for the planet, but it does feel great to be recognized by such an award, and it will strive us to do better and towards more sustainable future. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. A picture first. Also, the winners, don't forget, please stay back for a group picture at the very end. That's for the magazine. Moving ahead, our next sector is information technology. And in this, rank number 1 goes to Tech Mahindra. We have with us Sandeep Chandra, the Chief Sustainability Officer, to receive the award on behalf of Tech Mahindra, please.
So I was just wondering what I'll speak, but as I said yesterday, honor and a privilege to be here. Anurag and Vidya, just one word. Today, this award is a continuation of improvement that we see. Thank you. And I received this award on the behalf of all Tech Mighties. Thank you.
Rank number 3 in information technology sector goes to Tata Consultancy Services, TCS. We have with us Mayank Bhardwaj, Assistant Consultant, ESHS from TCS, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group.
Receiving this award on behalf of TCS and Dr. Agnihotri, who is the Global Head for Environmental Sustainability, Health and Safety. I want to thank the jury and the organizers for this recognition. And congratulations to all the winners today. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We also have a rank number 4 in information technology sector, and that goes to HCL Tech. We have with us Santosh Jairam, the Global Head for Sustainability, to receive the award. Everybody, please.
This is tough, from yesterday to today again speaking, but I think it looks good. Yesterday we were 9, so that's a good improvement. The other thing that I thought I would tell is that, yes, I mean, all these recognitions, it improves the transparency. Improving this, and just on the so,
Congratulations. Our next sector is chemicals and agriculture. And rank number 3 in this goes to BASF India, we have with us Sushil Kumar Kaushik, the country head, BASF APV Vegetable Seeds Business, and joining him is Arun Bhardwaj, Regional Finance and Controller, BASF from APV India.
Well, thanks a lot. It's an honor and also validation of the efforts that we're making. Within BSF, we have a set of value which consists of 4 alphabets called CORE. We call it core value. And within that, R stands for responsibility. And that stands as accountable and keep challenging us to be more and more responsible from sourcing till supply. And that's the reason we live the value of creating chemistry more sustainably, more responsibly. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Nilesh, for helping us with the awards. Everybody once for him, please. The founder of Calculus Carbon, thank you. Now, please request Mahant Malikarjun, CEO of Merchant Activity Johnson stage, and help us present the awards and of awardees, please. Moving ahead, our next sector is consumer goods. And rank number 1 in this sector goes to Godrej Consumer Products. We have with us Ramnath Vaidyanathan, AVP and Head, Environmental Sustainability, joining us virtually, I believe. Is Sir there?
Am I audible?
Has he joined us? Dada was.
Am I audible?
Is Sir there virtually? Just helping a team. I'm also getting better at this. There he is. Can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, am I audible?
We can't. Are you on mute, is it?
No, I'm not on mute.
Yes, you are not. Congratulations. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this. Very sorry I couldn't be here today. I was there yesterday for the award ceremony, which was a great experience. And I don't want to reiterate what I said yesterday, but it's a great honor. And it's also a good sign for other companies that we need to step on the other sectors to achieve the same recognition as well. So I take it as a dual, an honor as well as an indicator of things to come. So thanks, BW, thanks Sustain Labs, and thank you to the jury for this.
Congratulations to you and your entire team back home. Congratulations. Rank number 2 in the consumer goods sector goes to Tata Consumer Products. We have with us Mr. Sukhjit Singh Malhotra, Senior Vice President, Product Supply Organization, to receive the award.
For communities, a better environment and a better world. Sustainability is a key pillar of the strategy. We are committed to continue doing what we are doing and innovate.
Congratulations. And rank number 3 in the consumer goods sector goes to Mariko. We have with us Bipin Horikar, the head of sustainability, to receive the award on behalf of the group.
Well, thank you for this one. Yesterday and today, I think these 2 days are very important for every sustainability professional's life. I met all my good friends and made new friends also. It was very, I think, very informative 2 days, and I learned a lot. And probably with new friends, the journey will continue. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations. A request and a reminder to all the winners, your picture first individual here for the magazine, and then in the end for the group picture as well from the magazine. Our next sector is infrastructure engineering. And in this, rank number 1 goes to Ultratech Cement. Joining us is Raju N. Ankalsaria, President, Sales and Marketing, and along with him is Sumat Gupta, Joint President, Sales and Marketing, to receive the award on behalf of Ultratech Cement. For them, please, for Ultratech Cement.
So much, Business World. Happy to receive this prestigious award on behalf of Ultratech. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Rank number 2 in infrastructure and engineering sector goes to Ambuja Cement. We have with us Manoj Jindal, the Chief Manufacturing Officer North, Adani Cement, to receive the award on behalf of Ambuja Cements.
This award shows that we're on the right path. And
And in the infrastructure and engineering category, rank number 3 goes to Dalmia Bharat. We have with us Sanupam Badola, the Assistant General Manager, ESG from Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited.
one of the lowest footprint cement producer globally and 14 times water positive cement company. It only encourages us, motivates us to do better. So thank you once again for it.
Congratulations, gentlemen. With that, thank you so much, Mahant, for helping us with the awards. Everybody once for him. I please request Roshan Lal Tamakji, the ED and CEO of DCM Shriram Sugar Business, to please join us on stage and help us present awards for next set of winners. Please, sir. Everybody once for sir. Our next category or next sector is pharmaceuticals and healthcare. And rank number 1 in this sector goes to Cipla. We have with us Rajesh Vasudevan, Global Head, EHS and ESG, and joining him is Ruhana Zariwala, Global Head, Sustainability, to receive the award on behalf of Cipla. For them, please, everybody.
Cipla believe in diversity and inclusion, so I'll ask Ruhana to speak.
So thank you, very grateful to you, Businessworld and Sustain Labs for this award. Highly, it's our pleasure, and this awards like this is motivating for us to continue our journey. And thank you.
Rank number 2 in pharmaceuticals and healthcare sector goes to Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. We have with us Aditya Gurudanti, Head, Sustainability Operations, to receive the award on behalf of the entire group. For them.
It feels quite great that we have been receiving honors, and a great privilege that we came from rank 8 to rank. That's great. That's almost 400 times improvement. So you can see the potential pharma has. But yeah, it feels great that we are receiving great award that too on a recycling plant. Better. Just a small request. Dr. Batra has given us a lot of time and also a lot of commitments forward to that. And also we will have a look and see or a brethren from
So in a day, we've come from rank 3 to rank 2. Aditya, please wait here tomorrow as well. You never know. You know? Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, rank number 3 in pharmaceuticals and healthcare sector goes to Glenmark Pharmaceuticals. We have with us Dr. Rajan Sharma, Vice President and Head, Environment, Health and Safety. And joining him is Ram Kapratwar, Senior Vice President and Site Head, Indore, to receive the award. Everybody, please, for them.
So thanks, we are receiving this award on behalf of all Glenmarkians, and this will boost our and motivate to go further. This is what we are going to change the goalpost. We have achieved this, and next time we will do. Thank you.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Please don't forget the picture. Our next sector is automobiles, aviation, and logistics. And we only have rank number 1 in this. And that goes to Maruti Suzuki. We have with us Rahul Bharti, the Executive Officer, Corporate Affairs, to receive the award on behalf of Maruti Suzuki.
Maruti Suzuki, thanks. We received this award with a lot of gratitude and humility. Gratitude for our efforts in the past, for recognizing our efforts in the past. And humility because the task ahead is huge. Our dedication for the next few decades will be working on all technologies that help towards carbon net zero. Thanks, Businessworld. Thanks, Jim.
Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, our next sector is natural resources and mining. And rank number 1 in this sector goes to Tata Power Company. We have with us Vaishnavi Prabhakaran, Head, Corporate Sustainability, to receive the award on behalf of the group. Everybody.
Award. And sustainable is attainable is the credo that our bar is working towards, and we will stay to this encouragement for us and for all the sustainability professionals who have enjoyed 2 days of beautiful discussions, debates, and thought process triggering sessions. Thank you.
Congratulations. Rank number 2 in the natural resources and mining sector goes to continuing the Tata wagon. It's Tata Steel, Manish Mishra, Chief Resident Executive, from Tata Steel to receive the award on behalf of the entire team back home.
Thank you, Business World and jury members. Like I said yesterday, we have set ourselves a net zero target by 2045, which is uphill task and a challenging one for a company like Tata Steel, where we have always been making steel using resources and doing mining. But maybe that itself is triggering us to take various initiatives, and awards like this will recognize and let us do. Thank you so much. Thanks for
Congratulations, sir. Everybody, once again, a reminder for all the winners, a group picture at the very end, so please stay back. With that, thank you so much, Roshan, sir, for helping us. Everybody, once for sir, please. Now, please request Tali's Rizvi, Director, Projects and Communities, BW Businessworld, to please join us on stage and help us present awards to our next set of winners. Everybody, once for Tali's, please. And with that, we come to our last category, which is banking and NBFC, the last sector. And in this, we have 5 ranks. So rank number 1 in banking and NBFC goes to HDFC. We have with us Sanjay Joshi, Senior General Manager, Technical, Affordable and Green Housing, to receive the award. For HDFC, please, everybody.
Thank you, Business World, Sustainable Lab, and the jury members for recognizing the efforts. Whatever small we are doing, as we feel still a lot of things to be done in our sector. Getting an award is always a pleasing experience, a great feeling. It encourages you to do more and even better. When we got award yesterday, it was ranked 3rd. So I was telling my team that we have to work hard to get to top position next year. But now getting the top position, I think I had to tell my team to work even harder now to maintain this position, right? Getting 2 awards in 2 days is just a great feeling and icing on the cake. I think on a lighter note, I would say it gives me a feeling like winning man of the match and man of the series. Thank you, Dr. Bhatta.
सर कुछ सालों में वर्ल्ड कप भी आपके पास ही आएगा पक्का प्लीज Rank number 2 in banking and NBFC sector goes to Kotak Mahindra Bank. We have with us Nilesh Mayakar, Executive Vice President, Group, Public Affairs and Government Business. And joining is Tripat Saluja, DVP, Kotak Mahindra.
Thank you once again, Business World, Sustain Lab, Paris, and all the jury. Thank you once again for reposing trust and faith in us, and we would continue the same work in future. Thanks.
Congratulations. I also request Harbinder Narula, the CEO of BW Healthcare and BW Wellbeing, BW Businessworld, to please join us on stage and present a next set of awards along with our presenters already. Please, aye. Rank number 3 in banking and NBFC sector goes to HDFC Bank. We have with us Nusrat Pathan, the Senior Vice President, CSR, to receive the award on behalf of the entire family back home.
Once again, thank you to organizers, to the jury for this award. Very humbly, on behalf of HDFC Bank, I accept this award on behalf of. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am. Rank number 4 in banking and NBFC category goes to Axis Bank. We have with us Tanu Malhotra, the Executive Vice President, Regional Distribution Office North, to receive the award. For Axis Bank, everybody.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Dr. Anurag Bhatta, Business, Dr. Chatterjee, Sustain Labs Paris. Extremely honored to accept this award on behalf of the bank. Motivating for us to take this journey on sustainability forward. I think we were one of the first banks to have a standalone ESG committee of the board way back in 2021. A lot of focus, public commitments in place, trying to do a lot of work around DEI. Hopefully, we should be able to get to bigger ranks and smaller ranks in the years to come. Thank you, and thank you for the honor. Great work. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. And rank number 5 in banking and NBFC sector / category goes to ICICI Bank. We have with us Manish Kumar, the head of ESG and CSR, to receive the award on behalf of ICICI Bank. For them, please, the hard work, the effort.
Businessworld. Thank you, Sustainable Lab Paris, and of course the jury who has really honored us with this recognition. It's a privilege to take this on behalf of ICICI Bank, be here amongst this audience and learn a lot of things what's happening around us. This recognition, of course, becomes a baseline for us. We have to do much more. See how supply chain is sustainable.
Congratulations. And with that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony. We also have one more award to give. It was one of our winners yesterday, couldn't make it, and they've made it today. So yesterday we had the awards ceremony for top 50 sustainable companies 2022 and 23 list. And that was again rank wise. So today we have with us rank number 43, Ke Vijeta. Do you have an AV or should I? Oh, so please. Dabur, we have with us Rahul Avasti, the Global Head of Operations and Sustainability Lead at Dabur India, to receive the award on behalf of the entire family back home. While he gets his picture, a request to all the winners that after this, हाँ जी पहले एक बार इनके तालियां हो जाएं for his entire team.
So thanks a lot, Businessworld, for recognizing this effort. I am truly humbled and privileged, both humbled because we are recognized for this and privileged because I am receiving this award on behalf of thousands of our value chain employees from FMCG industry. Dabur is the oldest and the largest Ayurvedic company in the world. And because we are in Ayurveda, sustainability is in our blood. And we are doing a lot of work in sustainability, but obviously, sustainability professional, you know how tough this journey is. One of the key achievements which we have done till now is that we have become first plastic waste positive FMCG company in India last year. We are doing herbs cultivation in roughly 7,000 acres of land to ensure that all the critically endangered herbs are preserved and available for our future generations to come. We will become fully afforested for critically endangered herbs and species by 2026. 80% of our scope 1 energy, we have already moved to sustainable energy till now. And our goal is that by 2026, 60% of our scope 1 and scope 2 energy will be fully green. So it is a very difficult journey, and thank you for recognizing the effort on behalf of Dabur India, and we will continue to work hard to justify this. Thank you very much. 2 years before that, I was 24 years with Unilever.
Lovely. I love how sustainability is in our blood. I wonder वो recycle होता होगा क्या? Okay, all the winners with their trophies on the stage, please, for a group picture. Aye, all the winners only with the trophies. Winners with their trophies only for a group picture. One we'll have with the presenters and then only the winners. Can our team please make sure that no winners outside?